Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dyna Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash Southeast Asia versus South Asia. My name's Contra, your host for the entirety of the evening, and today I have a very special guest with me as our analyst on the go, 4-time PMPL champion.
That's right, I'm very smart, and this will be my first time casting in English after about 5 years.
Yeah, it's great to have you on board.
Thank you, thank you. I'll make sure that I look very, very smart today, and please ask me only the questions that I can answer. Thank you very much.
No worries about that. I definitely do have a lot of questions out there, but of course, you guys are here for all the epic battles that's about to come between the clash of two Titan regions, Southeast Asia as well as South Asia, where we have so many amazing teams. So I guess the first question is, when we're going into all of our games today, what's something that we all can look forward to?
I think this tournament is kind of important for both sides, the Southeast Asian teams and also South Asia teams, because this is a tournament right before PMGC. It's important for both sides to understand how Southeast Asian teams are playing the game right now and how the South Asia teams are playing the game right now. It's a tournament where you can gain a lot of experience and prepare yourself for PMGC. Most of the teams that we are looking at today did play the PMGC League stage, and we know that not all teams from the League stage will go to the PMGC finals. So this tournament is very important in terms of getting all the information.
Yeah, and overall, we have so many household names that all of you guys back at home know and love, and you guys are looking forward to watch some of them in action. From South Asia, we've got teams like STALWART Esports, DRS Gaming as household names, and of course, names like NBeSports and many more. And of course, we'll touch more on Southeast Asia as well. But if you guys just join us, it's a perfect time right now as we kick off our very first match. From today onwards, it's June 29th, all the way to the weekend up till July 2nd. And these are the point systems that we'll be using throughout the entirety of the run. So 10 points for that chicken dinner, 6 points for second place, and we see the numbers dwindle down. Anything from 9th place onwards, no points at all. Every elimination point will be acquired with only 1 per elimination.
Right, I think one more thing that I will add with this new point system is for PMPL MY, especially since we were casting the whole league, right? Most teams are no longer playing at the center of the circle. They're playing on the side of the circle because they want to get the kills, and it's not rewarding for teams that like to play at the center of the circle. So it's better to play out on the white line. And for South Asia teams, I'm not sure if they like that play style or not. So it'll be something that we can check today. Do they like to play the center or play from the side? But these are the teams that will be playing today.
Absolutely. And of course, we do have a lot of household names from Southeast Asia as well. We touched on a few names out of South Asia. So of course, we have GEEK, SLATE, Vampire, Esports, YOODO Alliance, Hail, FaZe Clan, Boom, Alter Ego, Box Gaming that will be representing Southeast Asia. Meanwhile, on South Asia, we got T2K, NBeSports, STALWART Esports, DRS, Leo Gaming, for Miracle, MAB, as well as Aegon I8. Man, I just really can't wait to actually see the difference of play styles actually clash. And by the end of it all, they can one of them will be walking away just showing off that perhaps this region is better than the rest of it in the world.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited as well. For Southeast Asia, we saw the rise of Alter Ego. In PMSL, they did win it with Rosemary doing amazing during that particular league stage and the grand finals. Right now, I think the clash will be between him and also, of course, any players from South Esports, especially Top. He did really well for STALWART Esports in South Asia tournament. I'm not sure which PMPL they play. South Asia, right?
I still even recall back in the PMGC days, like STALWART Esports have always been popping off, and I hope that we actually get them having their gears running from the get-go, because we're starting off our first match in Sanhok, and then later on, 3 back-to-back rounds in Erangel, and we'll be followed by 2 more maps of Miramar to close off the night. So Sanhok, I think this is always that curveball map that you know teams either love it or dread it. When it comes down to Sanhok being played only once a day, do you find either side of the region to have a certain advantage in this particular map?
I will say this map is a good map for the Thailand teams, especially FaZe Clan. From what I can see, teams playing Sanhok in a very quick pace right now, and FaZe Clan being the team that's going to jump in on bootcamp. Whoever's taking bootcamp right now actually have a very big advantage. If the circle is shifting towards the top side of the map, they can rotate by swimming quickly. And if the circle is somewhere in the left side of the map, they can go to the hill side of the bootcamp in a very quick manner as well. So for me, I feel like whoever's taking bootcamp have an added advantage. For me, FaZe Clan definitely have an upper hand for Sanhok.
Yeah, overall, we've also seen the change of pace when it comes down to playing Sanhok. You remember back in the days, everyone's just playing the healing game.
Yeah.
Now, everybody has to go in for battles from the get-go. I think you really brought up a very good point that whoever takes control of the center zone may actually get that advantage of rotation, but we've also seen certain teams to be able to thrive by cutting from the edges of the map, and they start to actually look for elimination points instead. That could also be the way to go about. And of course, we'll definitely be looking forward to our very first game. But before we even jump to our first game, we do have a very special guest to, of course, kickstart our run. We'll be speaking to STALWART Esports analyst. Please welcome Senator. Hi, Senator. How are you doing today?
Hello. We are training. We're ready to start the tournament.
Yeah, and overall, you know, like with so many of all these amazing teams that will be playing for this whole run of the PMRC, of course, you may have actually taken a lot of time to study the teams of Southeast Asia. Have you noticed perhaps any sort of major difference compared to the playstyle of what you guys in South Esports always face in South Asia?
From the difference of Southeast Asia and South Asia, like we have a kind of different before, like 2 years ago or maybe 1 year ago. But like now we are not that much different, and I think South Asia can compete better than Southeast Asia.
That's actually great to hear. And of course, with that being said, you probably have done a lot of preparation to get your team up ahead. So And just checking in on your comfort level and the rest of the team as well. How do you actually feel about these upcoming matches that will be played out throughout the rest of the day?
For our team, like I think like some of the other teams the same. Like we're preparing with the new phone, Honor Magic 5 Pro for the sponsor for PMWI. So for us, it's more important to prepare and to be ready for PMW than this PMRC, because we train, we will participate in this tournament with our new phone. So I think it's very good opportunity to have a good game sense and understand like what kind of game style and what kind of gameplay we can give in the tournament. So we will participate with the new phone in this tournament.
And I absolutely love that you brought up about the new point system. Then with this form of change, is your team liking it so far? Because this seems to be very much on a high elimination participation when it comes down to each respective map. So STALWART Esports, I know you guys love fragging. Like, do you fancy your chances here with this new format?
Yeah, for the new format, for other thing we make some roster change this year, and so it's working so well. So I'm very happy to its work, because before like our roster, like as people know, it was Pika and Square in the roster, but now they're not in the roster, and we make it one roster more like more good. I mean, like more good to compare in this point system, new point system. So I think we will doing good.
All right, that's great to hear, Senator. So one last one before, of course, we jump into our first game. So any words for all the fans that's cheering on STALWART Esports as well as the rest of South Asia?
I just want to say like thank you for all the support until now, and we want your support. Like we need your support until in the future. So support us, and we will try our best for giving best gameplay. Like not for ST, like for South Asia, because the name is South Asia versus Southeast Asia. So we will try to have better game. Like just the timing is not that good because we're not compared with our own phone, but I think we will try our best. So
I wish you guys all the best as well. Thank you so much, Senator, for joining us here, and all the best to STALWART Esports as well as the rest of South Asia. So we'll catch you in a little while, all right? Bye.
Okay, thank you guys. Bye.
Thank you too. Wow.
I'm kind of glad that he brought up the whole point system. I think it's very important for most of teams that have this huge amount of fragging power, and we know for STALWART Esports, they go for the kill. If they have the opportunity, they go and get the elimination points, right? So I think that's it's very favorable. The whole system is very favorable towards STALWART Esports at this point of time. I don't think it's going to change anytime soon, right, for PMW and for PMGC. And the fact that he's saying that we're going to use this device to prepare ourselves for PMWI, we can see that they are really looking forward for that big tournament.
Yeah.
And I really like the way they think.
Yeah, they think so far ahead,
Yeah.
and I hope that they can actually propel themselves ahead in this very first match. New format and a lot of new faces to join a lot of all these clashes that is about to come. So, man, before we even get into our first game, I'm pretty sure that you probably have a few ideas of maybe certain teams to be thriving very well from the start. Is there certain names that you want to bring to the table when it comes down to, we've already talked to STALWART Esports. We know they are so good when it comes out to, 4 versus 4 duels. But are there also certain names that, has impressed you over the span of a couple months?
Okay, let's go for the map-wise, right? For Sanhok, I'll definitely go for FaZe Clan again, just because of the drop spot. And second thing is Mela. Mela, I will say, is the father of DBS.
Father of DBS.
Mela's DBS is amazing. He's extremely good. He's the one that started the whole DBS meta in Southeast Asia. So he's really good at using that particular weapon besides Yummy. So for Sanhok, I will say FaZe Clan. And secondly, I will say DRS, because I'm pretty sure a lot of their fans watching. So I will say some good stuff about them. But overall, right, one weird thing about South Asian team, there's 2 teams. There's only 4 players in their roster, or even only 1 sub. There's 2 teams. So MAB and DRS, they do not have any substitute players.
Yeah, I don't find it to be all too weird per se, but like it also goes to show that they really do trust these four
yeah.
players to actually run throughout the length of the tournament, and that actually takes a lot of endurance because we're gonna run it back 4 straight, all the maps. 4 days in a row, and you can already imagine how exhausting it could actually be for them to play through.
Yep.
So it definitely will be pretty interesting to see, you know, how well will they fare against a lot of all these Southeast Asia teams. Of course, I think like for those of the fans that have been watching Southeast Asia, I think there's a few names that we can also touch on, such as Vampire Esports, the recent champions of PMPL Thailand, that has been able to do a lot of wonderful job. Of course, they had roster swaps that have been able to really propel them ahead. Tony K is that one player that always brings sparks as well as magic. So I think like a lot of eyes will be on them. And of course, shout out to my friends back in DRS as well, because I've been speaking to the manager back in the PMGC days, and I've had a good time hanging out with them. And I just love the level of consistency that DRS actually brings to the table. So I think these are some of my favorite picks coming in from both of the
Speaking
regions.
of Vampire, right? Contra. Nuzi.
Oh yeah,
He hasn't
Newsy.
played for a very, very long time.
It's been a while, yeah?
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's his status for this tournament as well, because they've been running Schwab, Tony K, Stone, and the other guy, FTH or Ravenclaw, one of them. But Nuzi, not so much. But we know how strong he was in Infinity, right, back in the days.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
apparently it's not working out. I'm not sure if they're still going to try, especially for PMRC, since they're going to play for PMWI. Maybe it's a good chance for them to, you know, build the chemistry with Nuzi. But I can't say much. Nuzi haven't been playing for a long time. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that he is a really solid player, especially very reliable on those 1-versus-1 exchanges. And even when he does survive being the lone unit of the squad, he'll be able to actually carry forward with the game and still play as if there was, you know, 3 other members behind him. And I think like that's what's really magical about having Nuzi on the board, which the Thai players have regarded him as the best. I mean, one of the best, if not the best.
Yeah, true. For the 2 Malaysian teams that will be playing YOODO Alliance and GEEK SLATE, I would say for GEEK SLATE, right now it's more about bringing Audrey into the lineup. They did try swapping out Damroot, they did try swapping out Snipes, Sonic, even Mika, and also Audrey. So everybody did hang out at the bench for a while. For this particular tournament, I think the most important guy for the GEEK SLATE will be Audrey, whether they want to let him play all the games or not. And for talent prediction, let's see.
Yeah, and I guess like we've already discussed a little bit more on that, but like there's one team I was reserving for this very moment, and that's Aegon I8, because this squad absolutely have not only the bronze but the brains to actually execute anything that is within their sight. So Aegon I8, the last time I've been able to catch up with these guys and I actually spoke to them was like, you know, many months back, late last year. And if there's going to be any player that we're going to be actually keeping up with, probably it's Ghost, because Ghost usually have some really strong firepower with him. And on top of that, great survivability. Of course, a quick one with your prediction.
My prediction, DRS, because it's DRS, so yeah.
It's just DRS. And of course, that's our prediction. You can basically put yours in the comments down below. And let's not really wait any further, because we're having a match at the ready really soon. So let's head over to our casting desk with our lovely duo, Choo Choo as well as Sir Cloud. Take it away.
Thank you so much for our panelists. I mean, like, I remember, I'm Chicho and this is Cloud, by the way. How you guys doing? And I love listening to those guys. And it's always a warm welcome. I love seeing On The Go here because I do remember my debut as a first ever time in PUBG Mobile Cast was actually with him. I had a really good, great time that time. But speaking of which, Cloud, we talk and we listen so much. I agree with what they say before. This is sort of a training field. This is where they want to get all the secret trade for the next event, for the upcoming stage, which is going to be the biggest stage there is PMGC, PMW, you name it.
Yeah, it's like an off-season tournament, let's call it. To a certain extent, it's an off-season tournament. Of course, a lot of these teams will be playing like the PMWI, and they will be playing in a PMSL and their respective regions and so on and so forth. So that's also a preparation towards that. And PMWI will have bigger stage this time because the champion of the PMWI main stage will go straight to PMGC. So can you imagine how big this is, like the preparation towards that? Even before we talk about like the PMSL points altogether or like the PMSL top 6 and all that, we already already know who is our first team who is going to PMGC.
And do you have any particular teams that is kind of your favorite right now?
Well, favorite? Well, okay, it's really hard to tell, right?
Wait. We don't have to do prediction, right?
We don't.
So we don't get to jinx anybody. So it's on them. It's not us.
Yeah.
It's going to be on them. Anything happen, it's not on us. Just saying. Okay, you were saying.
But then you still asked me to do a prediction.
Maybe it's part's going to be your fault then.
This is a trap, guys. Okay? Don't fall into the trap, all right? So I will do my prediction still, just to show that it is not a jinx.
If it happens, I'm going to laugh so bad, by the way.
All right. So I think the team that will do well, they're also good, right? They're also good.
That's true.
Okay, but I put it as the team that will do well. STALWART. I think STALWART is a strong one.
I think that's how you're picking off STALWART as well. I feel like there's going to be double jinx for today. But speaking of which, I'm not going to say mine, but I do want to...
See? This is scam. This is scam, ladies and gentlemen.
Because I do know, I tend to jinx. We cast it like 2 days before in a different country entirely. In a different thing.
Yeah.
I jinxed the entire
This is how she always does it, okay? She's like, oh, you do prediction. Oh, now I'm not going to do mine, you know? You know, it's like I tell you my secret, but you don't. You tell me your secret, but I don't tell you mine. You know, it's that same thing. Come on, you got to put one. Got to put one in.
Okay, fine. If you want me to do so, I might actually put up DRS here. But I think the other side also. I think Quadra was actually having an I8 on that case. So for me, it's going to be DRS because I do know this is going to be the team that maybe have something different this time. But one more thing that I want to mention about is going to be Vampire Esports, right? They mentioned about Newsy before. We talked about this even in the last PMSL, which was Newsy being placed as support role instead of main fragger. And our analyst, which is going to be undergoing in contrast, mentioned that he's been toned down a bit. Feels like he's struggling and there's sort of a roster. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, I think it's also the change of role for him. I think that's kind of obvious as well. But whenever he needs to play alone and he needs to frag, he definitely can do that. But the change of a role, no doubt, you need to put someone behind as well. But let's see if it happens.
When the granary of Sanhok. I'm loving this graphic that we have. I mean, like, great job for a production team. Everything feels like super 4K in my view right now. I'm loving this. But we do have a very first map of the day, which is going to be Sanhok. We do know for a fact, coming up from this map, this is a very small map. We did mention about, and the panelists actually mentioned about how it's going to be more towards the northern side of the circle these days. And not just that, FaZe will be on the pick-off on the go. For now, he feels like a big advantage. But is it center of the circle? We cast a wildcard. We saw how GE, example, been playing in the center. And things have been so pretty well done for them. Is it going to be the same here since South Asia do love playing at the outer rim, in fact?
Yeah, I think what will change is that, of course, GE, whenever they play in the center, one thing is that they survive, and then when they survive, people will need to come to them and then they can frag from there. And I think in the previous wildcard as well, we saw GE is very good at long ranges. So that kind of advantage is good if they are able to play the center. But if you have like all these teams already fighting it off at the sides, by the time they reach the center or when the circle reaches the center, there's nothing much else left for that one team that likes to play in the center. But of course, that's like the Southeast Asia style, right? But for the South Asia style, I guess it's also like a discovery for the Southeast Asia teams to see whether they play differently or not. But speaking about the teams that might play differently, we have GEEK here going up against FaZe Clan.
Yeah, first contact made by the side of FaZe Clan, spotted out GEEK SLATE at first. GEEK SLATE tried to respond, but apparently they don't have enough resources right now to just keep on persistently or consistently going for those fights. So they have to make sure all the loots being built up at first. I do have a couple of teams still lurking around. A lot of clashes when it comes to the first few maps, usually in the first day.
Yeah, that's where everyone's still kind of discovering, like, okay, where's the best drop spot and so on and so forth. So for GEEK, will not be first blood there, but it could be here. And Hale Esports gets low. One of the players currently down. Could be eliminated anytime soon unless Tiger can do something about it. But it's still going to be Blade taking out Sky only. Another knock for Hale.
For the side of Egg on I8. on the other hand, a bit separated for the teammates, but it's kind of bleeding out with those DBS, even though being nerfed. It's still going to be a most popular weapon now here. Gat slow finish off. Hill just going to go for the push, but Sky on the other hand, a bit far flank, and will bleed out. Blade on the other hand, start to crouch, going and proning towards the side of Hill from the flank side. This is going to be very dangerous if Hill didn't spot him out first, but I think they spot him out. Flash already stand up. He has those pushes a bit too late now for the respawn.
Yeah, caught them from behind, and now Blade will go in. Tiger is still alive. He sees Tiger, but Tiger gets the win against Blade. And now for the rest of them, they need to come in and pick him up. But Sky only is still down. The nade will be tossed by Get Slow. That nade could finish him off. Blade taken by Olio. So YOODO Alliance actually stealing one from afar.
Where exactly they stand, they can actually see this view quite clear to serve from the noses of these two teams. On the side of Falak, I think it's going to be hard for him to clutch it out against the entirety of Hill, but I take it back because Blade happens to be nearby as well, even they were the two that made it happen anyways.
Ooh, wow. Looks like Contrast's happy. His prediction is happening. So that is looking good so far for them. 4 points in the bag already, and they managed to eliminate Hail Esports. We're talking about Hail Esports here, ladies and gentlemen. But coming back to GEEK SLATE, still stuck with FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan have them cornered.
But inside of Agan I8, on the other hand, at a cost, even though they got the entire team wiped out, yes, 4 points in the bag, but can it last long enough? On the side of GEEK SLATE versus FaZe here, they definitely fought against each other. They have first contact, in fact, in the very first few minutes or first few seconds into the map. But apparently they will have a bit of a stalemate since they are pushing GEEK SLATE towards the corner at the edge of the island itself and nowhere else to go. GEEK SLATE will have to take this fight either way, have to cut across, unless if they want to go a very long rotation. But I feel like it's almost impossible in this state. They have to force and brute force themselves out.
Wow, the thing is that they don't have the information where exactly FaZe Clan is at. Just look at the spread of FaZe Clan. Well, we can argue the spread of GEEK as well, but because they are being pushed to the corner, the disadvantage is towards them. And to add on to the bad news, they are not in the circle. So they need to end this fight anyway.
Problem is, will FaZe still wait here? Because they can actually part ways if they want to. But on the side of FaZe, we do know they never just bow down for any fights. Venturas spotted all the players, but doesn't have his helmet himself. No, not even Vest. Now, I'm kind of curious. What they have been doing is not... I feel it's not going to be enough for two teams to just occupy this area right now, since both of them not willing to share the place and just having very small space in between them, only a couple of buildings, and they are definitely aware they cannot move backwards because they want to take the advantage. But at the same time, we do have a new contender in the fray.
Wow, boom, Esports just at the other side, and Mika spot them out. Okay, so Mika is like, okay, doing a little bit of a scouting work there, notices that Boom is around, so he cannot engage, he cannot just go into that compound. But we got Snipes coming in from the other side, and they're going towards Razy. And now Razy is all alone, his other teammates are all the way on the other hill.
Coming up, Boom, very spread out if you look at this right now. I'm not sure what's their master plan coming from Boom. Bit too dangerous there coming up from the side of Boom. Razy is already down in the flash. Mika finish things off. But GEEK SLATE, they're giving away the position as well as a cool will spot him out from afar. But the thing is, they only lost one man here. It's a bit too late for them to actually do something, but feels like they want to commit themselves to this fight.
Yeah, but I really like the cover coming in from Boom, right? It's like Mika shoots onto Razy, and then the follow-up from like this kind of distance is there. It's like they have their backs covered at any point of time. So even though like one player goes out and like, okay, I come here, I loot, but you don't worry because the other teammates are around.
Yummy shot at one of the players come from GEEK SLATE as well from afar. Dammer and the rest of GEEK SLATE not just being trapped at the edge of the island, now being trapped inside of the blue zone as well. After facing FaZe Clan, and now have to fight against Boom, one of the most high-fragging team as well. But speaking of another team, we do have a rookie team coming up, which is going to be Leo Esports, yeah? Will have to be visited by another team close by. Speaking of STALWART, now STE definitely don't even have to move. They are pretty much inside and pretty safe.
Yeah, with the compound, with the circle, I think they'll be pretty fine. Maybe a team with a high fragging firepower like STE, because it's the first round, everyone's trying to get to know each other. But hang that thought for a second as Mela will take out Rosemary. But Mela's not done yet though. Now he needs to take out the other member of Alter Ego. Comes in from the side and wins the fight. Mela, 2 knockdowns back to back.
That's why this guy is a scary player. He knows how to play the mind games with his opponents. Definitely can pull it off by himself. Mela, on the other hand, a bit spread out, but they do have vehicles in case they need to flee. Okta coming up from Alter Ego, on the other hand, realize that he's way too deep inside of the blues and need to make an exit out of this. But On's just next to side of Alter Ego, might have to cut across, but lucky enough, Alter Ego just left. So they won't be spotted out just yet.
Oh, okay. Onzen, Scope. Nope, nobody's there.
He saw the car. He wanted the car.
Yeah, he wants the car now. But he has to get it fast because like now they are in Camp Alpha Island and the circle's on the other side. But no, hang that thought now. Vampire Esports in action. A knockdown to Ade Luke. Stone is knocked as well. Ravenclaw will be taken out. Now it's down to FTH as well as Newsy that's currently playing to win this fight.
When you say he's not performing, he's actually trying to clutch everything by himself. We do have Empire shot by those DBS. Shamil knock on FTH. On the side of Empires, Newsy trying to just giving extra support fight at the back, but 2 members bleeding out and Shamil just finished off FKF.
Oh!
And that's going to be it. YOODO Alliance made it happen. One of the best team in South Asia happened to be stumbling in the first map here.
Well, I don't know who predicted Vampire Esports, but okay.
Definitely not me.
No, I forgot who it is, but it's definitely not on the official prediction. Just put it out there, just put it out there.
Can you tell me who?
I don't know who.
But the
I don't
FTH is Flukef, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe.
Yeah, FTH
Wait.
is Flukef.
Oh,
Yeah, so just saying. But we're going to say FTH in case you guys kind of confused sometimes, okay? But back to a side of STALWART tops. Now, this is one of the best players in the world.
Oh, yeah.
One of the best. Arguably one of the best players in the world. He got himself not just the MVP in PMGC 2022, he got himself the Gunslinger Award as well. 2 awards under 1 name. That's huge.
Yeah, arguably he has one of the best hairs around as well.
True that.
I mean, very, very recognizable, right? Yeah, can't forget about him. But now we have one of the top eliminator as well. We got Yummy. Some people call him the DBS King. Back in the day, back in PMSL, and he has excelled certainly. But this time, well, he still has a DBS. You can't separate a DBS from your, even though the DBS has been nerfed. So-called nerf, but it's only nerf if you are wearing a level 3 vest. If you're still wearing a level 2 vest, it's pretty much the same.
I feel like it's not that big of a nerve now.
Not at all. even to the pro teams as well, they don't feel that it's a significant nerf.
I just wish they really just put it back in the airdrop. That's a huge nerve that we're waiting for. On the side of MBE, this is getting nutball to Esports, and this is also a rookie team. Even though they barely, actually rarely we get to see them, but they have been in South Asia for a long time. So this is one of their first international, as in involving a different region in Thailand. But we do have the Circle Springs next to southern side of Camp Bravo. We do have MBE taking in the center. T2K coming up from the northern side, but FaZe trailing T2K from behind.
Okay, but here is Box Gaming. Basically, they acquired the entire SLD roster, and now they're playing under the banner of Box Gaming. And with Guang on top of this hill, shoots down onto Alter Ego, reveals himself. But his other teammates are there, so he wants to be the bait anyway. He's hoping that Okta actually come up to the high ground, but maybe they'll take him down before that, and that's going to happen with Okta naded down by Guang.
That's difficult perspective for you to shoot from below upwards, by the way. It was really bold move coming up from Okta. Aside of FaZe, on the other hand, they have not involved so much, except for some third-party frag coming up from the sideline. A bit too early for me to say so, as Sunday surprise them behind the rock.
Oh, surprise, surprise. And we got Jane here giving cover from the other side as well. So it looks like we have another team eliminated. Right now for FaZe Clan, unfortunately for FaZe Clan, they lost Mela, which is one of their top players. They'll be playing the rest of the round without him.
I don't know, FaZe. Yeah, maybe they have advantage when it comes to this map of their own initial drop spot, but we do know Melo do love a bigger map when it comes to especially like a Miramar or even in Erangel later on, but maybe spotted out T2K from afar. What a beautiful spray. Didn't even whiff any bit. Didn't waste any of those ammunition. But T2K, they're being forced to split up. The formation's broken. The Blues are coming behind. Where to go for them?
Oh, 2 more left for T2K. But their FaZe Clan to deal with as they try to fight their way through. Fnatic from Alter Ego is out. That means no points for them this round. No elimination points as well for Alter Ego.
Now for the start of T2K. Cornered at the edge. But at least it's still inside of a circle. But they have to fight against FaZe Clan. So hard to spot them out. We do have Yummy, one of my favorite players here, fighting against STALWART. Pombit low enough to need himself some first aid to heal back up. While the side of STE a bit segregated. They got caught in between here. They were trying to spread out, but the problem is Boom is filling up the blanks in between them, making it so hard for them to retaliate or to fight back.
Oh, the blue will arrive onto them really, really soon. So they got to make this quick. Action still calling up for help. 80% of help left, still bleeding out. Tops is still alive. Tops with a long range out of Pombit. Pombit, he'll be held down by Tops. And at the same time, the blue has arrived saying hello to all of them. But Tops, beautiful spray from this high ground.
Leaning back and forth, left and right, and notice that he couldn't do much from here on. Need to get himself out of the blue zone first, but they do have Boom to deal with. Boom, on the other hand, they force the fight first. They're crashing into it, but Yummy, I think this is going to be the last player of Boom. Can he survive there? And they almost eliminated for the entirety of Boom and finally placing themselves at 11th after digging their own grave to fight against ST, but Top. He played that so well.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, Kwang is not done yet, and now Kwang surprised his opponent. Just like that, Apex is down. D-Dog goes down as well. Where did that shot come from? It's from the other side. It's Rufus, who's still at the lower ground. And now Gosu is coming in. Gosu has the advantage, has the DBS in hand. Rufus will finally fall.
Oh boy, not doing great for both teams because it's going to be a different team and it's going to be 4MV coming, the 4 Miracle vibes. And this is incredible coming up from Leo as well. They're fighting against each other on the small hill. Woo! And it's going to be Slipknot rocking that one now.
I get the reference.
Yeah, I love him.
But that was a beautiful spray there coming by Slipknot just at the right timing. And now between T2K and FaZe Clan, they are not done yet. Well, they are on the outside of the circle though. But this time it seems to be FaZe Clan needing to win the fight against T2K before they can come in.
The thing is, do they know exact position of all the other teams? Because if they're not being careful, they might cause themselves in a trap and snap in between all these teams. Or do have 4MV going away in the same vehicle while the rest is getting themselves into the rim of a circle, but I may be waiting at the other end. Slipknot, well, it's definitely rocking his rifles, but at a distance, I don't think he can catch any glimpse of 4MV. A bit dangerous here while he's trying to scout and force him out. And there you go, he's gonna fight it anyway, he doesn't care.
Well, if he doesn't find him, they will find him instead. And Slipknot resetting himself. But he's caught out. The moment he stands, that's it. He doesn't even need to stand. He'll still be shot down. And his teammates will need to come pick him up. But looks like there will not be the opportunity. He is now eliminated from this round.
I was like, peekaboo, I see you. You're trying to hide. You can run, but you can't hide. Back to the side of YOODO Lions and NBeSports. It's going to be them trying to fight each other with DRS exchanging against STALWART as well. YOODO Lions coming from NBE on the other end, while DRS caught himself in a triangle fight. Now this is going to be interesting. Come up from the west side, a bit occupied by so many teams, but for MV, the one having a very clear way, MAB in the center, while the northern side will have a bit of a problem. Whoever tried to rotate, especially YOODO Alliance, it feels like they're fighting against FaZe and NBE at the same time.
Well, the moment you mentioned about YOODO Alliance, they immediately, one of the players got eliminated. At the circus, there's 50% water. Are you kidding me? And looks like it's not only one player from YOODO Alliance. It's going to be the entire team out at number 8 with 4 elimination points. And now for T2K, they're still looking at FaZe Clan. They don't want to let FaZe Clan go.
Now, just to say, most of the team that we mentioned in our prediction, most of them are either dying or barely hanging on or not there anymore. So it's going to be a panelist, analyst, fault, and caster side as well. On the side of our 4MV, they take themselves a bit of a high ground, taking this rooftop to work. But problem is, can they cover all the angles since there's so many teams marching in the same direction? You do have NBE Mondo taking a fight against Leo. He's down on the ground. He's trying to avoid being exploded next to the caster, trying to barricade himself instead. But it's not going to be just 4MV here we're talking about. There's going to be MAB as well, who's trying to gatekeep them from the inside.
Well, Tops is still alive, so I'm still going to claim that. Just say, just say.
Maybe afterwards, maybe he can do something miracle.
Yeah, who knows? I mean, we have seen it time and time again that you only need that one player to get the chicken dinner. Well, could this be it? But he needs to go up against there's one team with a full squad. There's like 2 other teams with a trio. So it's going to be tough, but we'll leave that thought for later as a long range coming from Soo-young, putting a lot of pressure onto the other side.
A lot of belief and faith in their Cloud, by the way.
Of course.
But yeah, of course. He's arguably one of the best player in the world for top. But coming up from the side of him, maybe Leo. But definitely trying to find Team Leo, who already gone. But his name is Leo. Don't get confused by that. Coming up from 4MV, Doc spotted outside players of MBE from afar. Now, MBE still have a full squad. The only one, in fact, intact with 4 players in it. While MAB and T2K do have 3 more as a trio, the rest barely have enough. We're talking about 4MV working as a duo and probably going to be solo for FaZe. But if he can actually revive his teammate, now that's going to be a better odd than none.
Ooh, but none for Onzens as he is out. Number 6 for FaZe Clan, 4 elimination points. And NBE, they still maintain a full squad. They're coming into the circle, but they're still on the outside. They need to fight against MAB next in the compound.
You hear the drums of war right now. Definitely remaining with only 5 teams. With MBE having a full advantage as a squad. MAB, on the other hand, taking a full compound but working as a trio. T2K, will they push at the same time as MBE? They pop up the smoke, hoping to breach in. But can they make it? Because the 4MV plays themselves just on the outside. They spotted out 2 teams at the same time. MBE will have to eat those names from MAB. Now they will return the fire with those mollies, but right now MBE have to fight 2 walls at the same time. They have to breach in.
Oh, Wally needs to disengage. He needs to go on to the other side because of the molly. Wally, reset time for him. Mondo tosses a nade onto the inside. Mondo nades down Leo. Beautifully done. Can he get a second one? Mondo now 50% health, gets into the compound and he will reset his teammate, but before that he needs to win the fight, but Mondo still goes down to Kese. Kese! Shot by the other side by Rick. It's going to be T2K.
You see through that very small window, they are indeed having very sharp eyes coming up from T2K, but MBE accounts. Where would he go? Because right now, 4MV only have 1 player, STE as well. T2K and MBE right now do have the most numbers, but they're fighting each other at the same time. MBE will have to spread out and have to leave this compound. The Blues will close on their end first, but will the circle be on their side? I feel like it's going to be a tough one.
Ooh, it's tough for Apex as well, but Top, he knows that Apex is there. If Apex just shows his shoulder, that is it. But Apex seems to know that Top is on the other side as well, but the disadvantage to Apex because he doesn't have the circle.
Don't even show an ear, not even a shoulder, not an ear, not a finger. The moment he just tried to pick out, that's going to be the end of it. It's going to be perfect crosshair placed on top of Apex by Top. But back to the side of T2K. Now I feel like Top being cornered left, right, center here. But on the side of Top, still fighting against Apex on the other end. MBE spotted out the shots coming up from side of T2K. They are running towards the direction, but Reg placing himself at the ledges. Barely make it happen. But if you fall off this very steep cliff, there's no way to climb back up.
Oh, Apex, no way for him to go. He has to get into the water, but Tops is there. And Tops just need to get a visual onto him. So far, no visual yet. Okay, now Tops. He could see him. He just needs to be patient. There you go. Now he is going in for a fishing mode.
Here come fishy, but no, the fishy is sneaky at this point. MBE, on the other hand, managed to reset themselves, got themselves a bonus in an airdrop as well.
Ooh.
But Top finish off Apex after such a very long, patient game. He made it happen anyway.
So now it's like Top against NBE as well as T2K. Both teams with 3 players still active. T2K without the circle, they have to move in, but NB is just right beside them. The nade was tossed by NB as well as T2K, but none of those nades connect.
And for the side of NB, they tried to spread out to make sure they have wider angles to cover, but T2K, they're being bombarded by those nades from afar. Will they keep the pressure on? Will Top try to play it quietly and just trying with those chicken dinner by himself? But the blue zone, it's too punishing, eating them alive. Rick have to stand up, giving away his position, but he will toss the favor back with those nades.
Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Will it land onto anyone? Looks like the answer is no. Rick needs to reset, but at the same time, look at the blue. Gonna put pressure on the T2K. T2K needs to get up. Fist from afar, but it's gonna be Rick knocked down by his own. Fist gets 1 point star as well. Can he get the other one? Now it's time for Top to move.
Oh boy, this might actually be doable for Top at this point. Now they finish off T2K with only Jane left at Top. On the other hand, fighting against the entirety of NBE, who's marching right across him. There's nowhere to go. And that's finished off by Fizzboy. Leaving only T2K. NBE taking the first chicken, setting a tone for the rest of our tournament.
I don't know who predicted STE, but well, anyway, NBE taking home the first chicken dinner. My goodness, NBE coming from Mongolia. Basically, it was almost an all-Mongolia finish with T2K having that one final member still active. So they managed to get a second place finish from his survivability.
This is what I love, having fresh look into the tournament, right? You cannot predict anything that can happen in this tournament because maybe they don't have enough data on this place. And this is actually a good platform, a good tournament for them to actually get to know each other when it comes to their firepower.
Yeah, but I think there's one key thing, right? That the Mongolian teams are always very scary. Like, remember back in the day, like when they first debuted in, I think PMWL or PMGC, either one of those, and nobody really talks about them. But when all of a sudden, they could go all up, they could challenge the Chinese teams and all that, get a 3rd place in the world. All of a sudden, Mongolia is now on the map of PUBG Mobile. It's like everywhere they go, people will talk about them.
They are like hitmen, silent but deadly.
Yeah.
So you have to keep an eye on them, but they make you cannot see them. They play low profile as possible, but I have to give it to the side of NB. That was a neat ending come up from them. It was clean and it was looking flawless. I'm not sure how much did they actually score by the end of the day, but it's more than enough for them to actually put themselves as #1 when it comes to day #1 as well. But so many early skirmishes because of the circle itself as a start favors to us more on the right side of the map.
Yeah, the circle went all the way to the right. Even towards the end, there was a percentage of circle that has water.
True.
So it's like 50%, 50%, 50% all the way pretty much to the end. Then to the end, you get like 20, 30% of water still. And that kind of forced one of the players to actually jump into the water and, well, became a fish for Top.
Merman,
yeah.
There you go. But also because of the water ratio in it, it bought so much space and time for Tops that he can actually hide behind those ledges. If there's no space like that, it's kind of hard for them to actually play in a flat field at that point.
Yeah, because it's so flat, it's like an airport there. It is that flat, okay? So it's easy to be spotted out, especially like if you're that one player and you're up against 3, like they can shoot from multiple angles, so there's no way you can get up.
You believed in him, you had faith, and he almost did it. I'm not gonna lie, that was really tough for him to actually fight against 2 teams at the same time.
Yes, STE size M, by the way. Just saying.
Axel, I'm a bigger person. I'm a curvy one, okay?
She pick another team,
thick.
okay?
I'm thick. I love thick. Okay. But you know what? We're gonna miss our analysts here since they're gonna be staring at us. I can feel the creepiness of staring from this side. But we're gonna pass it back to On The Go and Contra. Take it away.
No worries, we won't be staring for all too long. But of course, coming back to us, On The Go, that map in Sanhok, we have not predicted one thing, that the circle is all the way by the waters across Charlie. Oh, sorry, not Charlie, Camp Bravo. And of all the teams that have been able to make it into the top 5, 5 of them are hailing in from South Asia. Absolute domination coming in from NBeSports.
Yep, 10 placement point time, elimination points. South Asia definitely doing really, really well now. Top 5, all of them they were there. And for now, I'm not really into Sanhok. I still believe Sanhok is whoever wins. It's kind of determined by the circle's direction, right? And this time around, the circle was kind of 50% water at stage 5, so the playable area was very, very small. So I still have faith in Southeast Asian teams, and I'm surprised as well that the fact that FaZe Clan did let go of Bootcamp and gave it to STALWART Esports. For the play of the match.
Yep, it's going to be Akazai from NBeSports, where we see him dish out so much damage and actually create a lot of that spacing in such a tough area of play. We saw it's basically what the casters say. It's kind of like an airport. There's almost no land left available. We see some of these players even diving into the waters, trying to stay afloat, but NBE, they've had all their members surviving to tail to the final few stages, and perhaps maybe getting your way into the end of the zone is the way to go than to actually go out guns blazing from the start, where we even see, I'm glad that you actually brought out certain teams like, you know, a few names like FaZe Clan as well as Vampire Esports. We expected them to actually do a lot better, but they just crashed out pretty early on.
Yeah, I feel like there were too many early skirmishes between the Southeast Asian team. I think the only one that was involved in the early fight was AGIA. The rest of them were all the Southeast Asian teams. GEEK, SLATE, Boom, FaZe Clan, Vampire, all of them lost members quite early. While Southeast Asian players, the teams, they were trying to bring all the 4 teams to the last circle, and most of them did survive until the end. With 4 players, right? There were 2 teams with 4 players at least at stage 5. None of the Southeast Asian team had full squad, at least 3 maximum.
Yeah, we
and
see
that was FaZe Clan, and they didn't even have the circle.
Absolutely, we see a lot of casualties going on from the span of the early game to the mid game. And with that being said, of course, congratulations once again to NBeSports of Mongolia. And of course, they are the first one to back the chicken dinner for South Asia. Let's see what happens in match 2, because this is the map that everybody has known like the back of their hand. So 3 rounds back-to-back in Erangel. I feel like this is definitely going to be a little bit of a switch up as compared to what we see back in Sanhok. So I'm not even certain if the circle will be as wonky as game 1, and if that's going to be the case, we're looking at perhaps what, an island ending, which majority of these teams probably have played in their respective PMPL SA as well as SEA.
I would say that if the circle is something similar like what happened in Sanhok, right, where it goes to the edge, touching water and stuff for Erangel, and it starts to be like, you know, all these rare circles, I think that will be a problem with Southeast Asian teams, because for Erangel, most of the PMPL, the circle is going to the same exact place, which is somewhere around Gatka, the Gatka
slightly level center,
and then to SPM, which is the Mansion Prison, and also SPM, Prison, Mansion, and also what's the other thing?
Prison, Mansion,
Shelter.
Shelter.
So that is the normal circle for Erangel now. It's very rare for it to go to shooting range or even to Sonoska military base. However, if the circle's not going there, I think it'll be trouble for most of the Southeast Asian team. The circle is very repetitive for Erangel and also for Miramar. Miramar, it goes to Chumachara a lot, and now it's going to Monte a lot as well. So this is gonna be a little bit tough for the Southeast Asian team, because they're kind of used to all this, you know, the normal circles. Whatever happened in Lakawi just now, that was odd.
Yeah, we saw so much action going on, because a lot of all these teams were basically booking spots around Lakawi, somewhere in the middle of the jungle as well. Some were hoping to actually cut across from Ban, and they didn't expect that journey to be moving all the way up towards the north side over onto the Bravo section. So that definitely was a good curveball for spectators, but you can only imagine how difficult it could be for the players that were playing inside. So, of course, there's a lot more for us to actually witness. That's basically what some may call, you know, the warm-up round, where everybody is just trying to get a little bit more of a feel of how teams are operating. Now they have a little bit of a clear idea inside of Sanhok. Maybe tomorrow will be something different, of course. But now, Erangel, we've spoke about, you know, changes when it comes down to, you know, drop locations, and some of these areas might actually see changes or maybe even contests, especially now that we're in the big cities.
Yeah, we saw a few contests in Sanhok itself. I will expect the same for Erangel. Again, what I want to focus on Erangel and also Miramar is the play style of the teams. We saw that the team that had a circle from the beginning for for Sanhok, they didn't do that well because right now nobody wants to go to the center, which means you won't be able to get elimination point. It's a tournament that requires you, a format that requires you to get elimination point. If you want to play safe and you go to the center, you're going to shoot anyone. Because right now, if you want to play aggressive, you go and crash a house, everybody is ready with grenades. You won't be able to defend the compound well. So for me, it still depends on how the teams are playing. Are they playing from the edge? Are they playing from the compound in the center of the circle? And how many of these South Asian teams are gonna play from the edge? Because teams like STE, even for a team like NB, the firepower is amazing.
Yeah, and that was actually being depicted in the very get-go where we saw Aegon I8 actually going for those early contests. They managed to actually trade with Hill. They got all 4 points, but despite all that, they were left with only 1 member. That goes to show that even when you play from the outskirts, if you can basically fight it all out, you can still walk away with quite a number of points. So I think that that's good news for Aegon, but like you also have to consider this is a huge risk to take because when you lose so many members so early, it's still a long game to go. Especially now, the new point system does not allow anybody below the 9th place position to actually get any points. And actually, to correct myself, 8th position onwards. 8th position only allows you 1 ranking point.
Yeah. Right now, for teams that go for kills, elimination points, let's say they get 10 elimination points, but then they get eliminated at 9th place, I think they're in a good spot. If they can repeat that for every single game, so we have total of 6 times 4, 24 games, that's 240 points at the end of the day, even if they have 0 placement point. I think those teams are the teams that are doing well in their respective PMPL. Elimination point is the key to win in this particular format. So if you have huge firepower, I think it's okay to risk playing from the side of the circle. Try to, you lose 1-2 members, but if you have 10 elimination points per game, that's good enough.
Yeah,
but again,
that's basically the chicken dinner already, right?
Yes.
So yeah, overall, especially when we saw back in Sanhok, 5 teams managed to get to the end of it all, and majority consisting of South Asian teams so far. I want to talk a little bit more on Southeast Asian teams because, like, we built a little bit more of that hype on some of all these household names. Like, Newsy did actually play in that previous round. I guess, like, they still haven't really figured out that formula just yet. And then the teams that have stepped up, YOODO Alliance, I think they did a fantastic job back in Sanhok.
I'm just kind of upset that Adeluk died quite early. I think that guy is good. Let's see if we can do it well for this round. But for our talent prediction, FaZe Clan and also STALWART. I'm picking STALWART this time around.
Yeah, this time around I'm going in for a FaZe Clan where surely there was changes to this roster in particular, but all eyes are still on 2 particular names such as Venturis as well as Mela that has been able to be veteran players around the PMPL Thailand scene. And this consistency has shown even despite Tony K now joining another squad, and they've also had so many changes over there. I wonder if they will be able to get that chicken dinner, but I guess like these are our predictions. I can't really wait to see what do they think over the casters desk. So Choo Choo, Sir Cloud, what say you?
You're putting us in the spot. We're not going to say it. We don't play that game. We're not going to gel into your game. Don't let us jinx those teams. Because, all the teams that we mentioned before didn't make it anyways. Almost didn't count, man.
Okay. If you wanna go that way, yeah. Almost don't count, so I'll be worried for both of their predictions. They have Vampire as well as STE. Do we still need to give one?
It was FaZe, by the way. It was FaZe.
Oh, FaZe, sorry. FaZe and STE. Do we still need to give one? No, right?
They did well in their job. Let them do their job. We're not going to do that.
Yeah, we'll leave the predictions to them before somebody says that, it's going to be the casters good.
Yeah, we're the casters here, so we usually get to be blamed here. But also, speaking of the teams, so far, we see a different side of South Asia we don't get to see before, which is going to be the team that we barely get to see them before actually make a very good grand entrance. Speaking of not Bolton Esports or MBE here, definitely have such a strong start. Not just the chicken dinner, but with 10 eliminations in Sanhok. We don't see them that often when it comes to the in-game just now. You don't see their names popping too much, but they're actually way up there.
Yeah, they come in at the right timing, in other words, right? And at some point, so the growth of PUBG Mobile in Mongolia is now, it's also them being in the ecosystem. Like before this, there was always a lot of talk about like, oh, it's either going to be STALWART Esports or Zeus Esports, also known as IHC in recent years. But now with the other new names, like what you mentioned, NBE, and then we have For Miracle Vibes and MAB as well, coming from Mongolia. They are putting a big challenge to the other teams. In fact, if we look at all the Mongolian teams earlier, there was only one Mongolian team at number 8. Other than that, they were like top 6 or so. So basically, they're stacking up the upper half of the charts.
I agree. Their firepower definitely tremendously big and strong. But I do notice that about For Miracle Vibes, when I look back about their history, they have been forming themselves for a long time. I mean, like, it's so hard for them to actually grind themselves up here, and it's well deserving for them if they can actually get themselves the knack chicken dinner. But don't forget about the teams coming up from South Asia. They adapt fast.
Oh, yeah. And I do agree with one of our analysts on the go. He mentioned that the Sanhok is very circle dependent. And I totally agree with that, right? So it's very circle dependent. If you don't really get the circle, then it's very, very hard. But next we're going to come into, we can arguably say this is one of the more balanced map inside of PUBG Mobile. It's going to be Erangel, unless if we get a military-based circle. Then it's going to be a different conversation.
But also it's one of the most significant and yet very important map because we're going to play it the most. We don't want to waste any more of your time dilly-dallying. Let's fly straight into Erangel.
Here is Erangel, ladies and gentlemen. If we get a military circle in game number 1, ooh, that's all I can say. But it looks like we're going to start the flight path from the areas of Primos all the way up to STALWART. So it's a flight path that, well, most of the hard drops are able to be reached by the teams unless they want to drop into areas like Milta Power. That's going to take a bit. In which, if that happens, then there's a possibility of clashing while getting vehicles. But for the hotspots like Pachinki, School, Rozhok, it's all right.
It's so important when they have their initial drop spot here and mark themselves since the first day at the first map of Erangel, because it will be, how do I say it, reflect for their performance for the entire day, maybe even for the entirety of this tournament. If they cannot hold their ground and their initial drop spot, that's going to be a big trouble for them. We do have Vampires dropping way early on top of Primos. Leo will drop on top of around those Garka Mountains. But I'm looking at Pachinki. How many teams have their eyes on Pachinki?
Yes, the hot spot, Pachinki. So far, we can see YOODO Alliance hovering around there, but looks like, will they stop there?
Feels nobody wants to drop into Pachinki here.
Or could it be YOODO Alliance? Okay, they're still hovering though, so probably not. But if anyone wants to join into Pachinki, well, by all means, like, number 1, there's nobody there. Number 2, the circle is on the left side.
Also, speaking of the circle as well, FaZe definitely had those early circles, just like how previous Sanhok kind of shows. But when it comes to this one, it's going to be almost the same circle that they have in the center. But can they hold their ground? Because we mentioned about how you have only some ledges if the circle happen to be pushing towards the side of the coastline. Ooh. But coming up from hill, got themselves early first contact with ST, who just dropped themselves. Did not even give them any sort of a space to even loot up.
No space at all, especially if they all go up to the high ground. But Hale,
no way.
What's another target? It's going to be YOODO Alliance on the other side. Hale Esports, but how much can they get out of this? Okay, they're going to start it off with Shamil. Get Slow, gets a knockdown, and Sky only will finish off Shamil. So first blood to Hale Esports and the rest of YOODO Alliance. They have to pray that they can get the right weapons to go up against the rest of Hale.
This is insane. You saw how Hale just cut across 2 teams, forcing the fight way so much. We're only duo. It's not even the entire squad. I'm not sure if this is a wise decision, but if they clutch this out, it will be a big one for them.
Well, it looks like it's all about aggression here in game number 2. As Red Bull Boy gets a knockdown to get Slow, and Adelu will finish him off. A little bit of a revenge there for YOODO Alliance. Sky only with a DBS in hand, the last man of Hale inside this compound. He needs Tiger, he needs Flash. Where are they?
They definitely split it out, and they just jump in and go straight into the enemy's territory. I'm not sure what is the game plan here, but here comes the rest of Hale. Tiger X coming up from the high grounds, but a bit too far to reach. Look, playing around the stack as with Sky holding those DBS, but Leo drop a perfect nade and finish off 2 Hay players in an instant.
Well, looks like that didn't go well for Hale Esports. Only managed to get 1 point from that siege. Yep, they were very confident to try to take the advantage because they know that, okay, no loot as a start, but the moment YOODO Alliance, they found their weapons inside the compound. They found a couple of grenades as well, and that's why Oleo got the knockdown with nade. Well, that's where they were countered upon because YOODO Alliance still has the numbers.
Honestly, I feel like it's a bit too hasty. Just way too hasty about the decision just now. Maybe they have a different mindset just before the start of the game. If they can actually get themselves some weapon, couple of vehicles, they got 1 buggy, they just go in. They were trying to chase down STE before, and next is going to be YOODO Alliance. Yes, at least they got 1 point. But at a very dead cause, as Hale starting off with only 2 players now.
Yeah, as a start. But I guess they're really like, okay, maybe like, okay, it's still round number 2 out of like so many games, like 4 days. So it's like, okay, if you want to do something different, you want to try something out, you might as well do it now. And you can think of like, okay, we'll think about the next round to catch up on the points instead. So if they want to do that, well, by all means.
I agree. I mean, like, it's not too detrimental if they are experimenting in the first few rounds because it's still a lot of catching up with the 3 more days, right? So yeah, why not? But at the same time, that was baffling for me. Coming up from STALWART, STE spotted out YOODO Alliance. YOODO Alliance tried to creep out from behind. Maybe just look and find themselves that information to work with, relay back towards the rest of the roster for Adik Look. He will rejoin with the rest of the team, or maybe reposition himself to outflank and corner them out, but he got caught in the action by action.
Caught in the action by action, that rhymed well. I see one of the newer players of STALWART Esports, used to be with Zeus, used to be with IHC, joining STALWART Esports for this campaign. So looks like he'll be with the other top players such as Action. But now with the knockdown, I wonder if STE will go in. But looks like the answer is no. They're pretty comfortable at where they are, or maybe they'll decide to rotate to somewhere else instead.
If it's out of STE, they are playing around the coastline. Got himself a couple of nades. Well, we do have Leo taking a Gakka Mountain. Used to be one of the most famous places out there to farm those eliminations, but not so much these days, right?
Yeah, I guess because if you're like our analysts talk about the point system, right? If you're on the Gakka Mountain, what's the best that you can do? Number 1, you can scout, you can look around you. Number 2, you have to depend on long range. And sometimes depending on long range, it's either a hit or miss. Even if you hit, like finishing up the job, like getting the elimination itself is going to be hard from afar. So maybe that's why we don't see that many teams prioritizing Gakka Mountain anymore.
Kind of true, but if you happen to have to cross around, that's going to be a bit of a problem. Like in the case of Alter Ego just now, I'm not sure if they want to go past this because the rest of Leo already got himself quite a hike. Already jumped himself right on top of everybody else. All they need to do is wait, but do they have enough to last long? So far, the utilities-wise, the resources, well, I say it's fair enough for now. But boom, migrating himself around the Motown area, just might walking into Rostock later. But we haven't got ourselves a glimpse of the second circle. We're still waiting for it. Well, we're looking at all the other teams. Only YOODO Alliance and Hill happen to be losing some of their players. But you know what? I do love those popping up from the regional points on the left corner.
Yeah. Okay, I just noticed that. I actually didn't notice that. It took me a while. Like, oh, left corner.
Just popped.
Oh, yeah.
Just popped.
So we have regional points now. And I think this is interesting, right? So like what's mentioned by Senator during the interview, he did say that, oh, it's about them representing South Asia as well.
True.
So I think that kind of point is like, it's relevant to whatever that he discussed. And maybe they have like, oh, South Asia pride. So it's South Asia versus Southeast Asia, right? I think that's a very interesting stat to see.
See who's actually the stronger region in the first day.
Yeah.
We get more points. Like, yeah, we're flexing it, guys. South Asia is actually getting more. And we don't know for the entire day. We're going to have to wait and see. But back to the side of Leo, boom. Happen to be scouting them, and Slick will pass back the information. But the thing is, do Boom want to march in, or do Leo want to stay this quietly? Because they can actually try to give a couple of taps. Spotted out Razy. There goes, clip quite a number of it. Chipped down some damage, but he jumps back into this compound. And I feel like they don't want to take the chances too early on.
Yeah, because everyone's still waiting for the next circle, right? You might as well.
Oh,
If
man.
you want to crash in, then it has to be objective. So without the information of the circle, not yet. But Blade, let's see if he can literally cut onto the top. And the answer is yes. But speaking about the circle, it still goes to the Gaka Mountain. Next phases of rotation, and teams might be interested to go up there.
Now, that's going to be super interesting. We do know for a fact Leo's already up there. Do
Yeah.
they have enough to hold the mountains? Because I see, yeah, they do have some resources, but is it going to be enough? Is it going to be more than enough? Because it's going to be more than one team trying to march in there. And that's why we saw Boom scouting around the area quite early on. Outside of DRS, sharing the same compound as one of the players of STEIC. Happened to be alone here. I'm not sure where are the others. Not too far off, but definitely in a different building entirely. Now, how he wants to play this for the side of STE. If they force the fight here, Cloud, both teams might actually lose because they're way into the blue zone.
Well, here, there's a trend I noticed about some of the South Asia teams, right? So they like to lock teams, even though when the blue is here. So for example, like what DRS is doing right now, even though the blue has arrived and they're like 2,000 meters away, they still like maximize the time in the blue as long as they can lock that one team out. And so happened that STE is the team to be locked out. So I don't know how they're gonna come up with a solution with that, because if they try to take the fight in one area where DRS is at, then they don't know exactly where the other members of DRS is. So DRS can actually do a crossfire onto wherever they crash into.
I really need to sort out their priorities then, because we do know you cannot fight the blue zone either way. But on the side of Alter Ego, they definitely shot down Yami before, who actually being picked up by his member Pombit nearby. Aegon IA Blade shooting on MBE, who got himself a last chicken in. And MBE, I'm not sure where exactly the position is right now, but I have a feeling a lot of a team right now currently around the side of the Gakka Mountains foot. But Rosemary will fight back aside of Boom. They have a lot of long fight between these two Indonesian teams. Boom and Alter Ego happen to be always trailing each other early on.
Rosemary, not really Rose carrying just yet. But because of that knockdown, there's going to be action coming in from Boom as they coming on to Alter Ego. But Ajul will be knocked down as he tried to travel into the compound. Potato will finish him off. Now Potato needs to win a 1v1 and Razy knocked down Potato. 2 for him back to back. Can he get a third one? It's going to be Potato versus Yummy. Yummy Potato. Potato Yummy, and Yummy is out.
And this is one crispy Potato we're talking about. Clutching so much left, right, and center. And speaking of two angles, that was a really fast reflex coming out of this one particular player. What a formidable player that is. But from Rosemary's side, he will be picked up by Potato again for a short time. Hopefully there's nobody else passing by here, because if they do happen to have visitors, I have a feeling Alter Ego won't last that long. But thankful enough, it's quite clear for them. We have the circle to shrink even further, which is going to be Leo taking the most advantage out of this.
Wow, Leo still with the high ground, and look at that spread. Basically, the entire Gakka Mountain is theirs. So they are the kings of the mountain for now, unless the circle goes there. And it'll be really interesting to see how other teams take over the Gakka Mountain, or maybe Hail Esports, who's on their vehicle, moving towards their direction, might challenge Leo.
Do have latecomers. STE and DRX happen to be partways for now and walking straight into Gakka. 4MV will fight against another team right on top around the Gakka area as well. They will be gatekept by Alter Ego at the foot of the mountain, but Alter Ego couldn't stay safe as long. But AGI8 taking on MBE, IQQ and Blade making so much work for the team, and that's going to be the entirety of MBE will be eliminated as well if they're not being careful, because two teams already gone back to back. That's going to be Boom and Hail.
Wow, NBE looked like as if they fell into their trap. The moment they came in, like they were immediately sandwiched, shot by two different directions, and two of them taken out just like that. And now for YOODO Alliance, down to Olio to pick up his IGL, Repo Boy. But it's not going to be easy. Okay, number one, look at the lock. Look at the minimap. 2-2, 2 on top, 2 at the bottom. Where is Olio going to go?
Kind of stuck there. East taking on Repo Boy. The moment you mentioned about YOODO Alliance, they're kind of stuck for now. Box on the other hand, taking it a different level entirely, taking those high grounds to work. Ventura spotted out one of GEEK SLATE members. Mika from afar being sprayed. He got himself some rock to cover with. as barricade. Vintorius will smoke himself, get onto the buggy, and might just get away from outside of this warehouse. You need to get out. They don't want to trap themselves like how we saw YOODO Lions did, left with only one player in this state. But a Mini 14, Box Gaming spray out to a maybe, but they managed to get themselves the position that they need with those buggies.
Yeah, smart positioning by Box Gaming because they position themselves at the choke point. Whenever teams try to cross the bridge, just like MAB, they have the opportunity to shoot. Now, getting anyone out of that is another question, but at least it's a smart position to be at. MAB, they are totally prepared for that. That's why they go towards the left, and they're now in the compound within the circle. Now, speaking about getting in the circle, STE and DRS, inseparable.
I have to say they're like twins right now. Siamese twins that kind of stuck together since the start till the end, possibly both working their way in the same direction, in a parallel universe, but they are clashing right out. Again, this has been going since the early start of the match, and they're still going against each other since it's going into the fourth stage in less than 5 seconds now. They have to figure out where to go next, because if they don't take the fight now, it's going to be tough, because Leo's waiting on the other end. And both teams might go down by Alter Ego to get on 4MV.
Starting off with Fnatic getting the knockdown, and East will get a knockdown to Fnatic instead. A little bit of a trade there between the two teams. Potato's coming from the other side. Potato knocked down to East. Rosemary as well coming to the fray to finish off Dog. And now Apex is the last man standing. Apex will secure that one elimination point. But will he pick up his teammate? Or will he try to win the fight before he does that? Rosemary with the nade onto him. Luckily for him, it does not connect. And it looks like Apex is still alive after all that.
There was 1 HP left from Potato before he reset himself. They almost got him, but because of that almost, this is causing them so much of a problem. It'll be a hindrance right now for 4MV. There's no way out for them. Circle, cornered, everything that you can say right now, that's the state of 4MV. You don't want to be in the receiving end because Apex, he'll be run down, not ready to charge in. But we're moving towards FaZe and T2K and GEEK SLATE at the same vicinity.
Oh, and finally Apex been taken out by Rosemary. And that is 4 points in the back for Alter Ego, but we're coming towards Yogopool. FaZe Clan and T2K. Sundash has a nade in hand. Sundash tosses a nade on the side of FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan will need to get away the nade. Luckily for FaZe Clan, it will not connect, but Momo with the nade on his own. Onto the outside, and Sundash knocked down.
Mormon tossing a one big nade and a Kobe at that. Now going for the push. But you have to be extra careful. Playing around the corners, back into the warehouse, trying to find any loophole or any sort of entrance to a sort of T2K. They're taking back their back seat here for T2K. Finish with 1 nade coming up from Mormon. What an incredible nade coming from Mela as well.
Oh, beautifully done by FaZe Clan to defend the compound against the incoming T2K. And now we move over to Box Gaming. And STE drops in now on his knees. Goes to on the other side. But looks like he want to pick up his teammate. The smoke will be tossed out. But time is not on their side, Choo Choo. They are all on the outside of the circle.
I see that STE do have the upper hand. If the circle happens to be shrinking, the Blues are closing on their side. It's going to be Top ticketed again, as per usual. Geisu on the other end being spotted out by Tops. But he has to wait for the right time for him to pick out. Chip half HP of it. But Leo waiting on the high ground for these teams to pick out here. None of the team is actually safe right now.
Oh, Gosu, just like none of the teams that you mentioned, not safe at all, as Tops will keep an eye onto him. The small bridge will be created by Tops. He tries to go up to a higher angle, tries to spot out where Gosu is at. Gosu at 50% of health, only 2 bullets needed by Tops to take him down. And Tops, he does have the inner side of the circle. Gosu climbing up to the high ground. But the moment they show themselves on the road, it's going to be DRS that might be able to spot them out.
YOODO Lions eliminated. I saw and spotted Vampire shooting out on Leo. They tried to take away those Gut Mountains, but Vampire is taking a bit of a fight against AGI 8. But on the side of Box, goes to have numbers of it, but Tops, I'm not sure how many bullets he have left on that rifle. Not enough for the entirety magazine. Now, that's going to be his M416 in the last magazine to use. He's still got himself some Mini 14, but Top playing alongside with the blue zone. It's not his best friend. Magosu just have to settle down. It's playing out the healing game. But on the side of those high grounds, spotted out tops. The last remaining member of STE once more. DRX gatekeeping on the north or towards the east side. While Leo fighting against Alter Ego, Vampires, and AGI8 at the same time.
Oh, Liquid, high ground. Can he get something out of this? And looks like Leo, they're going to crash in onto AGI8, but Liquid knocked down. And now the rest of Liquid teammate will need to come in. Slipdog will be knocked down as well. Blade is winning the fight for his team. Blade will need to win the 1v1, but Blade knocked down, but his teammates is there to cover him up.
QQ will try to clutch it up for Leo. Leo, who should be holding their fortress strong, now dropped 2 crumbles down. QQ will have to revive his teammate as well, but Vampires marching on the other end. None of these teams actually can hold their ground enough long. And Leo finally have to give it away, but Slipknot managed to take out Falak in the last minute there. But I'm not sure if there's any people or any teammate coming from Leo still survive or they're being eliminated entirely. But coming from Vampires on the eastern side, now pushing towards the west side of Gaka Mountain, they're trying to take reign on this throne.
Oh, look at this. FaZe Clan and GEEK SLATE. And not only that, MAV is there as well. We got Delta for DRS there as well. I mean, all these teams so close to each other. It really depends on who has the higher advantage. Mela with an 8 on his own. Tries to connect on to the rest of GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE still on the low ground. Damroot at the forefront with 40% of health left. Ventores just across him. Ventores, he has an 8 on his own. And Mela will be the one to take down Damroot.
There's a very steep cleave, by the way. They've managed to pin him down anyway. Damrit tried to be the front line, but not going to be enough. The support fire came a bit later, but it made it happen anyway. But it's not from the team. It's coming from MAB. On the other end, they spotted our FaZe. This gives so much space for GEEK SLATE to actually survive and climb up and hike towards those mountains. And this is going to be a 3-way war. And the one actually stuck in between is going to be FaZe. There's no way up for Undens.
Rosemary knocks down Blade, and Potato will finish him off. Looks like a lot of action happening all around this circle at this point. GEEK SLATE still trying to come up to the high ground. Stone shoots onto GEEK SLATE. Mika managed to jump away to safety. Ravenclaw is currently down. Stone needs to save him, but before that, he needs to take out the entire of GEEK SLATE.
One that will be stopping FaZe is going to be maybe from the back line. GEEK SLATE a bit thankful and have a bit of a side relief temporarily, but Vampires will not them leave by. Stone managed to pin down on one to a side of Mika. Another nade being tossed around at the exact position where he spotted him out just now. But lucky enough, they got themselves some covers around the corners there. But Snipes spotted out MAB players trying to take advantage of his position, but FaZe trap in between. It's going to be Snipes down.
That's going to be the 3rd point for GEEK SLATE. Stone with an 8 in his hand. He knows exactly where GEEK SLATE is at. Newsy at the same time going to come in from the other side. Newsy together with Ravenclaw. Looks like Newsy, Ravenclaw, the duo from the right. But Stone is getting closer and closer towards GEEK SLATE. The zone is still within the circle. GEEK SLATE, where are they going to go from here? They got MAB to deal with on the left as well.
Oh, it's not going to be enough, and there goes the toss of the nade. Didn't pin them down, but Snub is just too low right now. There's nowhere for him to stand anymore as he knocked down on his knees. GEEK left with 2 players, MAB and Vampires crushing and compressing SLATE. GEEK SLATE on both sides. They're being trapped, but Ravenclaw got back fire. Zonix taking from afar, but there's going to be the nade drop down, and Vampires triumph in that fight against GEEK SLATE, and MAB will have to be a bit disappointed. Didn't manage to steal it away in the last minute.
Well, to add on to the glory of Vampire Esports, they will still have all their members alive after the pickup. And now Onza is going to come in to go on the other side onto Leo. Leo from MAB eliminated, taken out. Onza wants to get a second target. Onza shot from above. Oh, and Wally will be the one to take the Onza. What a surprise shot from that high ground.
It's all about the high ground games here for all the teams. Whoever not up there feels like a Vampire's chicken. They're so good at holding this compound, but Alter Ego want to contest against them. Fnatic, this is a very steep cliff. It's so hard to position themselves, and a very slippery one as well. Rosemary come up from behind, try to backstab them. We have to be extra careful because Vampires know exactly where he's standing, where he picks. Rosemary down to only 30% of health. Well, Fnatic cooking up the nade. Potato with a micro Uzi. Ravenclaw bleeding out at the sideline. And maybe at the backline. But where is DRS?
Yeah, where is DRS? They should be on the other side, unchallenged at this point. But Alter Ego and Vampire Esports, the name from Potato, will be cooked up, will be tossed onto Vampire Esports. But it's so hard to hit the target. Can you imagine how frustrating it is tossing out all those names but can't connect any at all? It is just this hill that is just so tricky for these teams to play.
On the side of Alter Ego, they scored themselves 12 eliminations by now, but they need more. Baron taking it out on Killer. DRS having a bit of a problem to climb up there. And maybe stopping them as well. Rosemary spotted out Flukev. Trying to pin him down, but it's just difficult with this rock in between.
Oh!
But there's going to be Stone dropping the big one. This is Kobe on top of that, leaving Alter Ego with 2 players. But they do have those rocks. Pushing in, coming from Vampires, trying to finish them off. The Blues are coming in as well. Fnatic sprayed. He couldn't hold on. 11-1-1 players, but Alter Ego cannot last long enough. Vampires, they need the reset with 2 players left.
Well, Vampire, they have all the time in the world to reset at this point because MAB is locked in with DRS. DRS now, still on the lower ground. MAB have a little bit more elevation onto them. Delta, 10% of health left. Wally's gonna come in for the other side. The Molly onto Delta, and Delta is down.
Baron making so much work for the side of MAB. DRX trying to find any sort of a point that they can squeeze in, but not given any chance at all. From the side of DRS, left with only 1 player that's still standing. Wally tried to find out, they're trying to compress both ways, but Rozok, here comes the nade. Vampire still holding strong with a full squad on top of them. And the one that actually gonna get the chicken is gonna be Vampires, definitely. But DRS have to bet out at 3rd place for now.
Well, now Vampire just need to finish up the job, going up against 3 from MAB. Vampire have the circle, Vampire have the higher ground, Vampire have the numbers, Vampire have everything right now to finish up the job, to get this chicken dinner. But it is not official until they do so, as Ravenclaw will toss out the first nade onto Wally, but Wally's just too far away.
Running out of their resources, their utilities, their was barely have enough. They've been fighting so long. 9 eliminations. So far, the highest we've seen, it was Alter Ego at 12. But can they get more? Can they finish off at least at 13 here? If they wiped out the entirety, maybe even 12, the most right now, because they may be left with only 3 players. Wally, Kisa, and Baron tried to spread out. But the problem is, they do have the highest standing point from the side of Vampires. How to breach in. They try to cook the nade and get themselves into the center. But if they can drop one, it's going to be a huge entry for the side of MAB.
Yeah, all they need to do at this point is just to wait for MAB to make that first move because there's still a couple of members on the outside of the circle. Vampire Esports just need to hold their ground. But if Vampire Esports, one of them gets knocked down, the rest of MAB will come in.
Still have the rock in between them to take covers. Newsy desperately trying to find any sort of a glimpse, any way to see them at all. Ravenclaw tried to climb down. They might actually try to force this one out, but Baron, he's trying to outflank all the way.
Ooh.
Very dangerous game he's playing by himself. But if he can actually backstep them, but he's spotted out by Ravenclaw. And that's it. Only down to 2. But they managed to land on 1. It's still equal ground.
Oh, here we go as Wally gets a knockdown to Fluke. And now the rest of MAB. All of them currently in the circle. We still have the next stage of the circle to consider as well. Can MAB pull off the incredible now against Vampire Esports? Fluke could be picked up by his teammates, but Stone knocked out by Wally. This is the moment for MAB to come in.
Fair play and fair ground here with 2v2 remaining on both sides of MAB and Vampires. Vampires, they're running out of their throwables. There's nothing left for them right now to toss over to the side of MAB. And this is the time they open up the window. Fluke on the ground. Newsy being picked up. They still try to revive. But Ravenclaw spotted out by Wally. He's trying to go against it with that UMP. He's pulling him out. It's another one. It's going to be 2v3 right now. Be exchanging and playing tag from side of Empires, but Wally make it happen.
Well, we're talking about Stone for the high ground. Gets the no down to Wally. But Casey is going to come in from the other side. 1v1 right now. Going up against Newsy with the high ground. But Newsy's low. Casey can do it. Looks like it's going to be MAB with the chicken dinner. Bring it on.
What just happened? That was a 2v4. A 2v4.
Mongolia is in the house, ladies and gentlemen. First map, Mongolia. Second map, Mongolia. They're here to dominate this tournament.
I'm taking that back. I was so sure that Vampires can have it in the back. They had the high grounds. They have those mollies drop right on the right spot. Those hand grenades work wonderfully well, but when they're running out of it, there's nothing to keep MAB at bay. And MAB, they still have plenty of resources.
Yeah, and even though they had 3v4, they still sent one to go for the flank.
Baron, yeah.
It didn't work out, but somehow the two that's left can still do it. This is insane.
Outclassed, outplayed, outsmart. And that was incredibly fun to watch, but who would have thought? That was a really ridiculous terrain to clutch it out against TV4.
And you know what? When it was a 4v3, you call out, okay, Vampire, they're done, they get chicken dinner. But at some point, it's like, oh, it's not chicken dinner until it's official. And then they just did that comeback. It's crazy.
You have to give it to Wally.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, he just...
Wally. Where's Wally, they say?
Oh,
He's
man.
there taking the chicken dinner.
He's creating a big wall for the side of Empires. They cannot take that chicken. But so far, the most numbers that we saw for elimination was also EGET 12. So I'm not sure if there's anybody else to topple off that chart for now, because we didn't actually give enough attention on how much the side of Wall and MAB do secure themselves for their elimination. But so far, it wasn't a double digit. But I'm not sure when it comes to the ending, when you tallied it up.
Wow. Again, Mongolia, they're here to dominate the world of PUBG Mobile.
South Asia.
Yeah.
South Asia is losing right now.
Yeah, I think when we see the points later on, you'll see a nice gap there. But two back-to-back for Mongolia. But you know what? That is it from us. Let's hear our thoughts from our buddies on the analyst desk. Contra on the go. Take it away.
What an epic clash that was. It was a battle of who is the king of the mountains. And by the end of it, MAB Esports Mabetex, they've been able to overwhelm the rest of all these players that's been holding on for the longest time, and they were outnumbered. My goodness. On the go, I really want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, they did well. I was laughing at the Baron's movement. He was walking from the behind, trying to attack them from the back, flanking. It didn't work out, so I thought, okay, Vampire won this game. But yeah, Wally did amazing. And again, another chicken dinner for the Mongolian teams. One problem with the Southeast Asian teams was, again, we spoke about this Gatka Hill circle. It was exactly the same. And three Southeast Asian teams, the big ones, all of them were there. FaZe Clan was there, Vampire, GEEK, SLATE. They kind of had the same idea on how to go up the hill. But too bad, they have to fight with each other to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, we definitely see a lot of battles taking place across that Gatka mountain overall. Now we're looking MAB seating pretty at the top with 21 points, topping off the record back in Sanhok this time. But when we look into the results itself, on second place as well as third, we see a tie between Vampire Esports as well as Alter Ego. Despite Alter Ego crashing out earlier than maybe a few other teams, they had 12 elimination points in order to keep themselves afloat on the top three.
Yeah, we spoke about this. Elimination point is way important right now. If you can get elimination point and you don't get chicken dinner, it's totally fine. Because the point difference between third place and first place is only 5 points. And if AE can repeat this for the remaining games for today, most probably they do, will be able to catch up with MAB or even STALWART Esports. For now, player of the match goes to Wally. He definitely deserves this.
Absolutely. The IGL of MAB have been able to just run it all the way forward, challenging the entire squad of Vampire Esports by the end of it all. And usually when you go into the final circle, you might have actually second guess, I might just want to hold back and not really push all the way. Wally was doing it all by himself. Sure, you were talking about Baron trying to open up some room over the bottom, which, you know, he did not have good results with. But Wally, he says, I'm just going to go straight in. And he got everybody out.
I think he's not doing the whole overthinking. He just feel like he move forward and kill them, and he did. Right now, overall ranking, MAB will be leading the chart with 25 points.
Yeah, and follow up on by that, we also do have NBES that will be on second place as well, only 5 points shy. Meanwhile, you start to see a number of Southeast Asian teams to be on the first 8 as well, with Vampire, of course, finishing on second inside of Erangel with 17 points, followed by Alter Ego on fourth place. STALWART this time gets pushed down after a little bit of that run-in in that early game. And I was keeping my eyes on STE. They were also trolling with DRS for most part in this game, where, they were kind of stuck wherever they go, where they were forced to actually pick up a fight. Meanwhile, of course, a lot of all these other teams will also have to play catch-up, but good things to see is that everybody has been hunting out on this elimination due to this new format that, hey, maybe you start to realize that sometimes you got to take the right fights. And speaking of that, Hill definitely have taken a lot of all these early trades, and so far, it did not really prove to yield great results. And we start to see Hill, this great team from Thailand that has done so well back in their league, this time seemingly struggling.
I think they did struggle in their own PMPL in Thailand recently. I think Vampire still did the best with the new upcoming team in Thailand League. But for now...
Yeah, overall, we'll definitely continue on that topic. But you guys have already joined us from the get-go. I believe that you guys might want to actually get a little bit of a rest. So we'll give you guys a couple of minutes to grab your water, get some snacks, and we'll continue on with our upcoming round in Match 3.
Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG MOBILE Dynaground. Explore Dyna Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Well, we promise you that the break won't be all too long, and welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It's Southeast Asia versus South Asia, and so far as it goes, 2 chicken dinners have now belonged to South Asia, and both are basically in the hands of 2 different Mongolian teams. And that being said, we're going to go for another round inside of Erangel again. So on the go, of course, so far, are you liking what you're seeing from Erangel?
Yes, everything is going according to plan. And before that, we'll look at our prediction first. And I'll be picking AGI8 and DRS will be for you.
Yeah, I love that we actually switch things around like compared to back in Sanhok. And overall, I've seen that DRS really prioritize on positioning so far in order to get really far into the game. But that scenario back in Gatka Mountain, that was maybe a little bit too hot to handle. I need to hear your thoughts on Aegon I8 as well, because this team has been doing phenomenal in the early game, getting a lot of frags, and well, on our screen, we got this amazing data that we have comparing both regions, Southeast Asia as well as South Asia.
Yeah, 56 total elimination for Southeast Asia, 64 for South Asia. I think for Southeast Asia, I think it will go higher and higher as the game's being played, especially for Erangel. If the circle that we predict, which is the Gatka area, 1, and also the SPM, happens again, I think most teams will start to maybe play from a different direction. All Southeast Asian teams, the big ones, are playing the same way. And that's not good because they're going to meet each other. Vampire, FaZe Clan, GEEK, SLATE, that thing happened at the Gatka Hill just now. I think tomorrow onwards, for Saturday and Sunday as well, things will be slightly different. The way they are playing the game the way they should play the game. I liked it a lot. For South Asia team, I would say all these teams are good when it comes to firepower. DRS more to positioning, but I don't think it's kind of helping out DRS because we saw them. They did well just now. Position-wise, everything good.
Indeed.
Point, only 1.
Yeah, we definitely want to see what more improvements will they have heading into our third match over here. So it's going to be back to Choo Choo as well as Sir Cloud to bring you our upcoming match in Erangel.
So if what's mentioned by our analysts that tomorrow will be different, so you got to stay tuned to tomorrow as well, and also to the rest of the other days up until Sunday, ladies and gentlemen. So this is a PMRC. Do you expect something different as what's mentioned by the analysts?
Feels like it is a very trapping question for me because I personally don't want to. Because I'm loving what I'm seeing here right now.
So we keep it as it is.
Yeah, I wish so. Because nobody speaks too much, or nobody talks too much about teams like MBE, like MAB example. And they are putting up such a stellar performance, sublime even in the state. But right now we're walking back into Erangel. Will be the same fate as the Mongolian taking the reign right now. Let's head into it. Wow.
Wow.
We don't see that kind of swerve.
Oh, that kind of swerve.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that kind of swerve, a fun fact, that kind of swerve is already in, like, if you spectate a regular PUBG Mobile game, it's already there.
Yeah, but we don't get to see it too much in the tournament. That was really cool, by the way.
Yeah, you just need to switch it at the right timing, like really, really early. So, but yeah, so that's where we need to say thank you to our observers and producers for capturing the moments for us, because all that is, of course, the things that make the game beautiful.
Yeah, I miss that kind of very outstanding observing. I love how things going on right now. But speaking of this, just now, that was kind of a rare circle, by the way. A very 100% Gatka Mountain circle. You don't see that too often.
Yeah, 100% Gatka Mountain. Even like in recent PMPLs and all that, we don't really get to see that. So it's nice to see that. But irregardless, I'll still be interested to see whether we get a military-based circle. You know, just put it out there. Well, we want to see how the teams overcome such a circle, you know.
That would be fun to watch, especially when it was really awkward. But usually it becomes like that when it comes to the last few days.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, when it's the first few, we give it a bit of a generous circle, right? I feel like it's going to be a very generous one as well. But prove me wrong, that would be very intelligent, you know, very generous circle. But not many teams are actually on the right side of a map due to the flight path itself.
one thing I noticed changed is Pachinki. So previously Pachinki didn't have anyone. This time it's going to be Hale Esports instead of Pachinki. They could have started off there unchallenged. I'm liking the theme for this PMRC this time, right? We are comparing Southeast Asia and South Asia. Even though it's like, okay, number one, you still get a bigger piece of the prize pool as an individual team, but you know, all these stats just make the theme go well.
Yeah, it's like numbers don't lie, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no matter how you want to fight in the comments, the numbers don't lie. So far, it's still the first day. Still the first day, so don't get too strong in the chat. But coming back to as a side of all the teams, so far, a lot of the South Asian teams, especially the top two, taken over by MAB and NBeSports, which they do have themselves the first two chicken dinners. But Vampires have been consistent as well because they're placing themselves third and fourth and consistently got themselves at the top 5 for the last 2 games.
Yeah, because MBES, they are like number 1, number 2, and then you have STE number 5, and you have 4MV number 8. Basically, the first half is, you can consider the first half dominated by Mongolia now. Yeah, but of course, like the points are like, oh, 1 point different, 2 points different. It's like, we need to leave it like maybe to the last day until be like, oh, who's really dominating the charts? Because that time, things might change, but not as big, or the gap won't be as small as this.
Maybe during the third day, we can see some domination by certain teams, but back towards the side of Erangel so far, STE surprisingly have not been... We see a lot of top. And that's it for me coming up from STE so far. That he survived the longest. They always do so much heavy lifting for the team. But maybe they just caught themselves in an unfortunate situation. They caught themselves quite compressed by 2 or 3 teams at the same time. On the side of Box Gaming. Now, you know what? Looking at Box, I kind of miss SLD or DX here as well.
Well, technically, Box buy over the entire SLD lineup.
Yeah.
So you are watching SLD.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just need to change their jerseys.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, Xavier is not here. So, but what we will not miss is going to be action. Now MAB is back in the action, taking 2 from T2K down. The team that got the chicken dinner earlier on will start it off again with their first blood.
Yeah, first contact mate is going to be T2K. Having to face the wrath of MAB. They are incredibly reckless, but I love this. How they just persistently try to chase down their targets and just going right in the face. Wally once more. What a player. Nothing stops him. It feels like he's fearless.
Yeah, the double barrel shotgun isn't helping. I mean, you can hit the first shot, yes, and by the time the second shot comes in, if you miss, you need to reload. So it's not really a good weapon in this kind of situation. And T2K becomes the first team to go out. MAB again, 4 points, first blood, and still full squad. Perfect.
Not just that, that was a neat one. That was really fast. They were just starting having their first contact. Less than a minute, they finish off the entirety of the team. There's no showings, there's no sign of hesitation in the side of MAB there.
Yeah, I guess it's a trend in for the Mongolian teams, right? Like they are known as the teams that have a lot of firepower in them. So they are just showing that, okay, if it's just head on, and that's it, that's what they can do. And plus, it is head on with a little bit of, how should I put it, elevation for MAB. So they have the view, they have the higher ground than T2K. So you give them all that, plus their already aggressive attribute, that's what they can do.
And it kind of reminds me when we call it in PC gamers, like you call it W gaming, right? When you only push forward, there's only one button to move forward and it's going to be W. There's no backward, there's no left or right. For these teams, it's going to be just pushing forward. There's no other direction for them. And they're not willing to look all the other way. Speaking of even, we saw before it was NBeSports playing the same sort of style where they just, you know, we saw something, we see something that moves, we're going to chase it out by the end of the day.
So if this is their start, I wonder what's going to be their end. If they can get a double chicken dinner. It really, Mongolia is really, it's here to take over the world. Because one season you see Mongolia debuting with STALWART Esports, and they already got like what, number 3 in the world. And then the following season it was Zeus, also similar achievement, and then you have IHC who did fairly well, fairly okay. And there was STALWART as well, somewhere in between there, with the same season as IHC. So it's always whenever a new team from Mongolia comes in, it's not only coming in to fill the slot. They come in to win. And for MAB to have this kind of achievement, at least, I know we're still early, but with this kind of status right now and the start to this round like this, well, teams from Mongolia, they're not that big, but when they produce new talent, it's up there.
They're not filling the slot. They are cleaning off the slots so far right now, that what we can see. And they are scary, I agree. And so far, they're not showing any sign of slowing down at all, coming up from the side of the Mongolian teams. But back to the Southeast Asia team, how do you think they want to cope with this? They have to adapt either way.
Let's see. Okay, looking at the bottom half, right? Hail, Boom, GEEK, Box, YOODO Alliance. Number 16 to number 12 are all Southeast Asian teams. But of course, I'm still going to give the benefit of the doubt, right? Because it is still game number 3. So there's still a lot more games to go. Now, in terms of adapting, I would say I'll borrow our analyst's words, right? And I think Contra borrowed it from me as well. It's oh, it's still the first few games. It's warm up. You know, you're flexing your fingers and whatever. So I guess there will be a time where you will see Southeast Asia actually putting more pressure onto the South Asia teams.
The one I'm looking at right now, mostly in the case of Southeast Asian team, they are trailing each other's rotation. So not many of them seems to be live till the end of it because they've been fighting and bumping into each other too early, especially in the second and third stage. But in the first stage even, we're looking at the Alter Ego, might actually having to face again FaZe Clan. Happen to be just across them, but the next circle will be quite centralizing to the center of the map itself. It might be on top of Medusa intersection and maybe in between the where PMRC shelter, prison, Milta area, but I have a feeling you might end up right on top of, never mind. It's going to be towards the potato hills of Pachinki.
Yeah, where Team Argon Z8 is currently there on the Potato Hill. So they'll be the first team to arrive. So Potato Hill, of course. One thing about Potato Hill is that it's kind of flat. So you need to really take care of all your corners because you can either, when you have 4 players, right, you can only officially take care of one side. It's either the left or the right. It's like the Gatka Mountain. So if you put everyone there, then you need to be prepared like, oh, the other side, someone's going to come in. But at least there's like enough elevation, enough hills not to get a direct shot from either side. But still, it's someone in your house, in other words.
Speaking of house, definitely DRX cannot even knock STE's house because they barely even breach in here. STE have been shot them down from afar. The mid-range fight now left with Gayante trying to just pull all the work for the entire team. They still have one more player, which is going to be Killer, alive, but he's nowhere here to be found, but they fought back. But it's not them, it's going to be YOODO Lions coming out of nowhere, shooting the side of STE, and DRX take advantage of what they can right now to survive.
Tops is still on the outside, but let's see if we can get back to his teammates, though IC is there to pick him up, and Tops calling up for help. 10% of health left. Can IC make it in time, though? IC counting down the timer, and yes, he will be there just in the nick of time to revive his teammate.
NT spotted out YOODO Lions moving, tried to shoot down on Rapper Boy. He landed himself in those compound, but Action said, look at me and not somebody else because ST is not done with DRS just yet.
Yeah, the long range coming in from Nezet on the other side onto Rules. Rules getting away. Managed to get on to safety, and now IC will pick up Tops, and Tops is back up. So they are back as a 4. It's not that easy to take down STE, especially when they have the compound with the elevation.
That's kind of true. I'm not sure how DRS want to respond to that. Will they part ways? Will they pull back all the way just for the sake of surviving? It's a bit too early for them to leave just yet. TJK will be one of the team without any point for this round. Coming from Leo, they're trying to scatter themselves on top of those fields while Vampire spot out AGI 8 Blade taking those high grounds on the second story, spotted out the entirety of Empires. Now, do they want to fight? Or do they decide that, you know what, we are in disadvantage since Vampires don't have any sort of buildings. And on the side of Vega 9-8, they're not willing to give it away as well. Spot out Alter Ego from this far. Barely get to see anything from that view.
Yeah, when we talk about fighting, I think all 3 of the teams that we saw earlier on, they are somewhat within the middle of the circle. So if they all have the circle at that point, they won't move. Like that's, if you want to take that fight in the compound, there must be an objective. So with that kind of situation, maybe not just yet. But you want to talk about teams that possibly might fight. I would say teams on the right will be interesting. MAB and Box could be a clashing point. STE maybe, because they're by the edge of the circle. And like what our analysts say, right? You play by the edge of the circle, you want to get as many elimination points as possible. With STE's current position, they could possibly do that.
They're playing as gatekeepers, trying to choke somebody out of there. On for MV side, this is a very flat plane, by the way, not safe at all. MAB knocking on the doors of Box Gaming here, and it's going to be them facing each other out, ring around the rosy, playing around the walls, but Trongzin wins anyway. He got on one down, another bleeding out. Now Box tried to box him out. Wally is here to help the entire team, but can Wally make something out of this? They're just going to leave it, build the ship, just going to leave the entirety of MAB, not worthy to save, cannot even try to save them, but will they chase the heck out of a MAB? A Box feels like they just gonna leave it by, but GEEK SLATE is just next to MAB. Now MAB, they're being occupied by all the other teams circling around all this. They might actually walk themselves into a trap.
Yeah, running away makes sense for MAB because they already down by 2. So if they crash into Box Gaming, after that, it's basically 2v4. And we're still stage 3. So you have decent amount of space to kind of decide like, okay, we don't want to take the fight anymore. Let's rotate up. And from their scouting work, they notice that, oh, there's an entry point on the north. Okay, let's just do that because the crash-in failed. So fair enough to them. Box Gaming, fair enough to them as well. They managed to defend their compound. But for Repo Boy, all alone versus 4MV, unfortunately, his teammates won't be able to pick him up.
A bit too far from the rest of the team. There's going to be an easy eliminations coming up from 4MV. Spotted out another player of YOODO Alliance. How can they see from that view? And for the side of Olio, he tried to give a bit of support fire, but might actually exploit his own position since there's going to be another team, NBE, behind them as well. They are spreading out so wide for YOODO Alliance. I'm not sure if that will work for them just now. Feels like it's crumbling down for their formation, but Wally living as the last player as for the side of MAB. I mean, like, we saw how he played. It's not impossible for him to actually clutch it out.
Well, he's going to do the top now. The last time we saw in Sanhok, top was alone, but he survived until number 3. Almost getting a second spot, but number 3 for a solo player to survive, it's great. So if we can do the same, it's a level of consistency that's being shown by MAB, but for GEEK, now for taking a fight against Box Gaming as Gosu knocked down. So now Gosu needs to be picked up, but for the rest of GEEK, not too sure where they are, but look at the circle. Looks like it's going to be Wally still in it.
It's not just that, FaZe right in the center of it. We do have Hill taking those Pachinki potato hills, but Alter Ego will walk from the southern side. We do have 3 team who will be gatekeep from the outer circle, maybe even more if you can consider the one that's coming up from the north as well. But GEEK SLATE, they're straight in the line of sight for damn rude. He's trying to just finish them off by going into it. They are pushing in every angle possible, closing into a side of Box. There's no way out for them anymore.
Well, Box needs to take the head-on fight now as Sonic sprays into the smoke. His sprays does not connect, unfortunately. Kwang is there, and Kwang will go down at the other day. Looks like a nade, somewhat of a self-nade, but I think he was trying to deny the point, especially taking out his teammate, but it so happened that he is close enough to be naded down by himself.
Well, maybe that's also his strategy, not giving away any points. We just, you know, settle down for that for now. But SE spotted out YOODO Alliance, and Shamil fought back with those nades, tossing over. Hill on the other end, trying to stop AG-18 from, or AGI-8 from pushing forward. Tiger Act coming up from the back line. There's no way out for AGI-8 now. AGI-8 being surrounded every way possible. For the side of Leo, they're coming up from the flank side as well. This Potato Hills right now is just too hot for all the teams to stand and keep on fighting it. They might not want to extend the fight.
Well, speaking about extending the fight, looks like that's not going to be the case for YOODO Alliance as they will go out at number 15 without a single point this time around. But the points will be given to their opponents. Wally knocking down East. Even though he's the last man, but he's not staying quiet. If there's an opportunity, looks like he'll take it.
YMV only got themselves one small shack to take covers. I'm not sure what happened. Definitely those explosions coming out from the vehicles will hurt them quite a number. STE pushing in all corners, but we do look at DDK try to play over the flank side. All the way down towards the steep of the hills there. IC and STE, the rest of them keep on pressuring them with throwables. There's no way out. Apex will be hit by those nades. Finally double down at a discount with also Boom taking it on Leo on the other end, but 4MV barely hanging on.
Dog now at the lower ground, but the rest of ST, they're coming in. They want to finish up the job. Dog is moving. Dog is going to come in for the backstab. Dog managed to get one knockdown. Can he get more? Can he secure the point? Yes, he will. Can he get the second one? He's out of bullets. He needs to reload. But they don't know. They don't know that Dog is there. This is ridiculous. Dog, shoot it from behind for free.
No way! Nobody spot him out, and that's the entirety of STE being eliminated by one dog. That's it. That one dog is the bane for STE for now, but for the others, on the other hand, they're not done. As Hill got himself on those vehicles, tried to push themselves right in the center, but Leo was not willing to give it away for free. But they have to leave, as well as the Blues are coming in. But we do have another team going out, which is going to be Aegon 98.
That was ridiculous. I mean, where were the communications? The moment the first one went down, it's already like, hey guys, there's another one on the behind us. I'm not too sure what happened there. Hopefully we get in the interview at the end of the day. But here goes the circle. Wally is still in there, still in the middle of the circle. Next to him is going to be Trongzin. And now Vampire Esports. They'll be interested to be the king of Potato Hill.
Vampire is always trying to cram in when the housekeeping time is up for them. Feels like they want to clean off the floor coming up from this hills. But on the side of the other end, we do see some teams taking on the right side of the circle instead of this left one, because it's going to be a ridiculously strong fight here. Yummy spotted out Tiger Axe, just playing around this terrain. None of them spotting him out just yet. Here comes another nade, tossing into this very small house. And Sky being chipped off too much. He cannot even give back those nades to the side of Boom. And gets slow, trying to give support fire from the back line. But will it be too late for Hill now?
Well, gotta do it fast because the rest of Boom are coming in. 3 teams in the same area. Wants to be the king of Potato Hill. And now Achul has arrived as well. And on the other side, the rest of Boom, they're circling around. Sky only will be knocked down by Yummy. Flash will come in. Flash will get the knockdown with the DBS. Flash, not done yet though. Yes, there are the rest of Boom to deal with. The jump shot of Flash. Flash gets the double knockdown back to back.
Oh boy, he needs to reload. Swap it over to Rifle, coming up from behind. Here comes the Vampires out of nowhere. Keep tossing those nades out, cleaning the floor clean. Down to 2 players for Boom to make this work. They've been cornered, discovered, and just being crashed in by the side of Vampires right now. Boom, they were too occupied of what's in front. They forgot to see what's in the back.
Oh, but speaking about in the back, it could be Yummy here. Nate tossed onto the side of Ravenclaw with 50% health left. Yummy is there, but Ravenclaw can't get a good view. Pombit is resetting himself, but the rest of Vampires have arrived. Pombit in front of Newsy. Newsy doesn't know he's there, and Pombit will take the advantage. But now Yummy is only left with 10% of health. Ravenclaw moving on to Yummy. One shot on the Yummy and he's out.
He didn't know. He doesn't know. He didn't have a clue. He gave away his position. Yummy, that's going to be low for Vampires. Ravenclaw knockback. What is happening for Vampires?
Oh, and Stone taken down by Yummy. Like what you said, they didn't know. The smoke blinded them. Yummy took the advantage to reset first, kept his cool, and won the fight against Hale.
I'm perplexed at this point. That was 2v4. But on the side of Alter Ego, finally finish off Yummy May from Boom. We're left with only 5 players here, with NBeSports still up there as a full squad.
In this kind of open circles to a stage 5, but we're down to 5 teams left. This round is running hard and fast. And now the king of Potato Hill seems to be Alter Ego instead. FaZe Clan on the other side of the north, but keep your eye on to Apex. He could surprise Wally. Wally taken down. That is it for MAB.
There's a lot of sneaky counters at the back these days. It's kind of scary to play at right now. feels like a horror movie for most of the players. So many teams creeping up from behind and backstabbing without them realizing it as well. Alter Ego, Octa trying to find any sort of information that he can actually see. But there's just too many smokes in between. For MV divided into two ways here with one little small street in between. Potato taking a small shack on a bit of those low grounds. But we're talking about NBeSports. They scored one before. Can they get themselves a double chicken in a day?
Or can it be Mongolia again? Because we've got 4 MV as well up there. Out of the 4 teams, 2 from Mongolia, 1 from Indonesia, 1 from Thailand. I mean, this is consistency coming in from that region, but they have to finish up the job just to seal the deal away. As now we got about 50 more seconds before the zone closes. The rest of NB still on the outside. 4 MV as well, playing by the rim of the circle. One of them needs to get in.
Side of Alter Ego, how to squeeze into the center. They have to take the longer rotations, but they have to chuck in the blues and just a tiny bit for Rosemary. Trying to just flank himself, reposition towards the side of the north where FaZe Clan is actually waiting with the full squad there.
Alter Ego, will they go head on? But hang that thought as Onsen knocks down Rosemary. Rosemary now not giving away the information of where FaZe Clan is at, and Momo is trying to come in. Onsen keeps an eye on the other side. But now it's going to be the 2 teams ahead against each other. Wait a second. NBE is there.
Mondo wants to toss that Molly just against Mela. He saw him going on top of this rooftop. Mondo cancel out his throwables, trying to shoot down on any of the players, trying to just divert their attention towards him while the rest of NBeSports will push on the other side. Mormon realizes how important for him to actually not making Mondo to bridge in. They have to keep him at bay. They have to isolate him any way possible. But NBeSports keep the pressure onto the side of FaZe. They want to flush the entirety of FaZe Clan out.
You got 3 teams there. Where's the other? The other one is waiting for the clash to happen, waiting for the clash to end before coming as a third party. So all these teams do need to be aware. They need to reset quickly once they're done. But we might need to wait for the next stage of the circle before the action happens, because all of them are currently in it.
For NBeSports and FaZe Clan, they're just too close for comfort here. When they start to pick out, if the Blue Zone just happen to be squeezing and shrinking on their side first, Mondo will be the first one to be out here. But he's trying to flush them out with those nades, forcing them to get out from there. Even trying to force them to just, you know, I'm going to take your vehicle if you don't get out, but they're not taking the bait either way. Mondo now on top of the rooftop, even make it happen, but got chipped quite a bit with those nades. Now he's trying to just make sure they take the bait, but none of the FaZe Clan members were willing to get out.
Ooh, Victorious is having an off angle though, so he could surprise them. But wait a second, Potato knocked down from afar with a mini 14. Bella with the DBS in hand, waiting for them to make the first goal, waiting for them to come into the compound. And that's where Mela can show how and why he's the king of DBS.
Sort of Alter Ego, one player being knocked down, bleeding out. It's going to be against 4MV, if I'm not mistaken. Right now, it's a stalemate for NBeSports with FaZe Clan, but they might spot out one in this very small particular window. Try to flush them out with those Molly, tossing it out. Nobody's willing to leave their corners just yet. FaZe stood strong and solidified himself, not willing to even shake themselves out of this compound just yet, as FaZe still trying to find any sort of way of entrance here. They cannot have a glimpse on FaZe players, so they are a bit hesitant to make a move. But Moment, big shot down to 30% of health at the backline, and Mondo is chasing him out.
To the left. Oh, almost got it. One last hit. And it's going to be Potato knocking down Momon. Mela now with it survive. 40% health left with the DBS in hand. His DBS connects finally. Taking the Mondo. Akas goes down. And it's going to be FaZe Clan, the king of the house. They need to reset quick because the other team is waiting for them.
Oh, not just waiting. They're already eyeing on towards the side of FaZe. Here comes the spray from Potato. A crispy one at that clip, just a tiny bit. With only 10 HP% of left. Alter Ego tried to keep the pressure on, not giving any sort of a reset from the side of FaZe. Now 4MV still holding at the sidelines. They're not willing to make the move just yet. But Venturis, on the other hand, you told about how they're being off angle all this while, but it's not willing to open fire. Moment being finished off straight away, but FaZe left with only 2 players stuck in between in the center of Alter Ego around them, with 4MV still lurking around there. FaZe, how to get out from here?
Ooh, FaZe Clan. Plus, they're on the lower ground. Unless Ventoras, the snake, can connect. Okay, he got 7 frags. And he sees Octa in front of him. Mela finished off by Octa. Ventoras now together with Onza is the duo that's going to do it. They're going to take the fight against Alter Ego while 4MB is just looking. 4MB can come in as the third party leader. Oh, it's going to Ventoras down first. Down to the last man, Onsen next, and Onsen is out. This is time for 4MB to come in.
What a nice swerve and what a swing coming up from Potato all the way towards the back line and reposition himself to make sure that Alter Ego have a clear view now, not have to worry about a thing except for 4MV, who's right across the other side of the hill. But Apex just gonna crash in anyhow. In between the smoke, he just parked himself, pulled over, taking head-on fight against Alter Ego.
Oh, the nade from Apex, will it connect? The rest of 4MB is coming in as well, but they're on the lower ground. Fnatic spots one out, but can't get the knockdown. Fnatic needs to reset. Apex knocks down Potato. 2 more to go.
4MV, they're outnumbered, but they make it happen anyway.
Oh.
One more down for Fnatic. No, now down on his knees. 4MV, how did they still make it happen? He's gonna be Doc. We saw how Doc plays so well just now. Can he do it again? Octa giving off the pressure with those nades, just clipping quite a number of the HP down, but Octa have to pull it off. It's back to 1v1 by the end of the day.
Oh, both had their own nades. Who will toss it first? And they will toss it by Octa. Octa needs to move, but now it's gonna be Octa. Down. What? What just happened there? What? That nade led on Octa first. 4MB chicken dinner again. Team from Mongolia.
There's no stopping these guys. Every single time, the odds against them, they pulled it. They make it happen. 4MV, there was something we saw just now. Potato seems first. Alter Ego have a shot, but they managed to clear things off firsthand. That was remarkable plays again by the side of a Mongolian team. And this time it's going to be 4 Miracle vibes. And they called it. They pulled a miracle run.
Wow, and Octa had the high ground. Basically, Octa, again, it feels like the same scenario as before, right? Their opponents had everything, but again, it's a Mongolian team still winning the 1v1 towards the end. This is ridiculous.
How did they do it? How? It's, you know, when you want to call it luck, you may call it, but now 3 times in a row, whenever they've been cornered out by the side of a Mongolian team, regardless of it's different team, yeah, the first one was NBeSports, MAB, 4MV next, and they just happened to be pull off those very critical bullets, very critical troubles in the very last minute, in the weirdest way possible, in the most everything against them situation though.
Yeah, it is the weirdest way indeed. I mean, at some point they even had the numbers, right? Alter Ego had the numbers, but I don't. It is just crazy. It's just crazy. You know, it's so crazy that I even noticed our analysts when the chicken dinner happened, they were all like, oh, holding their heads up there, like they couldn't believe it.
All of us like,
Yeah.
what just happened?
No idea.
It was, you know, they are way better than a full squad. Every single time they find it in full squad, they are at their full power. That's like, they have 2 players, that's going to be their final form. But we have to think, we have to ask about the opinions for our analysts after that incredible pull of that chicken dinner again. So toss it back to its side of Undergo as well as Contra.
And that makes it 3 chicken dinners for South Asia at the moment. And all of it has been won by Mongolian teams so far. 4 Miracle Vibes have done it. And another scenario where they were actually outnumbered and Alter Ego, as much as they've been consistent, this time around, in those battles, they have lost out. Southeast Asia have came too close too many times.
Right, I think it's Southeast Asia versus Mongolia for now, right? I mean, they won 3 chicken dinner already. And again, more elimination point. This time around 23 points for 4MV. And again, we're seeing all this 1v1 showing that Mongolian teams are strong even if they don't have the full squad. This time around, it was AE, Alter Ego. They had more numbers, but despite having the number disadvantage, this Mongolian team did it again.
Yeah, and in such a phenomenal way as well, where we see Doc really doing everything possible till the very final moment. Whoever lands the grenade first will have a certain upper hand, but Doc, he's just maybe like a split second faster, and then after that, look how swiftly he actually moves out of the trees, even despite him soaking some damage first. And you can see how much he's been able to contribute in this matchup itself. 46% when it comes down to the overalls within him as well as his teammates. And that's 40% with 6 eliminations. Imagine added up with the rest as well, because we last see this team have ended up with those double digits, and right now is probably the top team with the highest points in the round.
Yep, true. It is the highest. And for Doc, I think his movement when Octa threw the grenade, he moved out, and that's why Octa couldn't get the chicken dinner. The shots, he was missing a lot of shots. I think he let go like around 10 to 15 bullets. Didn't hit him at all.
Yeah, and of course, we're going to catch up to speed with everyone's position right now with the overall leaderboards for MV. Now, overtaking everybody else in this span of the round, and they are just above MAB with 2 extra points. Meanwhile, Alter Ego, despite not having a chicken dinner yet, they are still remaining consistent, now sitting at 3rd place. Meanwhile, we see a lot of shift going on, but overall, we've seen so much offerings coming in from all these Mongolian squads and the rest of the South Asia teams.
It's kind of scary to see STALWART Esports being the worst Mongolian team at 7th place. And,
for the moment, I guess.
Yeah, for the moment, like all the 4 Mongolian teams are doing extremely well, and STALWART being 7th, and now that's scary. For the Southeast Asian teams, yes, we still have 4 of them on the front page as well. So I'm still hoping that they're gonna do well. Maybe the next chicken dinner will go to the Southeast Asian team. They're doing better and better, just that they're unable to close the game. Vampire last game, and then in the Gatka on the Gatka hill, and then for AE they couldn't close the game as well despite having the number advantage. I think that's one thing that the Southeast Asian team kind of have to fix. And in the last circle, chicken dinner is right over there. Maybe play it slower.
Yeah,
I think they are failing at the pace of the game. I think that the Southeast Asian team understand the final circle much better compared to the Southeast Asian teams.
Yeah, I love that you actually brought up about pacing, because by stage 6, majority of all these teams were already wiped out. And then when we take a look at, some of all the best performing teams out there, we now have the stats coming in from Alter Ego as well as for Miracle Vibes. And look, in comparison, when it comes down to eliminations, almost symmetrical, where of course 4MV just got the final guy out there. It could have actually been AE in that instance if they actually wanted. But damage output though, look at Alter Ego go. Probably is one of the highest offered throughout the tournament.
AE managed to get a lot of damage, but they're unable to convert them to elimination point because it's all the long range shots coming out from the players. Again, one more downside for Alter Ego just now for the game, they lost Rosemary too early. He deals the most damage for Alter Ego, like by miles apart compared to Octa and any other players in Alter Ego, but they lost him the earliest. There were 3 players, he was dead, and I think if he was there, things could have been different. Octa is, not Octa, what's his name? Rosemary. Yeah, Rosemary is built different. That guy is, I would say he's maybe at tops level, or even a bit slightly higher.
Probably so, and of course, that also leaves us with one more Erangel matchup to go. So far, it's been on the streak for South Asia, so I'm pretty sure you guys from the region that's supporting them will be super happy about it. Southeast Asia, I'm pretty sure that there's still a lot of gas in the tank, especially we've seen, FaZe Clan on the previous Erangel have been doing decently well alongside with Vampire Esports, and then you have Alter Ego currently is the top performing team from Southeast Asia. So you did mention Rosemary has to survive, but what are some other Southeast Asian team names that you think that fares a really decent chance going to this one?
Chuchu mentioned this name, and I'm wondering where is he as well. 20K, he's not playing. We're not sure if he's gonna play for the whole entire 4 days for the PMRC. But if he's there, maybe Vampire, maybe they could have gotten the chicken dinner at the Gatka Hill, right?
Yeah, of course, we definitely do miss him for the moment because he have always put up such a good showing. But hey, we still got VPE that's been able to also show up pretty strong. And I can see that you've been pretty much on the DRS hype train so far. I see them really going for a lot of all these, early engages maybe if they dodge that, they could do better?
Yes,
What do you think?
looking from the last game's engagement, a lot of third party was happening. Everybody won a specific compound, one team of another, or specific spot. DRS is a team that tends to avoid all these things and try to be away from all these fights until they are at the last circle with the 4 players. So maybe this next round will help them since everybody, they are fighting a lot. Circle 6, there were like 14 players left. And I think this kind of gameplay kind of suit DRS play style. So I'm expecting them to do way better for this particular round.
Yeah, and most often than not, we do see that DRS do secure quite a number of ranking points as well. So I could definitely see why you're still favoring them overall. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports, I've seen a lot coming out of Ravenclaw from some of all these past couple of rounds, and it's actually great to see him actually step up where, you know, most often than not, you see names like Flukev to be showing up. Of course, without Tony K here, I still think that the dynamics is still pretty much solid. But of course, we'll definitely have to let them have their action to do all the talking. And speaking of getting into talking mode, it's back to Choo Choo as well as Sir Cloud to bring you to the next game.
Thank you, Controy and On The Go. That was very insightful indeed. And speaking of which, I noticed something, Cloud. If you saw how they played the side of South Asian team, they used their throwballs sparingly. That's not why we saw the numbers coming up from the South Asia region. Their throwballs use way more compared to South Asia. And if you notice as well, they use it sparing, especially when it comes to the last few circles. They don't toss those throwballs unless they start to see somebody moving. If they are unsure, they'd never toss it out.
That is probably the case for them. And I guess that's also why they managed to secure like a good number of elimination points as well. So that is the trend that we're starting to see, like as games go by, right? We got to see the difference between the South Asia teams and the Southeast Asia teams. And I guess that's also the whole point of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, so that these teams can learn from each other and everyone else watching can also learn like, oh, there's the difference. Wherever you're watching this, ladies and gentlemen, whether you're from South Asia or Southeast Asia, I mean, it's a discovery for all of us.
So far, what we've seen here coming from South Asia region, they have been dominating over Erangel. Now, even though it's different teams, definitely they have way more understanding when it comes to the fundamentals of how important those last few circles are. And they've been flawlessly clutched out 2v4 all this while, multiple times, not just one, not just twice, maybe even more after this, because we will be heading to the last Erangel later on. Do you think there's a chance we might end up the entire day with all the Mongolian flags waving?
To a certain extent, I want to see that.
Same.
Yeah, so that there is an interesting story to tell. Yeah, but right now, the only Mongolian team without a chicken dinner is going to be STE. So I wonder if STE will get it next. Like, then they'll be like, oh, because it's also about like, if you're within the Mongolia region, you also be like, hey, everyone else got chicken dinner except us. Cannot like that, right? So I'm sure they'll be motivated to get their own chicken dinner after this.
And that's a scary feat that one of the best teams in the world, STE, struggles here. And these are the teams that nobody given them enough attention to. If STE struggles, Cloud.
I think they look like they're struggling. It's because all the other chicken dinners are Mongolian teams. If it's like, oh, you got a mix of like some from Nepal, some from Thailand, Indonesia, and all that, then maybe STE won't look so struggle. But let's see if they struggle here.
I always love those. You know, it kind of reminds us when we have our flights going to a different place entirely. We swear when we just taking off. But when it comes to taking off this map, it's coming up from STALWART down to SMB. Now, so far we have ferry towards the left side of the circle. We have car circle before, and then we had sort of around the Pachinki Hills. And where do we land next? So far, it's always been in the center, in the main peninsula of the island, of all three islands up there.
Yeah, so that means it's time for military base?
Maybe.
Yeah, since it's the last Erangel today, I might as well, right? Like, just put it in. Just put it in. The players won't like us for this. But nevertheless, if you want to be the best, you got to overcome all sorts of challenges, right? So might as well. But I want to keep an eye on the Pachinki. So earlier on, it was Hale jumping in the second Erangel. I don't know if this will change because they seem to be changing their draw spot. Early on it was MAB dropping somewhere on the left, but this time they're dropping on the right, probably due to the flight path as well. But because Pachinki is Pachinki, well, let's see if any team wants to challenge Hale Esports there.
I'm looking if there's anybody want to visit SMB here, maybe more than one this time. STE even dropped themselves, maybe around Nova Repnoya. We do have 4MV. They got their the previous chicken dinner in the second last Erangel. Now, Vampire, surprisingly, Stone, a bit segregated from the rest of the team. We do have a Medusa intersection here, but if it happens to be shifting all the way south, now that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, all the way down from the first circle. If that happens, the likeliness is low, but if that happens, it's insane. But look at the regional points. I'm loving this stat. Okay, so it is literally Southeast Asia versus South Asia. Right now, South Asia, obviously, they're in the front, thanks to our Mongolian friends. Let's see here. It's a 26-point difference. But it's still the first day though.
Now, our cast has mentioned about the Southeast Asia have to play a bit slower. And I noticed something about the time in the blue by the players coming from, the teams coming from South Asia region. They do spend more time in the blue zone. Maybe one of the reasons where we spotted out DRS versus STE a bit more prolonged in the blue zone before. Will it be the same case here? And we talked about DRS and STE quite a number. And so far, they haven't landed any chicken as well. In one of the many cases because they have been fighting each other way early on. T2 is one of those teams that happen to be kind of stuck in between. But so far, like you mentioned, the only team that haven't landed any chicken from the side of a Mongolian team is just going to be ST. Can they make it happen this time?
Wow, that will be a story to tell there if they can. Assuming if they do, right? Land all Mongolian teams would have gotten their chicken dinner on the first day. Not even the first day, like the first 4 games complete. Then you have the other 2. If it's a repeat again of the Mongolian teams that we have like all Mongolian flags up there, this again proves the point that they're here to dominate the world of PUBG Mobile.
I agree. It's just about time. And speaking of which, so far they have been dominating over Erangel. They have been taking so much conquering to a side of Erangel. They have way more fundamentals. Their solid knowledge in the terms of the map itself is just incredibly insane. But aside of all the other teams that we did see Leo, for example, right, coming up from Nepal here. They do have very good circle, the early ones, but it's just them trying to hold their fort is a bit difficult. Yeah,
it's like they play in the middle. I think the most significant one that we can remember is the Kaka Mountain. Like, they're up there, but like what you said, they couldn't hold it. And because they couldn't hold it, that's why they got minimum points out of that. So it was just too bad for Leo. And if you don't get the opportunity to like gather elimination points because they were in that kind of position, well, despite how good they are with the circle and being in the middle of it, that's why they're also in the middle of the chart.
Speaking of in the middle of the chart, we are in the middle of a very peaceful start here. Finally, everybody feels like they are having the adaptation done towards all the other teams' rotation at their initial drop spot. Everybody marking their own territory, so no first contact made by any teams just yet. I think this is one of the most peaceful starts so far because usually when we're entering around 3 minutes on the clock, there's going to be one team either being deleted entirely from this map or left with only one player. But this time, everybody have a full squad.
Maybe it's also because of the flight path.
Maybe, because it's very generous, right?
Yeah, it's a nice flight path this time, so most of the teams able to drop into their regular draw spot. I would... So with that being said, right, if we want more action, then maybe the next flight path, we should hope for like, okay, give us a very side flight path. And then you see them go crazy again.
Maybe all the way north. Just all the way north.
Miramar all the way north. That'll be nice, that'll be nice, that'll be nice.
Yeah, I mean, like, we don't get to see too much about Oasis. Now, if players have to be forced to drop there now, that's going to be fun. And there's not much places for you to live from on the northern side as well. But we're back into Erangel still when it comes to this final map of Erangel 4, day number 1 in the PMRC, South Asia versus South Asia region. It has been quite fun for the first few maps, but when it comes to the third Erangel here, definitely every single team have the familiarity about the rotations and initial drop spot of each teams, and they're going to respect that line for now. Maybe we're going to have the fight when it comes to this, possibly the third stage.
Well, that only means one thing. Since we still have all 64 still alive, meaning that by that time, you see a lot of fights happening at the same time.
True.
As long as you still have the number of people, right? So naturally that happens. So either like you spread it out like from the start, like you get a bit, and then you get to the end, or you get an explosive mid to the end.
I feel like that's the case, but on the side of case of Hill, Potato definitely greeted him warmly with those fires. But it's just going to be 1v1 between these two players here. Sky and Potato, each from the side of South Asia region. Oh, they're not just going to fight just yet. You know, the fact they just want to gain some scouting work coming up from Sky to make sure he got some intels to exchange towards the rest of the team. But for the side of Alter Ego, they're definitely spread out for the entirety of it. Same goes for Hill, though.
Fun fact, do you know how in Indonesia they pronounce potato's name? Potato.
Tomato, tomato.
Yeah,
Potato, potato.
Potato, yeah. So okay, assuming that you guys out there watching this live stream, you happen to tune into another language, mainly the Indonesian language, and you hear potato, yeah, that is how they pronounce his name there. So don't get confused.
But yeah, even our analyst, I did question towards our analyst before, where is Tony K? Because I did ask him personally in the bus before, are you going to play PMRC? He said, maybe not. So I don't know for how long. Because, I mean, like when I saw his name in the lineup, I was like, he is playing right, but definitely not showing off any yet. Maybe they're waiting, or maybe he's resting for a bit for the first few days. But back to the side of the Indonesian team, boom. Happen to be sharing with another team, while the side of Hill, they have visitors, but they're just going to pass by.
You know, speaking about the players that are not playing, right? There's that one name that I want to see play.
Who is it?
NBeSports Ken. Because the coach himself is actually in the substitution lineup.
That's kind of true.
Yeah, and okay, so to be fair, Ken has played before, but maybe not in this level, Southeast Asia and all that. But he has played before, so if he were to play, he can play, and that is where I want to see him play. Like, put Ken in the lineup, boom. You can do it.
I think when they want sort of a fresh air or fresh angle to see things, maybe that's where he starts to play, when they're hitting a plateau when it comes to their performance. So far, maybe they're just testing out the water for some of the teams. They're playing it very quietly, not showing off too flashy of a move. But we do have a very interesting circle. What the heck is this? Imagine if it shifted all the way down south. There's not many players and land to play with. But Safa is still right on top of Pachinki, very close to the last circle just now.
Yeah, I'm still wondering, like, what are the odds, right? That will go down there by the beach or mid to the base. If it does go down there, the door is that way. You know? Like, nobody is there. Can you? If it does go down there, it'll take like what, stage 4, and then everyone goes like, oh no, it's all the way the other side.
We're gonna be in Olympics because there's gonna be a lot of players swimming if that's the case there.
Oh yeah.
But NBeSports and Box happen to be exchanging of fires. Context made. It's gonna be Ghost's shot down. And then with Mundo in trouble, being left behind by the rest of the team. Will they go in to rush and finish things off? But Ghost having some problem with his vehicles in a bit of a rotation. But Tranji or Kwang actually finish off Mundo, but they're not safe either. We do have now, you talked about the mess, but here comes the mess.
Yeah, and it's going to be a mess for Slipknot as he gets knocked down. That took a while. This is the longest first blood so far that we have seen. As Rosemary gets one for himself as well with a Mini 14. Formal from the other side. So Liquid's going to get away. Formal can't get a clear shot because of the backup coming in for the high ground.
He's got himself some smokes to take covers temporarily, though Leo do have those elevations. They want higher ground to see what's going on around them, but the moment they land themselves up there, it's going to be a flat field, flat land to play alongside with them. Vampires do take those elevations. They are playing around with the small shacks, those very small compounds that they can actually barely working out with. But it's right on top of Pachinki. I have a feeling a lot of our teams will try to fight for those trenches.
Oh, speaking about fight, could this be the fight that Ravenclaw wants to take? Now he has Nade in hand, but he's alone, so that's the risk that he will take if he chooses to poke the Hornet's nest. But it's going to be Leo getting away, but at the same time, gets slow, knocked out by Trongzin somewhere else. Action happening back to back right now. Stage 2, moving to stage 3, we still have 61 players. So I think we can expect more as we go stage 3 to 4.
especially stage 3. I think everybody's just too close against each other right now. When it comes to stage 4, half of team will be eliminated by then because how close they are. YOODO Lions spotted out STE from their rooftop. He'll just want to go against Box, but they're just playing themselves inside the compound, taking so much cover. NBeSports have left with only 2 players. Leo, only 3 remaining. But the blue zone will call it out for the players that are still going to be late into the party. And now we'll wait for the circle. We'll be downshift all the way south. If that happens, still have plenty of water in it, but not really south all the way. But Egg and IA do take the center nearby towards the edge of the coastline.
Not too far away from the previous one, the Potato Hill Circle. So it's going to be still somewhere there. I mean, what are the odds that circle goes down south onto the beach, right? That's going to be insane. But anyway, good for all these players. None of them decided to stay inside main to the base. Everyone on the main peninsula. So this is where, with the cut of about 20% of the playable area, I think this is where we get to see a lot more fights happening.
So far, our analysts did mention about the South Asia teams will play a bit slower. They're showing that exactly how it is when it comes to this final map of Erangel. But NBeSports, even though they left with a 2-player, they still managed to take a couple of teams and players down. T2K happened to be fumbling down there. They split into 2 formation. The other half of the team happened to be obliterated by the hands of NBeSports. 4MV reposition himself. Oh, we do see another team in the wrath of NBeSports here. Surprisingly, they're working so well as a duo.
Yeah, defending their ground, but now it's going up against Alter Ego. Fnatic super duper low. After that nade, this could be the opportunity that NBE will take. Akash just needs to land the shot onto Fnatic. Fnatic now resetting himself, but Fnatic still will be shot down by Akash with a UMP. 2 players for Alter Ego, not enough to siege down this compound.
Potato trying to give fire, support fire from the backline all the way towards the sniper tower, but it will not be enough as Alter Ego, Rosemary next in the hands of Fistboy, and Octa will finish off as well. Didn't rush in as a 4. They are... I don't know what is happening for the side of all the other teams, but they're just so good at 2 when it comes to Mongolian teams. I don't know what is happening.
Oh, yeah. Even as a duo, right? They are able to defend their compound. Like, first it was T2K and then it's Alter Ego. Potato is like, Mongolia? Okay, never mind.
They're just so good. You feel like this entire force of NBeSports just now. And they were just 2 players clutching themselves. They had more numbers when it comes to Alter Ego, but one by one willing to sacrifice their body willingly towards the hands of NBeSports. But there's going to be a great number going up for them because they already secured themselves 5 eliminations, the highest by far, dominating across the board. But for all the other teams, they're playing this very quietly. Falak has actually spotted out the rest of STE across the other side of the map. While we're waiting for the next circle to commence, which is going to be less than 10 seconds to go, it's going to be stage 4. We do know great migration happens in stage 4, and that's where things get extremely messy.
Ooh, if you want it to be extremely messy, if the circle goes by this beach, it's going to be super duper messy. Now, the circle did shift. We're going to get a good view hopefully soon. And we have about 45 more seconds before the zone closes. But looking at the current scenario, we still have a good number of teams on the outside. T2K, one of them. But Momon knocked down with a Scar L. T2K, only the both of them in this shack. I mean, they're surrounded by all the other teams. Just look at the minimap.
Boom, fighting against 4MV. Next rise, he tried to make himself covered by all those trees and open up the smokes to pick up a jewel, but the rest of 4MV coming in for the rush. They're crashing straight into Boom's place. Bombit tried to isolate them out by tossing those nades, keeping them at bay. Rifas tried to put up the pressure and pushing forward at the same time, but Alter Ego now taking the fight against NBeSports at the same time. But 4MV trying to pick up Doc back to his feet, but the barely can see through around that smoke. The moment the smoke dissipates, Boom have to be prepared to fight back.
Oh, speaking of fighting, YOODO Alliance fighting against NBE somewhere else, but the fight between 4MV as well as Boom needs to end because they are both on the outside of the circle. Right now, a little bit more advantage towards Boom. The circle is just right behind them. But irregardless, Boom must win this fight. If not, they might be backstabbed by 4MV.
They have no choice than just to cut across, but 4MV greeted by those nades by Risey. Pombit repositioning himself towards the flank and now going in with the rest of the team. But he got clipped right in the center of his rotation when he repositioned himself. What are the odds? The calculation of timing was so perfect for 4MV, but they returned fire. They give back whatever nade being tossed around. Achil just giving off another nade to a side of 4MV. Running down as well is on the ground. They finish up 4MV when they are barely hanging on for the side of Boom.
Moving over to MAB versus YOODO Alliance. Olio as well as Shamil on one building. Adelu on the other side. MAB, they are still in full squad. But looks like we had the first team to be eliminated. That's going to be a Mongolian team, 4MV. But now coming back to MAB, they're winning the fight against YOODO Alliance. 2 of them down. YOODO Alliance, only 1 left. They go up to the second floor. And that is it. YOODO Alliance is out.
MAB players got 1 each for this execution, but Agonai Blade from afar shooting those down. It's going to be Boom. They barely make it out alive after one fight to the other. There's no rest for them at all. T2K Suyok spotted our MAB players. There's going to be 2 of them here. SE across the map as well, split into 2 formation. Whilst MAB, they're placing Leo to be their watchman at the back line. DRX in between here as well. NBeSports still have 1 player left. There's going to be 3 squads, 3 teams, but never mind. From the backstab all the way, Suyok spotted a clear sight towards the players of MAB.
Beautiful backstab there by Suyong. Now pressured by the blue. We're talking about stage 4 going on to stage 5. And now him as well as Jane will need to get in, but they don't seem to have a vehicle. They are still on foot. And MAB knows exactly where they are. They have a bike. Still at stage 4, using a bike by Suyong. The bike, not the most protective of vehicles. Taken up by MAB, and Baron will finish up the job.
2 exposed using this motorbike for the side of the players, but DRS on the other hand barely hanging on at the edge of the blue zone. FaZe on the other hand being forced to just be at the foot of this cliff. We're talking about them playing around these rocks. Mela spotted out Falak can see him through as well. He's prepared himself to toss out the nade. He's trying to calculate the perfect angle to land onto a side of Agonai 8. But Vampires coming up from the other side. Newsy spotting them out. Boom coming out. Achul placing himself repositioned right in the center of the war zone as well. Now, because of this rotation coming out from the side of Achul, that's going to be Newsy tossing out the smoke just in case anybody tries to backstab him.
Oh, speaking of backstab, this could happen. Newsy surrounded. Right now, Newsy all alone. He's the last man for Vampire Esports. Okay, trying to get away with a buggy. Still with the circle on his side. At the same time, Farlang knocked out by Momo from FaZe Clan. They're shooting from the lower ground, but Blade is there to take him out. FaZe Clan still caught and below AGI 8. Where are they going to get out?
Moment tried to get to as a flank, but slipped down in the very critical time. Snipes finish off Potato with 1 nade, while coming up from Agonai 8, they tried to reposition himself. MAB walks straight into GEEK Slam. They're trying to take the fight head on. It's going to be Wally shot down by Sonic with those DBS to work. Now back to the side of the rest of GEEK. They're barely taking any covers around this rock structure with nothing else in between. They're playing ring around the Rosie, trying to find any target they can find.
Snipes, beautiful knockdown onto Box Gaming. But now Snipes, can he steal more? Can he steal more than just knockdowns? STE holding the ground against Box Gaming, and thanks to GEEK SLATE.
Action, trying to be the third party coming out from this. Spotted out 1 or a couple of players. It's going to be GEEK SLATE right across him. He wants to toss 1 to rule them all. It's all needs a 1 nade drop right on top of GEEK SLATE to finish the entirety of it, while Box Gaming plays himself 12. Hill taking a bit of a fight against Leo. Leo, 2 players down, make it 3 right now. Maybe the entirety of Leo struggles to keep the boat afloat. While talking about GEEK SLATE taking a fight against MAB. Leo still fighting against Hill and trying to fight back, but it's not going to be enough for them. Valiant effort coming from Leo, but they have to place themselves at 10 spot for now.
All right, now Boom in action against Hell Esports. The nade from Pombit will be tossed onto Hell. That 1 nade, how many can he get? He will get 1. Beautifully tossed by Pombit. He will get slow. Tiger knocked down by Tops. Looks like Hale Esports. They are sandwiched between two teams.
There's no way out for them. Compress all way possible. Pombit repositioned himself into small compounds of houses. Pombit, he tried to find any opportunity in a very small window here to open fire, while FaZe still stuck down there around the cliff. There's no way to hike up. How Aegon IA has been scouring around this area right now. There's no way for entry at all. STE barely make it happen to be alive. They are fighting against the Blues and with GEEK SLATE as their contenders. Snipes will be the playmaker for the team. But STE, they hop onto their vehicles knowing for the fact this is going to be difficult for them to fight head on.
Okay, here we go. STE might make their move anytime soon because now they created the smoke bridge. GEEK SLATE, they know that that's going to happen. That's why they reposition themselves. And speaking about reposition, Tops now taking an off angle. He has a good view of GEEK SLATE, but he's not pulling the trigger just yet. The rest of STE, this is the fight that they cannot avoid because right now we're talking about stage 6 and it's GEEK SLATE standing between them and the circle.
Damn rude. Trying to reset, boosted himself as well. The rest of the members of GEEK SLATE start to fight. Try to spot out all the players right on top of those hills. DRS included in there as well. While I see from STE trying to confuse them with those nades, giving a couple of throwables. A bit of a pressure to a side of a GEEK SLATE. They're slowly being cornered all around. It's going to be the mind games coming out from STE, making sure GEEK cannot leave here.
Ooh, okay, GEEK will need to win this fight as well because if they move on without clearing out STE, they'll be backstabbed. I see with an off-angle shot. Okay, time is not on their side now. They need to move. They have the vehicles. They need to create this smoke bridge, which is now they're currently doing. Now STE, if they go up north, they're going to go into another team that's going to be Hale. But will they take the fight against GEEK? Or will they go straight onto the high ground and lock GEEK in?
They're trying to just shut down on Snipes. They know for a fact Snipes giving too much information toward the other side, but it's going to be Hale shooting down to a side of STE from afar. Out of nowhere. Now Hale butting into this business with Boom coming up the same angle as well. STE, they didn't see this one coming with Top bleeding out with Blues and closing in. They're left with only one last play for STE. Hale split into two different angles. Crossfired himself to a side of STE. Now on the side of STE, they have to bow out. There's no way in for them to get into this.
Oh, STE out at number 9 with 3 elimination points. Looks like no chicken dinner for them this time around, but GEEK SLATE is still in this. And now GEEK SLATE will need to go up against Hale Esports. DRS on the other end, still trying to find where Baron is at. They spot out where Baron is. Delta shoots, but Delta, he slipped. Baron exposes himself and finally been taken out by DRS.
Now we talked about STE to land those chicken. Apparently they can't do so. This is the first time ever we're looking at no Mongolian team in the top 5 here. For the first time for the entire day. And for the side of GEEK SLATE on the other hand, they are spreading out with Hill. Trying to give the pressure, but they're under the pressure as well. They need to leave here. They need to get themselves in a better spot to reposition. It's not going to be an easy task. Damn rude with the Bison. Spotted out Tiger, but the Blues don't hit him too hard. Too much and too much to ignore. Finally bowing out for Damn rude. GEEK SLATE plays at 7 with 6 elimination while Hill's still alive.
Yeah, Damn rude. No choice for him. He had to take the shot. He didn't have enough space. He will stand up anyway, so might as well try. But then again, valiant effort for him. And now for FaZe Clan, no choice. It's either to find a way up or they'll be taken out by the blue.
The only team with a full squad right now is going to be Aegon IA. Coming up from Pakistan. While the rest, mostly going to be coming up from South Asia region teams. The Vampires still there. FaZe with 2 players. Vampires with 1. Boom with a duo. DRS with a trio. Hale on the other end with another duo. How to make things work? They are quite spread out for all the teams, even every single player. Spotted out Sky. Delta with a ghillie suit. Not being spotted by Hale here. Living with only Tiger in the lock of the side of Hale. Difficult to defend for himself. It's a flat plane. No covers.
Well, despite no cover, looks like Boom sent one out. Gonna use the vehicle as a cover. That's probably the only option. I'm interested to see, just West, I wanted to say what's happening to Newsy. Looks like they're out. So we got our top 5 teams here. And out of this, no Mongolian teams. We'll be seeing a new region getting the chicken dinner.
Moment, spot out for luck. Oh, he's been backstabbed all the way. Who shot him from that angle? Moment, down to only 2% HP left. Killer, DRS spotted them out. QQ, gonna toss over that nade. Whoever's trying to swim it, there's nowhere for them to stay alive anymore. He knows exactly where he's at, the perfect angle, the perfect corner as well. But can it explode at the right time? But Moment still have those ledges, still have those corners to take covers. These rocks will give him a bit more space to stay alive, but how to climb up if the circle moving away from FaZe Clan?
Oh yeah, it's bad news now for FaZe Clan, and their opponents know exactly where they are. Look at this, AGIA got them locked in. Momo now knocked down by Blade, only one more to go. Onsen, 40% health. That one nade could take him out, and yes it will. Looks like it is out for FaZe Clan. Number 5.
Shaft kiss at that. I'm talking about the perfect timing, the perfect angle. Everything has to be perfect with that kind of a downhill toss by the side of Agonia players. And side of Killer, DRS have been waiting so long. They have been quiet for the entirety of this fight. For Agonia, they are thrilled to find their next target. They are agitated. They are proactive, trying to find all these players who've been proning down, not willing to give away the positions.
Oh, here we go. They're starting to make their move. 25 more seconds on the clock before the zone closes. And there are one of the teams on the outside still. But boom, has a representative in the middle of the circle. Now AGI8 moving in. Their closest target is going to be DRS just right next to them. Unless if they choose to go in the middle of the circle, it's going to be Pombit.
Tiger Axe barely at the corner. Nothing to cover himself there. But a couple of vegetations in between. No structures to take covers. For Luck and the rest of Agonia, they have the numbers. They have a full squad. All they need to do is just spread out. But the one who will be the playmaker is going to be DRS. Killer can spot him out from the back line. Tiger slowly closing the gap between him and Pombit. They might bump into each other anyhow, but can they be spotted out by DRS? They hop onto their vehicles. Will they try to scout over? With the blue zone coming in and QQ. What a sharp set of eyes. He sees everything that moves.
Oh, he got to see where Pombit is at next, because Pombit is now in the middle of the circle. We got 10 elimination points now for AGI8. We're still a full squad. Looking good so far this round. But their closest opponent is going to be DRS on the other side. We got Pombit still active. Tiger still active. Tiger could backstab DRS.
It might be Pombit first in this case. They're the one that closes against them. We have Delta with those gillies to put up to work. Nobody can spot him out if he's proning down. Playing very smart, knowing his strength right now for Delta Axe. But Pombit is right across him. He tried to clear any corners there as possible. Blindly toss over the troubles, hoping it will land on somebody close enough to his Pombit. Imagine being Pombit right now.
Oh, and they seem to know where Pombit is at. That's why the names are being tossed at him. I mean, being Pombit right now, it's going to be tough. Even if they manage to blow up the vehicle, Pombit could be taken out. Now QQ needs to move. The circle will close entirely. We're talking about stage 9 now. And Pombit will be the next target as they go straight in onto him.
Playing a dangerous game coming from Agonia. Watch out, Pombit. It's going to be two-way. Crossfire. Water support by the side of Agonia, but it's not going to be enough as Killer now start to open fire as well. Agonia left with 2 players with DRS. Right now, they are outnumbered. They do have the advantage. Can they close things up?
Here we go. Blade with the long range. Onto Delta, but Blade will be counter fire upon. Now it's down to the last man for AGI. Can he pull off a clutch here? But it looks like it's going to be DRS with the chicken dinner. And somebody got his prediction right.
Finally they made it. And it was not an easy one as well, but still nonetheless, it's coming up from South Asia region.
Yeah, still South Asia showing that they are strong and consistent in the PMRC so far. My goodness, DRS. They had a long travel from another location recently, and coming into this tournament, they managed to get the chicken dinner.
That's kind of true. It has been a very long journey for them and still keeping up with their performance just now. But speaking of which, how much they tallied up when it comes to those eliminations, because they have been playing it very quietly at the sidelines, not willing to move first, because we do saw how Egg and I8 almost closed it off, but it's just them being too aggressive till the very last minute.
The real soldiers. That's what DRS stands for, ladies and gentlemen. So with this chicken dinner, and it was almost a clean chicken dinner for them. They managed to maintain a full squad for majority of the rounds, only expanding like one life at the end, but that's okay. And they got themselves a good amount of elimination points as well. The last we saw, it's almost like what, 12, 13 or 14, somewhere around that number. So it's pretty decent for them.
So far, we haven't got ourselves 20 sort of kills
Not
for
yet.
eliminations, but I'm not surprised if that happened by the end of today or even tomorrow at this stage. Looking at how aggressive the players coming out, especially from South Asia region. They have non-stop shooting. Coming out with South Asia, they're fighting against each other so many times. But Delta just get so good with those Gilliston, playing around the flank side, trying to find those backstep work. It's just all about who sees who's first.
Yeah, and obviously DRS with more players at the end, they have more eyes, so they can cover more angles, and naturally they can, well, take the first shot with the information that they have.
But AGI8, they started off with 4 just now. They got knocked down at 2, but I have to say it's all about, you know, the timing. But that was another incredible game coming up from the South Asia region. We have to toss back to our analyst who's been waiting and excited for their analysis here. Take it away, Contra, and on the go.
And I know a lot of all these fans have been waiting for this, and you've been waiting for this prediction to be right as well. DRS, they've got themselves the chicken dinner, and the streak continues on for all the South Asian teams. And I want to pick your brains right now. What really makes these squads so good?
I think they are just very good bringing the numbers to the final circle. This time around, they get only 8 elimination points, so 18 total points for DRS. But AGI, they were very close getting the chicken dinner. But again, team with the number advantage, losing the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and if this continues to be the trend, and there's so many third-party action in between all these form of matches, but all eyes were on Killer in order to really land a couple of all these blows in order to stay afloat for DRS. And then, of course, provided with a lot of help coming from the team, Ganti was the one to land the final blow as well. But DRS is the definition of a team that actually works really hard together.
Yes, to be honest, I think Delta did a lot this game as well with the Gilly. And he was the one jumping around while the rest of them are proning and trying to look for an opening to get the players from AGI8. But at the end of the day, I think the Gilly helped a lot because it was all grass, it was all green. It was very hard for them to spot him. But MAB, they will be taking the lead now with 40 points, 1 chicken dinner.
Absolutely, and speaking of all these greens, like only a couple of teams that have been able to really climb up in terms of standings in this Erangel round is MAB, FaZe Clan, as well as DRS, and of course for AGI8. Meanwhile, of course, on the second page here, things have been a little bit of a slow grind for many of all these teams, and I was hearing from our casters as well, a lot of all these Southeast Asian teams, they are battling each other very early on, and all these results in such a manner where, you know, even if you do win some of all these fights, you lose out perhaps a little too many members, and we see some of them by the shorelines, trying to stay afloat, trying to survive, and it was so difficult.
I think tomorrow things will be different for the Southeast Asian team. Again, they have a lot of analysts, coaches watching these games, and they know, you know what, how do we rotate and avoid these Southeast Asian teams, especially teams like Vampire, team like FaZe Clan, YOODO Alliance, especially YOODO Alliance.
Oh yeah, they take so many fights from the early game.
Too many early fights, and that's not good for them because they are losing it.
Yeah, and I guess like we definitely would see adjustments being made, but for now, they just really have to grind through because later on, there's still Miramar to play out, which we have not seen yet from all these teams. And speaking of which, we'll take a couple of minutes break and then we'll head to the Desert Dunes. So catch you guys in a bit.
Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is. Isn't she lovely? Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding an all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dyna Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Welcome back once again to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. It's Southeast Asia versus South Asia, and so far SA has been dominating. My name's Contra, your host, as well as here with me is On The Go, our analyst throughout the entire course of the run. So far, you know, SA, so many chicken dinners already, and now switching into Miramar, do you feel like things will change heading to the biggest map that we're playing in the next couple of rounds?
I think things will change. I think at least one chicken dinner will come from Southeast Asia this time around. But I'm expecting a slower paced game for Miramar at least compared to Erangel, compared to Sanhok. And if that happens, maybe we have a shot for Southeast Asia to get their first chicken dinner today. Overall, I think they're doing better. Hill did way better last round after getting only 3 points from 3 games. Last Erangel, they did manage to get top 4 at least. So I expect more from all the Southeast Asian team, including even Box Gaming. Keep in mind, Box Gaming, they're using the lineup from last year, SLDs in PMSL. So they are extremely good in Miramar.
Yeah, I would certainly say so myself. And overall, we've definitely see a glimpse of that screen where we make comparison between two of these regions. Other than, you know, the points that have been accrued by the teams from South Asia, we see damage numbers to be matching up coming in from the Southeast Asia region as well. And the fun fact is, of course, it is a lot more time for the South Asia teams spent in the blue zone versus the Southeast Asian teams. And do you think that that itself actually affects the gameplay of how, you know, the South Asian teams do better compared to the Southeast Asians?
I think the number of Southeast Asian teams at the end of the circle is getting lesser and lesser because of that particular reason. There are more South Asian teams in the center of the circle, so bigger number, so higher chance to get chicken dinner, right? I mean, simple probability.
You know what they say, great minds think alike, and we think that STE is going to do phenomenally well inside of Miramar as well. So we're not going to waste all too much time of yours because I know you guys want to get into action. But first, let's get to Choo Choo and Sir Cloud.
Well, looks like they want to complete the circle. They want to complete the circle of all Mongolian teams getting a chicken dinner on day 1, not even leaving to day 2. So with 2 more games to go, anything is possible.
And I feel bad for STE if they got themselves a double jinx of that. Just in case, you know, so far Contra didn't hit anybody just yet. But we're heading to our new map this time. It's going to be Miramar for our first day.
Well, if Contra hits anyone, I'm calling the police, you know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. But anyway, looks like it's going to be Miramar, our first Miramar. Well, let's see if there's any change, especially when it comes to the amount of teams or the type of teams inside of the final circle. Pointed out by analysts, mentioned that the amount of teams from Southeast Asia in the final circle is getting lesser and lesser. But Miramar is a whole new map.
That's true. So far, we're seeing South Asia region. When it comes to the fundamentals of Erangel, definitely they are way stronger compared to South Asia. It's a fact for now. We don't know how long we'll stay that way, because still the first day. But when it comes to Miramar, will be the same case here, because so far the flight path itself is quite generous to divide the map, not evenly, but still good enough for everybody to drop wherever they fancy. But we do know when it comes to the new map, a lot of teams will have few clashes early on.
Looking around, San Martin, Hacienda, okay, no clash there. The hotspot Picado, always an interesting one. Could be 2 teams though. You see Leo going that side, but maybe Leo's going towards all the way to the left, but the circle is all the way to the right. So it's going to be where Junkyard is centered around. Let's see if the circle ends up there.
Do have 3 teams, in fact, dropping on the northern side here. If they happen to be rotating at the same time, or one team rotating a bit later, especially the ones around in the inner circle, they might actually clash into the teams right on top of Toru Ahumada or Campo Militar up there. But for the sort of phase they're taking around Picado, it's always been their spot since we know them. But I don't know. So far, I'm surprised there's no early skirmishes here and there, because it's the first map of Miramar and these 2 regions fighting against each other. But I'm not surprised if that's going to happen anytime soon.
Well, I guess it's also the possibility of that happen. It's lower than before. It's because Miramar is a bigger map.
True.
Just putting the logic of size versus the number of teams. Obviously, we still remain the same number of teams. So hence that is the case. YOODO Alliance into Los Dones. This is their regular drop spot. Because of the flight path, they'll get it. And it's not too much of a surprise that Los Dones is being shared with at least 2, can be up to 3 teams. And yes, there's 3 teams here. So it's a regular starting point or a regular number of teams, at least in the current meta, where Los Dones has up to 3 of them.
I want to see where are the rest of the members of Box here. Because they apparently have only 2 on top of this in the circle. Feels like the other 2 might be playing around the outer circle, but it's still going to be the first map and the first stage of it anyways. So even if they play alongside the Blue Zone for a tiny bit, they still can maximize the use of it with band-aids, some first aid, and that's it. It's still not going to be that painful. But when it comes to overall rankings, even though they won themselves aside of DRS, the chicken dinner. But the 2 teams that don't have any chickens up there is going to be Alter Ego and FaZe. Now, these 2 teams show some consistency of the day, if you compare it with all the other Southeast Asia teams.
Yeah, because of the current point system, right? What will really help teams to propel up there is the elimination points. And so far, Alter Ego getting a good number, FaZe Clan as well getting a good number. In fact, Vampire Esports arguably getting a good number as well. I mean, they're 1 point below FaZe Clan. So with that sort of trade-off of not getting the chicken dinner, if you can get the amount of eliminations that they can, and these teams have a lot of firepower in them, well, I guess it will still put it on top. And not too far away from the number 1 spot, since we are still in day 1. So as long as they can keep the number 1 within reach, points-wise, they're fine.
It's kind of true. It's not too big of a gap, except for those actually at the bottom, which are going to be so far. YOODO Alliance, the only team didn't crack the double-digit code down there. Kind of worried for them right now. It's going to be 3 points different from them and T2K. Instead of Leo, Box. I feel like they're going to go back to a drawing board by the end of today if they're still stagnant down there. We know for a fact any competition, it's going to be always someone at the top and someone at the bottom. It's all about the gap in between, right? We don't want the gap is too big for them to reach out.
Yeah, despite like we theorize like, it's still day one and all that. I also want to put in like this extra theory, right? Like YOODO Alliance is the comeback team. Like they always do well towards the last day. Like even if you remember from the last PMSL where they played, it was towards the end that they really shoot up, and then it became only by I believe it was placement point tiebreaker that they lose the PMWI slot. So if we were to expect anything out of YOODO Alliance, maybe we might need to wait until Sunday.
I just hope it's not too late for them by then, because we don't know how much big of a gap in between the first and 16th place by the final day. Because so far, MAB in the first day already got himself in the 40s, and no other teams reaching out nearby except for 4MV. If you compare with Alter Ego, yes, they do have 9 points in between there, but for Alter Ego, I have to give them a lot of respect as well. Even though they are the only teams in the top 3 without any chicken. It just shows how aggressive they are when it comes to finding their targets.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Alter Ego, they do have Rosemary, your favorite player.
Of course.
Yeah, but we haven't seen him like really shine. But it doesn't matter if his other teammates can actually pick up the elimination points. We saw Pombe actually lasting longer than Rosemary in the previous round. So if they can have that swap in swap out with each other, maintaining the whole team consistency, I think that's okay. But can you imagine that if Rosemary can perform like how he did in the last PMSL as the top eliminator, Alter Ego would shoot up to #1 without chicken dinner.
It's kind of true. Still waiting for that to happen. And usually it happens when it starts coming up from Miramar because of the distance in between the high grounds, making it so hard for them to be shut down by all the other teams. It's all about high grounds when it comes to Miramar, but it's also about how you closing the distance if the fights are too long between you and the other party. Now, AGI ate so close of getting that chicken just now. But this time, they're trying to get those elevations first for the side of Empires. There definitely are compound hopping between them, trying to get themselves as much loot as possible. They know for a fact they need a lot of resources with those vehicles, with the grenades. They didn't have enough. And so far, when it comes to grenade comparison, it feels like South Asia do have it more compared to the side of South Asia region.
You know what? AGI8 has an extra storyline to them or extra motivation to them. They are now the only country in South Asia region to not get a chicken dinner, because Nepal already got it. Obviously, Mongolia got it. So now AGI8 is the next one.
There's going to be a lot of pressure with the only representative coming up from Pakistan.
Yeah.
You're the only representative for that. So there's a lot of pressure on their side. But it's not impossible for them based on their last performance. But this is a different map entirely. It's wider, it's bigger, there's more land, and there's not many structures in between. It's all about the terrain, those high grounds, those elevations, and those valleys. How you play around them, that's a bigger question. And maybe Baron always love to play the flank side when it comes to initiate any sort of engagement towards the other team. They're definitely very proactive, if you ask me. Coming up from the side of the Mongolian teams particularly, right? You can't see them waiting, except for STE, they've been waiting some time, but the rest have been proactively hunting people down.
Okay, let's see if the Circle will change their proactiveness, since it now moves towards 100% land, still centered around Junkyard. You have a good amount of teams on the outside of the Circle. I would say keep your eyes still on MAB on the north side. They will move in. Boom is right in front of them. If they go further, it's going to be Alter Ego. If they choose to wait, probably Vampire Esports may come up to them. But I think from the teams from Lost Earnest will be kind of interesting as well, because as YOODO line goes out, there's another team behind them that can come in. So we could see a battle at the south side of the Circle.
Speaking of the Circle, some teams not even nearby. We're talking about those teams actually taking the blue zone. And NBeSports, one of them, including Leo. There's going to be only 2 because right now 4MV already left that spot, but Alter Ego spotted our box. Kwang is already on the ground bleeding out. Gosu and the rest of them will not go back to make a U-turn to help him up because they need to deal with this first. Strongzing next. Octa is just super sharp right now.
Well, we did talk about Alter Ego with their firepower. 2 knockdowns back-to-back for Box Gaming, the only representative from Vietnam. And now Kwang will be taken out by Octa. It's going to be first blood given towards Alter Ego. Gosu needs to pray that he'll be able to get to safety, but for Strongzin, he will be left by his teammates. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything much that they could do.
Starting off a bit handicapped on the side of Box Gaming, left with only 2 players here. STE happened to be being engaged by another team. DRS taking those long fights, but because of their distance, almost around 300 meters apart. So definitely he can revive his teammate for Rozok. Trying to scout out the rest of the players, but it's just too difficult because of their distance is just too far. But T2K, one of the teams that actually being eliminated early is actually T2K.
Yeah, they were the first team to go out previously. So they had a longer rest as compared to the others. It's not the rest that they would have wanted, but they'll be looking to recover themselves this time. Mondo is all alone though at the building below them, but because they're all in the circle and looking at the position that T2K has that nice high ground on top, well spread out, I don't expect them to go on to Mondo.
For GEEK, SLATE try to gatekeep 2 Thai teams at the same time. There's going to be Hill and Vampires. They're gatekeeping these teams from entering. Ravenclaw got tapped out. It's going to be Snipes getting those knocks, but he cannot translate it into 1 point due to the mountain in between them. But damn rude, just giving away his position way too much, and Hill knocks him back.
That's the thing about long range, right? Yes, you can get the knock, but to secure the elimination point is not that easy because of the slope. And now the fight between GEEK SLATE is coming in. GEEK SLATE, Snipes needs to win the fight. He gets a knockdown. Can he get more out of this? The nade of the Snipes down to 40% of health. He's kind of low, but Snipes, another knockdown for him. Can he clutch this out? 1v1 against GetSlow.
Oh, the other play of Hill trying to climb up here, a bit too far and a bit too slow, but GetSlow trying to make work by himself, nading down on Snipes. That's giving him space to just revive the rest of the roster, but here comes the rest of the cavalry for GEEK SLATE. Vampire is trying to take Snipes on a different angle entirely. They have Hill at the same time. 4MV heard those gunshots and just take it as their compass. They just put themselves a navigation towards their side, but they just made a bit of a U-turn, trying to reposition himself to see what's going on at the other end.
As much as Mika wanted to follow up, unfortunately, the timing wasn't right for him. Hail Esports will reset entirely, and now they're on the way into the circle. Next, could it be Mika? Could it be someone else? Now they're doing the scouting work, but then again, they're still on the outside of the circle. Stage 3, still a good amount of space for them to rotate if they choose to go somewhere else.
Box not giving any sort of attempt towards AGI8, knowing they're only left with 2 players here. Just want to know any sort of information, who's around them. It's not just going to be one team around them right now. There's going to be another just next to them. 2 or 3 possibly. On the side of Hill, they need to leave now as the blue zone shrinking, while GEEK SLATE left with only Mika in between. It's going to be clear side. A free elimination for 4MV. For the side of Dog, he's not even breaking any sweat. That's like free for him.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Mika, he didn't have the opportunity to get into action. He was taken out just like that. So GEEK SLATE is out, number 16, no elimination points at all. Snipes failed to secure that elimination point early on to Hail Esports. 4MV will be happy to take the point.
East and Apex for 4MV. Try to see who's coming out the other side. They're trying to gatekeep this entry. Hill split it himself into 1 tree for now, with Sky coming in a bit later, just across the other side of the street. We do have another team right on top of them. I think it's going to be NBE, if I'm not mistaken. But Sky, try to see if there's anybody else coming out from the northern side. But they're just too close to the side of 4MV. If it's not being careful, if he's tunneling vision towards his front, his back line is just open for any fires.
Here we go, DRS. But the terrain is rough. Just look at this. For them to even scout their opponent is hard. But for STE, they might lose 1 player there, as Killer is still scouting around, trying to find the information of where the other members of STE are at. But Top's all alone. There's almost no way for the rest of STE to save him, as finally Killer will take out Tops.
That one nade, that's going to be grenade elimination coming up from Killer. Sky need to move, joining with the rest of his team. While STE, IC spotted out DRS Gaming just going to finish off in an instant. There's going to be one player, IC happened to be there. DRS, they tried to take him out with those nades, but it didn't work out. He's just going to get out from there with his buggy and just pick back the remaining members of STE. They're left with only 2 players, but they still got themselves some consolation at 1 point. But the moment they pick out, Leo and T2K is right on top of them as well.
Ooh, since they only left with 2 players, they'll play a little bit more safer. I don't think they will go straight onto Leo. But for MAB coming to the circle, what an interesting location they are in. But for T2K with the high ground now, using it to their advantage. 1 knockdown for T2K. IC is the last man standing for STE. There's not much that they can do all alone. And now IC is out. STE becomes the next team to be eliminated. And that is the analyst curse, ladies and gentlemen.
I told you, double jinx as that. They got themselves at 15 plays, yeah. Oh, Vampire spotted out Boom. Again, Vampire's always fighting against Boom, I've noticed. If it's not Boom, it's going to be Alter Ego, one or the other. But for the side of DRS, they are chasing somebody still, but we do have 4 and V open fires against another team. They need to cut across Hill and Alter Ego at the same time. If they want to go a bit of safer route, there's no way in a safer place here. Because it's either taking a fight against Hill or taking a fight against Alter Ego. They go south, there's another team down there. Vampires, on the other hand, forcing Boom to take up the challenge. And Newsy being knocked down by Rosemary instead from a different off angle entirely.
Wow, Rosemary knocked down again by Apex. And now Rosemary again and again and again being the target of other teams. Newsy will be picked up by Ravenclaw. Stone on the other side, giving cover by tossing a nail onto Boom. And looks like it's going to be Boom against Vampire Esports again. We saw this earlier on in Erangel. And we have Razy going in for an off angle. Razy is going in for the backstab.
Stone spotted out Razy just beneath him. Oh, he just spotted
There you
out.
go.
Razy got a clear shot and finish off clean. Oh man, he just missed a tiny bit of it.
Nice backstabbing by Razy, going in for the flank. And with that, he will secure that elimination point. And not only that, the rest of Vampire Esports, the moment they know that Stone is out, thanks to Razy, they'll be like, okay, nope, we don't want any of this. We're getting inside.
Problem is they don't have enough vehicle. Now taking the fight against Rosemary. Was fighting against another player just now. Newsy coming up from the flank side. Ravenclaw taking the front line, but Rosemary keeping them at bay. Newsy hop back towards the vehicles, hoping to grab Ravenclaw, but it's a bit too late as Rosemary just knocked him down from afar. Spotted out even Yami across the other side, but leaving Newsy to flee. Will he just leave him by? And Rosemary retract his position back.
Whoa!
Pop it waiting with Fnatic Alter Ego. He got the point just now.
Yeah. Oh, but I have to give it to Pombit though. Actually, Newsy managed to get away. Like, he went into the shack. He reached the shack, but because of the vehicle, and the behind of the vehicle was blown up by Pombit, and that is how Pombit got that point. That was, if you can't get the exact target, you get the vehicle, you still get the point at the end of the day.
Speaking of timing, it was a perfect time for Pombit as well. And the side of our next circle, T2K spreading himself in a 2-1-1 right in the center. We do have Leo come out from the southwest side. Well, on the southern side, we do have FaZe entirely gatekeeping towards YOODO Alliance. AGI8 on the other end, taking their sweet time, Singers for 4 and V, taking a very late rotation, while Box remaining at that place for the longest time there is, not willing to even pick out. But sort of YOODO Alliance, they definitely have a lot of information, but how to shoot from here?
Oh yeah, just look at that. That is a rough angle. I mean, we're talking about urban warfare here, meaning that it's hard for them to fight in the right angle if they only depend on looking throughout the window. FaZe Clan arrive, and now Shoryam ready with his nade. He's ready to toss it on to the other side where DRS is set, but his nade will not connect as he gets knocked down by Killer with the DBS.
Try to get those elevations. This is going to be Leo's play, but DRS just know how to rush into and compound with those DBS to put up a work. DRS tried to find Leo remaining players, but they got himself hide perfectly well out of sight of these teams. 4MV are scouting out and hunting players downhill, and then another team going through them. T2K taking off FaZe at the same time. Hill fire back to
Sky only.
4MV, but Hill ring around the rosy.
Oh!
A splat that is.
If only his shot connected onto the buggy driver, then he would have been okay. But unfortunately, that had to happen. Now, speaking about unfortunate situations, Rosemary again knocked down. We don't get to see the best of Rosemary just yet. We still got one more round, but there's still opportunity for him to be picked up. Now, YOODO Alliance coming in. They're at the lower ground. They see everything that's happening on the high ground, but they couldn't get a clear shot. And speaking about Rosemary, again, eliminated this time.
AGI8 got himself a full squad, spotted out the two remaining players of Box Gaming. Alter Ego, on the other hand, cannot get in. Denied the entrance by MV, and now being shut down as well. That's a double nade down the side of 4MV's finish off the entirety of Alter Ego.
AGI8 onto Box Gaming. They know that with the knockdown, that's their opening to go in. Falak will come in with the DBS from the side, but looks like Box Gaming is out. Number 10 without a single elimination. That means no points for round number 5.
AGI8 plays himself in the middle of a crossfire. FaZe got himself those elevation early on. T2K got the highs of them all. YOODO lines a bit spread out. The formation being broken by all the other teams happen to be in the center. Look, spotted out the rest of member of the other side. YOODO Lions, they have no way in. They have no way to hike up those terrains. But 4MV on there, they're still playing alongside around the white line of the circle. Barely getting in, playing alongside the terrain to take cover as well. Boom, trying to find the rest of them. Doc managed to reset himself, but there's going to be AGI on the other end. 4MV kind of stuck right now, but the circle happened to be shifting at this very same time.
Oh, circle goes towards T2K with the high ground in the middle of the circle. This is prime position for them. But then again, for them to farm elimination points is probably going to be hard, as all the other teams are by the side, fighting each other, cancelling each other out.
Refus. At those vehicles from Boom. A bit agitated, yes. Leo opened fire to the side of Boom, who's spreading out and doing scout work. Casey will fight back. They're taking those valleys. Barricade himself with a couple of vehicles still. In case they need to leave, just hop onto it. AGI8 reposition himself in a very small compound, scattered within those houses. But QQ tried to take the front line. Falak almost close to being knocked down. That's going to be 1 HP percent left. Leo closing now, but the moment he popped that smoke, it was a perfect timing coming up from AGI8. But MAB, they're not willing to give it away just yet. QQ spotted out YOODO lines. QQ is so good at scouting information.
Oh, can he be good enough to take the shot? He has a mini 14. Perfect to get a knockdown onto the member of YOODO Alliance. But he chooses not to pull the shot yet. Chooses not to pull the trigger. YOODO Alliance without the circle. They have to go up to the hiker. They have to go in for the hike. Whereas for MAB, has Boom to deal with on the north side.
Ooh, there's a perfect Kobe down to a side of Pumbit. Knocked down on Kasai, but here comes another Molly, burning them off alive between those valleys. There's no way out for them. 2 of them been knocked down. Wally tried to fight back against 4MV, but Wally, can he do all the heavy lifting by himself? While the rest of MAB is bleeding out and tried to revive. Boom, closing in the gap. They are just compressing them from the top, and now one by one, plucked out by Boom. Wally tried to do a wondrous amount of work by himself, but Pombit just finished off with a flashy way of that jump shot.
Oh, this is Pombit, ladies and gentlemen. And now, 3 elimination points, but they are out. Still a decent round. But for YOODO Alliance, without a circle, they need to go in for the hike. FaZe Clan will be waiting for them on the right, DRS on the left, and this FaZe Clan DRS gets busy with each other. The YOODO Alliance can take advantage.
AGI8. Falak needs to be saved by Blade and Buzz. Boom, on the other hand, managed to revive themselves a 4. They're almost entirely been knocked down just now, but Yummy May spot out Falak, knocks him down. DRS fighting Mormon with him. He 1 nade exactly knock him down, but the nade coming up from the side of Boom. They are fighting back. They're not willing to count himself in those valleys anymore. Pushing in, it's going to be Pombit taking the front line, while the rest will giving support fires at the back.
Oh, Boom. Do they want to close up the job right now? They're finding a different angle. Probably waiting for the circle as well. Shamil gets knocked down. by FaZe Clan. And at the same time, boom, they have company to deal with. They have T2K as well. T2K overlooking them. Now back onto YOODO Alliance. They need to win this fight. They cannot share the same compound as DRS. We got Rules to get him a killer on the other side, but YOODO Alliance, they have the numbers with Ade Luke, Repo Boy, Oleo.
With the DBS in hand. YOODO Alliance. It's quite a lot of structures in between them, but they're closing in. DRS is just next to them. Ade Luke already cooking up the nade. Spotted out exactly where killer is, but they toss the smoke first before they actually toss those nades. Didn't clip on anybody just yet, but Rules trying to fight back. And he's trying to pin on one. Oleo's on the ground. He's trying to make so much work by himself. Last thing of Valve, he managed to clutch the entirety of YOODO and YOODO Alliance by himself. Rulezok made it happen for DRS.
Beautiful use of a smoke there to blind out the rest of YOODO Alliance and to just corner them, to just choke them at that alley. And that is where they took advantage of it. YOODO Alliance, despite having the numbers, they couldn't overcome the duo that is DRS.
T2K split themselves into two and two different mountains entirely. Spotted out NBeSports, them greeting out from afar. AGI8, Blade and Buzz, slowly going to a side of T2K. While Boom is just trailing them slowly behind. They might get backstabbed if they're not aware. On the side of DRS, they need to hike up. But the moment they use those buggers and those UAZs, those vehicles, they will be giving away so much information. But here comes another Boom coming in. AGI, there's no way safe for them.
Oh, Boom, they're ready to defend their area. AGI eliminated immediately. Number 5, 4 elimination points. Down to the top 4 teams. But how are they going to challenge T2K right now with the high ground advantage? FaZe shoots out to Boom. FaZe needs to reset himself. He got himself 5 first aids. He'll be okay for now. But how he's going to show himself next? But the rest of NBE is coming in to give cover from other angles.
1-3 for NBeSports, splitting themselves. Another one to be the flanker. T2K spotted out 2 of the players in this very small shack. Rick not willing to open fire just yet. Here it comes. Hoping the sprays will connect. A bit too late now. But Fizzboy managed to toss one out. Mondo got on double down. Yami May and the rest of Boom in a predicament. It's a dicey situation for them. Barely hanging on to the foot of the mountain. But Rick keep pressuring those on the small shack. NBeSports cannot even pick out. But Boom, how can they fight back? They're barely holding on their corners.
Oh, here we go. Razy just at that little corner. But DRS just right below them. Razy knows that someone's there, and now DRS does have the circle. They'll be gate capped by Boom, but Boom will be overlooked by T2K from this high ground.
Boom is a bit too busy to the side of DRS, but the one actually Razy keep their eyes onto that is keeping them unchecked. But Razy, he has to cover so many angles by himself. How to hike up, how to go across. NBeSports waiting on the other end. T2K right above them. DRS right next to them. They cannot complacent. They cannot be distracted because DRS willing to take the backstab here. Knock on one. Boom. In a dicey situation. There's no way out for them.
Oh, killer. He can't afford to overpeak himself because T2K will be there to take him down. So the moment he gets one knockdown, unfortunately he can't finish up the job, but Boom will be alerted by their presence. At the same time, NBE waiting for the right moment to come in. NBE, while their members still on the outside circle because T2K is locking them out.
T2K taking the most vintage view up here, having the widest angle to work with, and they still got themselves the circle. DRS, they barely got any land to run. Sundash knocking on down on one. That's gonna be 2 down. That's gonna be the rest of DRS. They're gone. Down to 3 teams at NBeSports, T2K, and the as well side of Boom.
How are you going to counter to the high ground of T2K as they will get another knockdown? That's going to be Suyong onto Akash. He'll finish up the job. There's going to be another point in the back for him. Mondo will need to pick up his teammate, but his teammate's just too far away, just too front. He's not in the clear to go and pick him up as Boom is still holding on to their area.
The other 2 side of T2K, they need to get out from the get down from the high horses here. But Boom spotted out Fitzboy. and he'll knock on him down. But Mondo keeping the eyes towards the side of T2K. They have to climb down, but at the same time, they're knocked down to almost loss of health. Bluezen coming in, there's no more circle at this point. Suyok have to fight forward. They have to climb down, but the moment they jump down, they might actually cause their life as well as being shut down by the side of NBeSports. Boom, spotted out T2K, Sundish down on the ground. NBSec taking on T2K. T2K attracted all two teams at the same time.
Oh, to the left, to the left, to the left. It's going to be Rick now on the lower ground. Boom, has a high guy advantage. Rick is starting to move in. Achol spots one out. Will finish off Jane. Rick is still alive. He doesn't have any first aids. And Rick will be taken off by Achol. Beautifully done indeed. And now Boom will not go down without a fight.
Still remaining as a tree on Boom side. T2K have to sacrifice too, but Yami May can hold on. And esports start to push. They have no place to go. But T2K, those high grounds is just unmovable for them to take out by the other teams. Boom! Now they try to take advantage of John down. Sundays with the DBS, shutting down NBES. Left with only two remaining players of Boom. It's going to 2v2, but they are on a different side of this small mountain.
Okay, this is going to be really interesting. Can T2K do it or will Boom take off the chicken dinner, the first for Southeast Asia? T2K waving the South Asia flag. 2v2 right now. The smoke will be popped up by Sundash. Two smokes, in fact, to create that blind, to create that distraction for Boom.
But the blue side finish off from the T2K first. They have to push forward. Boom just waiting on it at the end. Razy taking the high ground. Is waiting with the DBS. They got one. They got boom. It's going to be Boom. The first ever Southeast Asia region team to secure one chicken dinner.
And it came from Boom Esports, ladies and gentlemen. It took 5 matches for Southeast Asia to finally land a chicken dinner, and it came from the representatives of Indonesia itself. Boom!
I have to say that was a very difficult landing there, playing alongside the legends of those mountains. T2K, they lasted long, they are smart. They know for a fact it's all about those high grounds. Nobody else can take them out. But at the same time, how much they secured those elimination because of their position just now for T2K?
Probably not as much because they were in a position where it was hard for them to secure elimination points. They had to wait for teams to come towards them instead of them able to get that proactive move. So there is a possibility, we need to tabulate the scores later on, there is a possibility that Boom might eventually get more points than T2K.
I'm gonna have to wait and see, but you have to give it a go. Boom and Alter Ego has been trying so hard to finish things off in a flashy way, but Boom, they had it so tough in their position. Those angles from downhill to upwards, it's just almost impossible with 90 degrees of steep cliff just now to land any shot. But DRS, they lasted long enough. They outsmart. You have to give it against YOODO Lions. One person rules not clutch the entire team of YOODO Lions by himself.
Yeah, just look at this. Okay, Rules gets one on the right, gets two, in fact, back to back, and then goes for a 1v1. Finish off with a jump shot, beautifully done. It was aesthetics, it was results, everything was onto DRS. But this was the grand finale, whereby Boom versus T2K. It could have went either way, in fact.
You know what, the last time I saw them was 9 eliminations before they finish off the rest of the teams just now. But T2K ended up at 9 eliminations by their round, close enough to get those chickens, but you have to give it to Boom. That was a difficult game for them.
Oh yeah, it was not easy at all. They were stuck down there. Someone's up there, someone's coming in front, someone's coming in from the right. It was coming in from everywhere. But of course, the trade-off is that they have the chance to get elimination points. But that is just our theory, so they got a lot of elimination points. Let's be sure as we pass it on back to our analyst desk. Take it away, Contra, on the go.
And the winds of change have finally arrived. This is the first chicken dinner for those of you guys who are cheering on for Southeast Asian teams, and it is Boom of Indonesia to take the top spot.
15 elimination points for them, giving them 25 total points right now. And I would say that T2K ruined their opportunity to get chicken dinner. If they just allowed Team NB to destroy Boom at the bottom of the cliff, I think that chicken dinner will be easily T2K's.
Yeah, that was a very unfortunate incident as well, because that's where they actually have locked on targets on towards Boom. But you saw Boom had teams left, right, center, bottom of the hill, top of the hill as well, and they managed to thrive. And majority of the case, Yummy has always been on that forefront to be able to put up a firm challenge, and by the end of it all, that 2 versus 2 was one of the best we've seen. And take a look at that. Boom. In one round, 25 points. They now shoot all the way to the top of the table.
Amazing. They were on the second page, I think, previous round, and now they're number 1 through 1 chicken dinner and 15 elimination point. Great for them. Again, I think what Boom did there was high risk, high reward. Being down there in the little hole, NB were looking at them. They were trying their best to eliminate Boom, but T2K wanted to be part of that fight, trying to shoot NBeSports. There was a guy at a shack. He was really locked on Boom. Boom should have been eliminated. But because T2K wanted to get involved in that fight, eventually they lost to Boom. They lost 2 guys first. And again, the team with the number advantage not getting the chicken dinner. T2K had 4 players.
Yeah, and they definitely did send 2 players initially to try a challenge. Unfortunately, that did not went all too well. 2 versus 2, that's a 50-50. And Boom, they take those any given day. And this is definitely a massive win. A round with that number does not come by every single time. So let's see if Boom can actually keep it up in the upcoming round of Miramar. But before we even get there, I believe that we do have somebody special waiting on the line to join us for a quick session of an interview. And of course, we'll be looking at the next match before we even get to that. So you guys definitely will have to wait for that. But yeah, back to the conversation. Like, so far, from what I've seen throughout so many matches, all these teams from South Asia definitely have high-level tactical plays and, of course, enough firepower to be able to offer. And then, so far, Southeast Asia, raw firepower, and that's being displayed by Boom to win this round.
I think whatever they did this round will kind of help out the other Southeast Asian teams, knowing that they played with Boom before, especially team from Indonesia, such as Alter Ego, right? So knowing that we are better than Boom, and if Boom can get chicken dinner here, we can too. So I think AE most probably is going to do way better after this. And whatever Boom did, there was, again, high risk, high reward situation. Maybe more Southeast Asia team will do something similar. Being in that spot is not that great, but they did get chicken dinner with amazing amount of elimination point. Miramar is the place where you get this kind of elimination point. So I believe more team from Southeast Asia might want to try to do something similar. But head-to-head here, we see Boom against DRS. DRS, again, great placement point.
Yeah, and overall, let's just take a look at the substantial amount of damage that Boom actually offers. And with that massive win, they have contributed 24% of the current regional record right now. Every single round we've been keeping tabs at the score, and the last we checked, coming in from these tallied numbers, it was about 30 points of a difference. But with this added 25 only from Boom, we haven't counted the rest, so we definitely have to wait. But it probably will have actually evened up the score lines between this regional battle, SEA versus SA.
But other teams from SEA, they need to step up their game now. Now that at least one team from Southeast Asia already got a chicken dinner, I hope the last game will also go to a Southeast Asian team. I'm expecting, hoping Vampire will get it.
Vampire Esports. That's definitely pretty interesting because I've kind of voted for them one of these rounds, and of course they do see their fair share of struggles. So is there any particular reason why Vampire Esports?
Again, this is a big map, and we saw the tempo of the game is kind of different from Erangel. It's much slower compared to Erangel. And I think this kind of map, of course, will benefit Vampire. Vampire is very strong. Miramar, of course, they don't have the star player, Tony Kane, but Nuzi is playing. Nuzi been there. Nuzi been the Terminator for Thailand, even for PUBG Mobile Pro League Southeast Asia Grand Finals, right? So I assume that his firepower is somewhere there with Tony K. So I hope they will do better this particular round.
I definitely agree on your stance because historically, even from the early PMCO days, like Thailand has always shown that one of the best maps that they've played through many of all these maps is actually Miramar, and they know how to control a lot of all these different types of terrains, which make them pretty difficult to be dealt with by other teams. Meanwhile, from what we saw in the past round as well, even in such an area like Minas Generalis, sure, a lot of all these teams have struggled, but I'm just keeping my eyes on, other than the PMPL Thai teams, I think we really got to focus back on Indonesia because we got Alter Ego that has been carrying the flag of SEA at the top, and then now Boom is basically taking over. So Indonesia definitely deserves a lot of attention throughout these couple of rounds.
Right, yeah, definitely. But for our talent prediction, we won't be picking any South Asian. Oh,
I will. I do.
Nice.
So
right.
it's going to be Boom Esports.
Your late one game.
Yeah. Usually how this prediction goes is that before we even start the run, we've already put the predictions out there. So I'm not just jumping on the hype train. Like, yeah, I just got a feeling that Boom would actually win a round. But can they do a double? That's where I want to see.
Maybe they can. But I picked AGI8. But I'm hoping that Vampire will strike back this time around. Last game, the final circle was kind of odd. It was like a one small hill, and teams were playing around it. But when it comes to terrain like mountains and all those kind of things, I think Vampire is definitely a stronger team. So I would say Vampire and AJ. I'll get 2 picks this time around.
Yeah, fair enough. One from SA, one from SEA. So let's see.
How about you from SA?
For me, like, NB has been impressive. Stalwart definitely had their struggles today, and I understand why. I think of all these teams out there, I definitely say Aegon IA has been on the constant climb upwards. But if I were to put a finger, Mabetex Esports, MAB Esports, they have been able to really come up with some really massive rounds with plenty of elimination points if they do get into the late stages of the game.
Yes, that's your problem. If they get into the last circle with 4 players or 3 players, I think they do well. But if they are unable to do that, I don't think they will be able to get a lot of points. I think their strength is basically the squad as 4.
Yeah, and I think like the open grounds is where they also do thrive. So it really depends on how this terrains will favor some of all these teams out there. So I guess like that's about enough from us because we're about to head to our final round as we dive into our final action here, along with Choo Choo as well as Sir Cloud.
Well, do you think that it's going to be the contractors again?
Maybe.
Yeah,
whenever
because
he call the shots, they're never gonna win.
yeah, at least Undergo got one, right? He got DRS, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I mean, like, but at the same time, it's a bit too late. It's like he delayed. His prediction's a bit delayed.
Yeah, he need to turn back time, you know. Yeah, so
Bad for him, man.
too bad for him.
But speaking of which, this is where we can see in Miramar map, South Asia showing their prowess. But you mentioned earlier on Alter Ego and FaZe Clan, if I'm not mistaken, one of the few teams in the top 5. We mentioned them at number 3 for Alter Ego. The only team without any chicken in the top 3. Takes them only 1 chicken and that's it. They push themselves way up there.
Yeah, no chicken, no problem for some of the teams, right? Like, but I think it's also because like day 1 still, the points are very, very close.
True.
So that's why you just need that 1 chicken, then yeah. But if it's like day 4, you get that 1 chicken, you still be like, ugh, you know, that sort of feeling.
But speaking of the next Miramar, well, finally South Asia region teams coming back and they are more comfortable in this because when it comes to Erangel, kind of fumbling for them.
Let's see. We'll need more rounds, okay? Let's take this round as like that sort of observation whether this round is a Southeast Asia map or not as we have the final game, Miramar.
First and foremost, I have to apologize for all the players and even in the chat because I might butcher some of the names because there's so many numbers in between the player's name. It's so hard for me to see sometimes. I'm a bit too old for this. But yeah, back about the last map here. We're heading into the closing of day 1. How do we close it? Come out from Tierra Bronca down towards Los Seagulls. There's going to be more towards the right side, skewed flight path. But will it be on the left side when it comes to those circles?
Well, if we get something different, of course, that'll be nice. If we get something...
Lost Eagles,
that'll be awesome. Yeah. If I get still my Impala circle, I'll be happy as well. So either one of those, I think that'll be nice. But because of the flight path on one skewed to one side, so earlier on we saw a flight path that's pretty nice, that pretty much in the middle. So with this side flight path, vehicle hogging may be a thing as teams might want to go to the left side. but it's also dependent on the circle. It's suddenly like, okay, you drop somewhere random and then like the circle's like, oh, the circle's on the right. Well, maybe they choose not to go to the left instead.
But you know what? Trailer Park and Ruins feels like Zaki in this case, in this map, right? Zaki, at least we got one Zaki when it comes to Erangel last time. But we do have a very generous, again, once more, very sort of a similar circle, a bit more to as Los Leones. We had it around there somewhere before. But this time we do have a bit heated up as initial drop spot, which is going to be between Box Gaming and Hill.
Ooh, previously we didn't see this sort of tussle inside of Impala, but now we'll be served with a tussle somewhat. And because, well, this is, Impala is still within the circle, right? So they can somewhat take their time, and there's still a decent amount of space for them to move away, like whether they follow the north or the south. FaZe Clan with Mela, a couple of shots onto Slipknot, but nothing too big.
FaZe, on the other hand, very peaceful around there somewhere so far. Got one more team nearby, but still quite a distance, around 300 meters apart. NBE, this time, surprisingly, Cloud, if you compare with the last one, right? They're a bit closer than the previous one, maybe because of the flight path itself. Before this, it was not really in the center, but really a bit more towards the left. So this one is way up to the right side of us, of the flight path, just on top of a map. So everybody happened to be around a very small space as a start.
Yeah, and if you want like early action, then normally it's like because of this kind of flight path, we may see something. And I guess Impala was one of it. It's just so happened that Impala is wide enough for the two teams. Now, whether it's enough loot for the two teams, then there's a separate conversation. But at least ground-wise, it's big enough. But so far, we have not seen the first blood yet. I do expect to still see some happening inside Impala.
I have a feeling maybe Los Leones as well, because we remember last time it was 3 teams on top of Los Leones, right? So I'm not sure where's the third one so far. We haven't spotted them out just yet. But you might be heading into your first blood on the second stage here, possibly. Or even before. Never mind, I take that back. First contact.
Yeah, although I'll argue that Los Leones is common with the current meta for the past few seasons, that 3 teams can occupy themselves into Los Leones. So I don't expect to see like the first blood being in there unless something unfortunate happens. But for the most part, I think by now, looking at the current meta, and it's all across regions, right, that Los Leones occupying 3 teams, I think they'll be fine.
You know, I look at the numbers when it comes to the regional comparison. I think a lot of what being lifted for South Asia region is going to be coming up from Boom. You look at the gap in between them, the next South Asia team on that list is going to be on 6th place.
Yeah, 6, and then you have another gap, which is 8 and 9. And then you have another gap, which is 10 and 11, and then you got 12, 13, and then you got 15 and 16. So, oh yeah, on an average basis, yeah. If you remove Boom and you remove MAB, then the whole pie chart will still skew towards South Asia.
That's kind of true. So Boom has been breaking the back, contributing to a point for South Asia region right now.
Yeah, for the bragging rights of Southeast Asia.
That's true. One team, everybody holding on to, but still the first day. Speaking of which, you get what you want. It's going to be first blood or not, but it does actually still have quite a distance, around 20 to 30 meters apart. It did land one hand grenade on top of Gosu, but will they willing to push in?
Oh, okay, looks like they're willing to, but T-Dog is waiting. He knows that they'll take the bait. And T-Dog, at least he gets a knockdown, so a little bit of a trade there between Box Gaming and Hale Esports. Both players still able to be picked up by respective teams, as T-Dog will make that move after tossing up the smoke.
Bit of a trading done between Box and Hale for now. Hale splitting himself into 2-2. Box on the other end widening up the spread, but Ghost is still got finished off by the side of Sky only. Now that's going to be Box. How do they respond to this? Do they want to fight back or just pull the way for a retreat? It feels like they're going for a retreat and disengagement for now, knowing for the fact they might be a bit handicapped versus the entire squad of Hill, and they don't have enough to work alongside with them as well, because they do have a couple of shotguns and UMP, but when it comes to resources, when it comes to throwables, definitely have nothing else in there.
Well, and they are closer to the road, so they have the better option of grabbing a near vehicle and get out of there. But Hail Esports not gonna make it easy for them. They're trying to push Box Gaming, but for the rest of Box Gaming, I think they're sending out Kwang to get the vehicle, and if he gets one, he'll be the one to pick up everyone else. But that is where Hail Esports will not let them go easy. Now that they have the numbers advantage, they want to finish up the job.
I feel like Kwang kind of in under the pressure right now. He couldn't spot any vehicle. And speaking of unfortunate, how can you get this misfortune to this level? Because we do have another team coming up from the other side. Alter Ego closing the distance. Same goes for T2K. We do see a break across there. Octa might just clash into the rest of T2K if he keeps moving this sort of direction.
Ooh, okay. T2K.
There you go.
Yep. There you go, going towards there. But T2K is moving as well. T2K have their own compound now. Octa, I guess he's just doing the scouting work. If he does see T2K, then he'll just turn back. Unless, well, he didn't see T2K and he happened to bump into them. But looks like Octa is still taking that shot. But knowing that T2K is there, he's like, I'm out of here.
Feels like he's taunting them right now. Come over here, walk into this trap. The rest of Alter Ego trying to outflank them. Do have GEEK SLATE taking those high grounds quite early this time. Vampires right across them in those warehouses. Snipes trying to gain any sort of information possible, but he might got himself cornered based on 3 different colors of teams around them.
We're still at stage 1 though. So benefit of the doubt, there's still a lot of space to play with. I guess it's just more of teams like, okay, first checkpoint. If they don't have enough loot, loot up. Stay chill for now and wait for the next circle. Unless, if you happen to bump into another team, then yeah, you go for it. But if you don't, then I guess they're pretty happy here for now. DRS coming in a little bit later. It's still the first circle though. So plenty of space for them, that's number 1. Second, it's not too hurtful to their health. So they can still reset themselves just by bandages.
Don't go south. There you go. It's going to be urban warfare. A lot of team already right on top of Los Leones. Not just that, they're taking those high grounds at the south and south of Los Leones as well. If you're late into this, you'll be gunned down from those from above. For IMV, the only team coming a very clear pathway from the west side. We do have STE and maybe even the side of Boom on the northern right on top of Minas Generalis coming a bit later. I'm not sure what happened to top. I just hope it didn't get stuck there because the Blues then start to burn them alive.
As a Vampire Esports gets into the circle, since it's still stage 2, right? I guess it's still doable. But here's the but, right? If his vehicle gets permanently stuck, well then that's bad because yeah, they still need to travel. The circle they move down south. Of course, we do hope that it's not going to be an urban warfare. You know, the only person in this room that loves urban warfare is Contra.
That's kind of true. But I'm looking at Octa. I'm worried for him right now. Playing a very dangerous game. Straight into the side of Vampires. If he's not being careful, it might shot down from afar. YOODO Lions sharing the same compound on top of Los Leones. Yeah, I think it's going to be T2K. And another few teams around him. And maybe start their rotation, navigating themselves next to Alter Ego, who happen to be moving up an opposite direction. They might actually having a clash, or maybe even hear those vehicle sounds. Definitely they will pull over if they want to right now, because they maybe love to fight.
With a rough terrain like this, looks like they're going to say no to that for now. For Vampire Esports, since they are waiting at their area, they might take that fight. But for GEEK SLATE, they're trying to, and they managed to get a knockdown to Baron. That's going to be damn Roots. Prize to claim.
GEEK SLATE placing themselves in such a crossfire here, covering most of the grounds right on top of these elevations. Mika spotted out one of the players and may be in trouble, but he got shot. They are retaliating. Which direction those coming up from? GEEK SLATE, they've been shot from afar. Spotted out and maybe one by one been plucked off by the hands of GEEK SLATE here.
Oh, second elimination for GEEK SLATE as Damru will secure it. But now for Alter Ego, Vampire Esports going in for the hunt. Rosemary managed to get away, but will he be able to get it onto the clear? Shots fired onto him, but still has to reload. And now with that reload, he can continue on. But Potatoes on the other side, though, Stone emptying 2 magazines, but could not get the knockdown to Rosemary.
Oh boy, trying to reposition himself. Not having enough covers. Also Ego, they have the pressure from the blue zone at the same time. They need to push forward. Barely make it up to the circle here. You do know in less than 2 seconds away, it's going to be the next stage coming up for this map. Fnatic coming up from Alter Ego. They know for a fact they need to leave. They're way far from the next circle. They do have the valleys to take covers from. I'm not sure what happened for the rest and the entire and NBeSports. Left with only Mundo down there.
Yeah, not too sure what happened though. We didn't see much action for them. Mundo's all alone, unless his other teammates are still tanking the blue. But we'll get to see it later on as we switch over the screens. But now, talking about switching, since the circle did move away from Lost Learners, there is a higher possibility now that we might not see an Urban Warfare. But for NBE, there are other players, but we're just not sure where they are.
Refuse caught the eyes of Leo. Now they are taking a fight back to make a U-turn, challenging for MV. They will fight. Doc prep himself with those boosters, knowing for the fact the entirety of Leo just right beneath them is on top of him on that rooftop. I'm not sure if they know exactly he is, but feels like they do because the way they toss those hand grenades is exactly where Doc is standing right now.
Doc all alone. Can he do it? Can he pull off a miracle here? Okay, 1 nade onto Liquid, but Doc receives a nade as well, 50% health. Down. Leo knows exactly where he is. I mean, it's going to be tough for Doc. How can he pull off a clutch here? They're going all onto him now.
Off angle, coming up with the rest of the team, but Doc bought himself so much space and time, waiting for the support fight coming from the back line. Here comes the entirety of 4MV arriving just in the nick of time as well. It was a perfect timing and synchronization for the team, but they will fight back. They still have the fight in them, but that's going to be a valiant effort from Leo. But 4MV, Doc knows so well to outflank them.
Wow, that was an impressive solo play from Doc. I mean, he held off them for enough time for his other teammates to come in to back him up. So it was perfectly done, perfectly executed by Doc. Beautifully done indeed. And because Leo is out right now, they are only 1 point behind Box Gaming and 2 points behind YOODO Alliance. And the fact that Box Gaming and YOODO Alliance are still alive, they could be pushed down to number 16 by the end of the round.
Now next we do have Hill coming into the side of Boom, straight on the ground. The moment they saw themselves in the line of a crosshair, Pombit shooting down on Sky as well. Hill losing a lot of men pretty fast right now. They made it in anyhow, bridge into this compound next to them. The same building even. And Boom, they lost 1 man as well early on. Hill starting over the tree as well, sharing the same building. This is going to be a very long fight.
Here we go. How long will it take? Well, they still have the circle though, but Ajul knocks down Tiger. And Ajul, what an angle. This guy has been performing for them, not going to lie about this. I mean, we haven't seen much of him, at least from the PMSL, but now he's starting to really step up.
I agree. Now cutting the corners. Back to us. Yummy got knocked down instead. Flash. What a response. Gatslow playing around the corners. It's all about the warfare of the stars. Gatslow finish off Achul as well, leaving only Pombit to close it out. But couldn't happen. Boom. The moment they step into number 1 spot, that's where they're being eliminated early as well.
And for MV, 4 elimination points now. That means they are 4 points difference than Boom Esports. But now MAB, the last man standing, Leo. Leo taken out by the nade from Ravenclaw. And they are out at number 14 without a single elimination points. Now we move over to Rosemary, knockdown. The rest of MBE coming in on the Alter Ego.
Great trade, 3-2-1 for the side of Rosemary. But right now, the rest of the team have to pull out their weight, make it 2 right now. NBeSports, never mind, 4MV. What a party pooper coming up from the flank side, off angle entirely.
They had to just come in from the other side, right? When Alter Ego looked like they were on the move, they were trying to do something, but the surprise happened to land onto them. An unpleasant surprise, I must say. And now with that, 4MV, number 2, 5 elimination points, edging closer and closer to overtake Boom Esports.
Yeah, the fight shot just now. GEEK SLATE want to pick out, but not willing to exploit their own position. Damn slowly trying to scout to a sort of box gaming. Well, they do have a lot of Team T2K very spread out amongst themselves, but Hill as the top. Here we go again, Flash down on his knees. He wants to go for the push, but will be a bit too reckless if he just go by himself, because I don't see the rest of STE following his footsteps or giving support there, because they are just too spread out for the side of STE.
And they're still busy resetting since IC is down. So they're go in for the safe first. So there's more like warning shots towards Hale Esports. But at the same time, Top doing his scouting work, getting information for his team. And now with that information, since Hale Esports is on that high ground, looking unlikely for them to really try and push in and move over to NBE. Another interesting ditch that they found. So this is the second time around that they like to play in this with this kind of era. But it's good for two players, not gonna lie.
Same time, I worry if there's one nade being tossed over here, or even one molly, that's done.
That'll be
That's a done deal, that's it.
That'll be the worst thing. That'll be the worst way to end the day, you know.
So far, nobody's spotting out them yet, but I'm not sure for how much longer. 4MV has been going so hot in this round. They're on a steamroll. 4MV spotted STE, tried to take them down. E's got chipped down quite a number of HP, and now finally on the ground. Action making it happen with those nades going up, but here comes a Defier back on the side of 4MV, and they tried to toss out the nade to a side of STE. Action knocked down by who was it? Refused coming out from off angle entirely. While GEEK fighting against Box Gaming, T-Duck taking on Sniped. STE on the other hand, living with only 3 players left, fighting the entirety of 4MV down there.
Wow, Refuse! 2 knockdowns back-to-back again. Third one to finish off the rest of STE. But Refuse being shot at 10% of health. He needs time to reset. At the same time, the zone will close and will move away from the town. We will be seeing Vampire Esports in the middle of the zone.
Not a Refuse still alive, even though down to a couple of HP left. He refused to die as a refusal. On the side of 4MV, they still have 4 men standing strong, even though Refuse almost got knocked down entirely just now. And they got themselves 9 eliminations by now. There's no stopping this team. They're taking the #1 spot as we speak.
Well, Team Mongolia, they're back on the top at the #1 spot, unless NBE, well, they're another Mongolian team though. So if either one, looks like Mongolia is going to do well in day #1. For GEEK SLATE at this point in the circle. And 4 elimination points to Damroot, but it's going to be missed. Beautifully done, but counter fire by Damroot's follow-up, and GEEK SLATE will win the fight.
Outnumbered just now. But definitely valiant effort for the side of NB, for the players just back to be knocked down. GEEK, on the other hand, the next contender is going to be Vampires. Newsy, definitely uneasy where he stands himself. A bit too open, a bit exposed down there. Nothing to cover himself. Maybe a rock in between, but nothing more than that. As GEEK SLATE behind, you heard the gunfires, the shots just now. YOODO Lions trying to open up wide as much as they can. FaZe and Vampires in between. GEEK SLATE spotted out by YOODO Lions. T2K next to them. There's too many teams in this same compound.
Oh yeah, the top right corner, we got like 4 or 5 teams there, but now Blade almost getting knocked down for himself. Hale Esports survive for now as East gets knocked down by Rules from DRS. Look at the amount of teams on the compounds at the high ground as well. Hale Esports, how are they going to go in?
Hale might be wanting to leave. For me, I would be scared of 4MV right now. They don't have a care in the world if they lost 1 man or 2. Because they are just hunting down all the teams down there. Might even the first one to hit the double digit, while the rest still halfway to go. GEEK SLATE will have the 5, but they're left with 2 players. Hale with 4 eliminations, but we're left with only 2 players. For 4MV, they still have a trio, and Fluke of FTH knocked down on one of the player of T2K. That's going to be Suyog. Now, they still can revive because of the angles, so Vampires, they cannot climb up, they cannot get out, they have to wait.
Yeah, at least they are waiting in the circle and not on the outside, so that's good news for Vampire Esports at least. But for Hale, this is where I worry for Hale though. There's a possibility that the circle will move away from them, and by that time, for them to get up to the high ground, other teams will be waiting for them. So I'm not too sure about Hale's chances though, so they need a lot of luck here for the other teams to move away at least.
So many teams stuck in between here. What's worse, they got themselves not even elevations to work around there. can't even peek out. FaZe got one building for themselves. Definitely solid enough for them to stand strong. Got themselves still inside of a circle. But in the next couple of seconds, we have no clue will they still be favored by it or not. Hill, how to get out from there? They have to wait for all the other teams to start open fire first, so they'll be distracted. But the circle still favors FaZe, who still have a 4 and a compound to work around. Vampires in between. YOODO Alliance split it out with Ripple Boy. It's going to be 1-3 formation. T2K spreading out in a straight line, while GEEK Slate taking a bit on silent pot. DRS not inside, but for NV, look at the spread.
Yeah, tough spot for Hill. I mean, arguably even tougher than AGI8 because AGI8, they have the numbers at least, so that's something. But for Hill, they don't have the numbers. They're on the lower ground. AGI move away, but doesn't mean that Hill can take away AGI's spot to rotate because every team is there. And speaking about AGI, T2K will be ready for them.
SLATE have to just revive one of their teammates, but they're just trying to take out all these containers players out. They spotted out T2K, but Ray coming out of angle. It's shot him down with the DBS. Here comes the Molly, they'll burn them off alive. There's no way out for them, and that's it. For AGI8, what a play from Ray, giving a support fire and just finish off the entirety, deleted AGI8 from there.
Yeah, can you imagine Hale follow AGI8? That's probably going to be the same ending. But now for Hale, not only they're on the outside of the circle, not only they don't have the numbers, but they need to cross the road. And the moment they do so, YOODO Alliance will be waiting for them. And speaking about YOODO Alliance, they have a compound to work with. But number 9, looks like we have another team eliminated.
But Hill will not go down easily. At least they got themselves some consolation out of the trade with 1-1 just now for those elimination numbers. But on the side of YOODO Alliance, definitely the outnumbered side of Hill right now. But they got themselves too cornered with those structures. They barely get to see what's happening outside. T2K right on top of them. They're just next to another team. DRS spreading out, coming alongside with the blue zone or playing around the rim of a circle. Now they have to cross the street, but waiting for the circle to move at the same time. While Vampires taking those low grounds with Hill Flash. Going solo all the way, but that's it for Hill. Finish off by 4. NV, they got another point in the back. 10 points right now.
Yeah, kind of expected for Hill Esports not to get out of that because it was an almost impossible situation for them. So they got to be happy with 5 elimination points and number 8 this time. But for the rest of them within the circle, well, everyone's just going to hold on to their ground until the circle shifts. But for GEEK Slate, DRS looking at them, and they don't know that Killer is there.
Playing multi-level of terrains for the side of DRS. Spreading out, widen their angles. For the side of Empires, pretty much is just waiting in the center there. Got themselves at least some extra airdrop. But will they willing to go for it? That's going to be a different question. Next to Ravenclaw, but they're not willing to leave their post just yet. Fluker or FT Asia with an AKM. Spot out for MV. Airdrop is just so near. Newsy tempted to take it. Pop the smoke. Definitely want to have a peek towards inside of those airdrop. Ravenclaw already moving towards it. But here comes the next circle. Who will have to move now?
Ooh, okay. This is going to be insane. Okay, that's feeling the anticipation now. And looks like Vampire Esports not only had the airdrop, but also had the circle still in the middle of it, still with the compound. 4MV needs to move. They're playing as a trio. But arguably the toughest could be DRS, as DRS needs to cross the road. But since no one's gatekeeping them, it should be okay. But 4MV is on the other side. So if they cross together, they could meet at a crossroad.
Maybe they might be spotting out DRS since they use their vehicles. Definitely give away their information and the sound audio cue. I think 4MV want to open fire, but it's a bit too late the moment they try to pick out. But Vampires, will they just leave it for DRS to cross over? No, definitely not on the side of GEEK Slate. They open fire to the side of DRS, and they will respond to it. Where did their shots come from? And they want to find those targets.
Wow, okay. Looks like they went straight into the middle, which is okay. 4MV still on the outside, but they will be unchallenged for now. But the DRS, they might lose Delta as he gets knocked down as they go into the Tiger's mouth, which is T2K, and then they toss out by Jane onto DRS, putting a lot of pressure to them, and then Nade will take him out. Luckily for DRS, there's still one more alive.
Still have 3 players up there for the side of DRS. Killer got himself in a very unusual places, placing themselves in an unorthodox position. That's going to be DRS playing at this as smart as possible, but FaZe knocking on Vampire's door, crashing straight into it with Stone greeted up, Mormon down to a very low half, got himself a DBS to work around, Ravenclaw as well, trying to find players around the stairs, but here comes the entirety of FaZe versus the Vampires.
It's going to be the two Titans showing which is the better team right now, as Fluke on the high ground, buying time to get his teammate up, but then again he goes down to the ground floor, but Fluke loses the fight. And that means they are out. But now we move forward to FaZe Clan. They will need to reset quickly as 4MV has arrived.
Oh boy, this is trouble. Here comes the housekeeping team. FaZe back well alive. Oh man, FaZe finished off by one of the player of Vampires, and 4MV managed to steal one at the very last minute too. 4MV, they are not stopping. They are a beast right now.
Oh, and not only that, the beast has the circle. So they're in a good position right now. Sharing the same area. It's going to be YOODO Alliance right beside them. 4MV play as a trio, but looking good so far. As for T2K, they still have DRS to deal with.
Oh, Jane, being very sneaky with Suyok. I love how they play things here. For the side of T2K, they know exactly where DRS are, but being overpicked there. Being shot from afar. He barely got any room to pick out. The moment he stands up, he's going to be giving away his position clearly to a side of YOODO Alliance and 4MV, and even GEEK SLATE at this point. But 4MV spot out YOODO Alliance first. That's going to be their next target and lock onto it.
Oh yeah, but they have yet to secure the elimination point though. YOODO Alliance can still pick him up. Jante from DRS on the lower ground tries to see exactly where T2K is at, but T2K always very good with the high grounds. Suya will onto DRS, it will not connect though. And now the pressure is definitely on to YOODO Alliance as well as the circle will close in. T2K still needing to fight their way through DRS, and now one knockdown to Jane.
Killer got barbecued, out, but couldn't make it anyway. Rick, what a nice molly that one. Suya keeping the pressure on. YOODO Alliance want to butt in, but there's going to be 4MV watching them too closely behind. GEEK, on the other hand, waiting for the right time. They got one knocked down on that side, need to pick him back up. They need to reset for GEEK SLATE. But at the same time, everybody in the same corner here. We're talking about this very pipeline with T2K and also DRS having the same place. YOODO Alliance crossing the street, but 4MV is just across them. They cannot be complacent, but it's shot on one. YOODO Alliance take the advantage of this. Repo boy, knock on T2K entirely, but 4MV, they spot them out. They go back into the hiding spot for YOODO Alliance.
Oh, stage 9 now, the circle will close entirely. 4MV picking out elimination points, taking out onto DRS, and now more points in the pocket for 4MV. Could this be the second chicken dinner for them? But then again, they need to face up against GEEK SLATE as well as YOODO Alliance. 4MV stares the compound. YOODO Alliance keeping eye on the 4MV, whereas for GEEK SLATE, they need to deal with YOODO Alliance as well, but GEEK SLATE will be taking the chill pill here.
Damroot is dying, where Apex giving the pressure towards the side. It feels like a perfect angle! He got it! It's the Kobe! Apex knocked down Olio. Almost half on Red Bull Boy as well. Another one lopped down! Red Bull Boy lost little of health. Shamil have to buy time, have to open up the zone, but he couldn't make it! Apex is making trouble. He knocked the entirety of YOODO Alliance by himself.
Oh, Apex! What a predator he is! 19 eliminations now for 4MV. If he gets the last two of GEEK SLATE, it will be 21 eliminations only in day one.
That's going to be the highest yet, and record-breaking so far. Well, GEEK SLATE, they have to take the fight anyway. They are outnumbered. It's 2v3 right now. Have to go for a crossfire, but the smokes in between cannot be visualizing on the other side. But 4MV, they don't miss. Refuse getting in.
Here we go.
9 eliminations. Can they finish at 21? They got one. They got two. They got the chicken. A double in a day and a record-breaking 21 elimination. 4MV.
Well, I remember like how you say that, oh, we haven't got a 20 yet, yada yada. Oh, now here you go. Day 1, 21 eliminations. 4MV, 2 chicken dinners, no doubt number 1.
This is an insane performance by 4 Miracle Vibes, doing such a clean execution just now. It was a flawless, absolute perfection at this point.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, today is the day of the Mongolian teams, but there's only one team have yet to get the chicken dinner from Mongolia, STE. But then again, for the rest of them, my goodness, these guys are unstoppable.
It's insane. We saw System, look at the highlights. They never stop shooting people down. And they've been hunting across all over the map for 4MV. They are one heck of scary team.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you get 21 eliminations, right? So you warrant yourself to be in a lot of these highlights. You switch from one person, yeah, cool. You switch to the other, you probably get 4MV again. I mean, they are all over the map.
I have a feeling the MVP might be Apex. He's been pulling so many clutches by himself. Multiple times he clutched the entire team with the throwables just by himself. That is a prowess of one individual player by 4MV. Imagine all of them can execute the same level of that gameplay.
Oh yeah, I think, yeah, so far looking so good for him. I don't know if we will have an MVP award though, but if we do have one, yeah, Apex definitely up there.
4MV and got MVP.
Wow. What if it's 4 MVPs? Like all 4 of them are MVPs.
They are.
Well,
They
yeah, you work as a team, right?
Doc has been pulling in such an MVP play in the previous chicken dinner. Now it's going to be a different play. I feel like it's going to be Apex, but that was mind-blowing, honestly.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
21 in day 1.
Yeah, we do need a day 1, right? Like you ask for like, oh, we haven't seen a 20 yet. You get a 21 on day 1. But you know who else we see on day 1? We see our analyst desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll pass it back to our analyst desk to break down all the action. Take it away, Contra, on the go.
Thank you for your hard work, Chuchu, as well as, of course, Sir Cloud. When we move into our final game, we didn't know what to expect, and 4Miracle has definitely done it. Not only breaking records here, they're basically breaking legs throughout the course of the run, and Apex is our MVP for our final map.
Yep, 9 elimination point, 1001 damage, 36% team contribution. This is just amazing coming out from them for now. I think most probably they will be number 1. There'll be a very big gap between them and the second team. So that will be something to... I mean, the other teams might kinda... It's gonna be tough for them to catch up.
Yeah, overall, you see this team thrive so well in close quarter combat. As much as there's 9 elimination points, you see all that was within 60 meters. And then now, let's take a look at our 4 top eliminators so far. Doc, out of 4MV, is right now sitting at the top with 7 in elimination. And on second place is also another player of 4MV, which is our MVP of Miramar with 15 elims.
Yeah, followed by Killer with 13 and Yummy with 11. Another guy with a great DBS play throughout the whole day today. But I want to touch one thing. If you watch back the game, right, I think the main reason why 4MV won that game is because of the timing, how they pushed the compound held by Vampire for so long. They waited for FaZe Clan to go in first. And then once the fight was happening, they took that particular moment to go in and they cleared the compound. Was very, very important for the chicken dinner. They got it from Vampire and also from FaZe Clan, but this is the overall ranking for now.
That's right. 4MV is not only the first team to be able to score such a high record of elimination on the very final round, they are also the first team to be able to secure 2 chicken dinners in a day. So I wonder tomorrow what will really happen. Boom will be holding the record on second place for SEA to be chasing up against South Asia. But I would say today was a glorious day for South Asia overall with those 4 chicken dinners.
Yes, correct. And it's a glorious day for Mongolia as well. They won a multiple chicken dinner. The only team that haven't gotten the chicken dinner is STE. And let's see if they can do it tomorrow. Tonight is going to be a very important night for all these team coaches. They got to go and figure out what they need to do for tomorrow, especially for the Southeast Asian team. Vampire, we're not sure if Tony K going to play. They played well. They tried every single strat they could. Last 6 games, nothing worked out. They failed defending in the last game. They did get the final circle, yet they got, what, 3 kills in the end?
Yeah.
That's 3 points.
And earlier, you were also telling me about, we had this conversation off the screen, of course, where sometimes holding in the center of the zone may not actually be the best form of option. We saw Vampire Esports was actually in that prime position, and then they got challenged by FaZe Clan, and FaZe Clan, after taking over, it was for Miracle that will be able to actually claim that after being weakened.
I wouldn't say that strat is bad, just that for you to execute that particular strat, you need to be very, very good at defending the compound. FaZe Clan did really well pushing in. Vampire failed defending the compound. So you want to play from the center of the circle in a compound, you need to know exactly where's the entry point coming up from the team, because nowadays, if somebody coming with a car, you can't just shoot them. You need to be ready with nades, you need to be ready with smokes, and then take the slow fight first. So you need to kind of know how to play the defense game really, really well. And I think a lot of teams are not yet good, like 100% playing the defensive gameplay. I think that's why a lot of people are kind of avoiding being the center. Again, like you said, if you're a center, everybody are looking at you.
Yeah.
So the third party, fourth party, every single party gonna look at you, yeah.
Yeah, that's basically the main point of it. Like, if you want to hold the center, you really got to make sure that you don't let go of it no matter what it takes. But, you know, that is all the action that we've been able to get throughout the course of day one of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Southeast Asia versus South Asia, and so far, record being set straight. South Asia now basically holding the higher points as a region overall. Like, adjustments to be made coming in from Southeast Asia, we definitely see more of that potential once we move into Miramar. So what about all the other maps? Like, what can you basically see that these teams will have to basically improve to get there?
I think for tomorrow, Sanhok, I think the first thing they need to fix is the drop spot. I think they can contact other teams and, you know, decide, you know, we want this place, can you go some other place? Because the first map, there was a lot of contests happening, right? So maybe after the contest, maybe the team that's losing, they might change the drop spot. So maybe tomorrow, much more stable game for Sanhok. I wouldn't say Sanhok is 100% luck-based game now, based on the circle, because team are playing kind of fast tempo game. It's the fastest. Then Erangel, then Miramar.
Oh, yeah, we've seen many of all these Erangel matches where we've only got 5 more teams remaining by what? The end of stage 5 or even by stage 6. We're not even getting to stage 9. And Miramar is like, okay, it's a little bit more sensible because teams have to rotate. They got to consider so many of all these different factors. So, yeah, I think this is going to be the main game plan here, because overall, I see the South Asia teams really thriving very well in all these maps of Erangel. Despite those odds against them, we've seen what? 4 versus 2, they won. Like, even on 1 versus 1 battles, they've been able to do that as well. So, that being said, like, firepower-wise, things are still looking great, as we've got Boom that did secure that chicken dinner for Southeast Asia, of course. So, we'll see who will be able to actually join the rest of these accolades.
I want to add one more thing.
Yeah?
There are some big teams from Southeast Asia that's kind of playing from the side, right? But we spoke about this, that these teams need intense amount of firepower to actually execute that.
Yeah.
So I would suggest that maybe tomorrow more Southeast Asian teams play from the inside instead of from playing from the outside. I would say, like, I would picture it this way. Haaland, he's really good in Premier League.
Yeah.
But I go to UEFA Champions League, semi-final, no goals. And finals, no goals at all. You can destroy everyone in your own PMPL.
I love how you actually correlate from, you know, a different scene to this, because like it's absolutely relatable, because like sports, esports, we can definitely see like there are a lot of elements that are basically the same, and how to do that basically. Like when you transition, now this is basically a whole new ground for a lot of all these SEA teams to explore.
They just need to avoid fights for now.
Oh.
The firepower coming from SEA, SA is definitely higher than SEA for now. So avoid that clumped up situation on the outer circle. Go inside like what Vampire do. And I think South Asian teams are good at defending compound. So maybe do that. Maybe things will change. And once they get that confidence, the firepower, the grenade plays, the utility plays, maybe they can after that execute back the things that they were trying to do today.
Yeah, and I really have to thank you for joining me on the desk. And of course, to our casters that have been casting throughout all the course of matches, that's Choo-Choo as well as Sir Cloud. All of us here will be back, and you'll probably be joining us sometime throughout the week. So, of course, my name is Contra, your host for the evening. I hope you guys have enjoyed all these matches so far, as we'll see you guys hopefully tomorrow here once again for another day of the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Southeast Asia versus South Asia. Till then, we'll bid you good night.